Nathan Gilmore possessed knowledge that set him apart from everyone else, especially his colleagues at the Port Administration in Baltimore. He knew the truth about a recent tragedy. The death of a co-worker was no accident, contrary to the official police findings. The man who died was not the intended target. Gilmore was certain he should have been the one to pay with his life. There was no ambiguity in his mind. And if he remained in his position, continuing to follow his routine, the assassins would inevitably recognize their error. They would return to finish the job. That outcome was just as certain. So, Gilmore saw only one path forward. He had to disappear. Alone in the cramped office, Gilmore sat surrounded by the ghost of his colleague. The other desk was buried under a mound of floral arrangements, most now drooping and browning. The air was thick with their cloying perfume, a stench. Gilmore corrected himself. The stench of death. He breathed through his mouth and swiveled his chair away from the window. He didn't need to see the sagging white canopy erected over the dock where the shipping container had plummeted from a crane, or had been released. The investigators had departed, but the dark stain on the concrete would linger for months. Office whispers claimed the victim had been crushed completely flat. Gilmore had known the man for 5 months, shared this small space with him, had even grown to like him. And in the end, he had gotten him killed. A cold shiver ran through him. He pulled a basic flip-style phone from his pocket, snapped it open, and typed a message. 911, need to meet. He entered a memorized number, hit send, noted the time, just after 11 in the morning, and prepared to wait. There would be no work done today, or ever again in this place. Or anywhere, if his desperate plan failed. At that same moment, just a short walk from the docks, Jack Reacher pushed through the door of a bustling coffee shop. The space was large and bright, with exposed brick walls, oak flooring, and rows of sturdy iron pillars supporting the ceiling. A converted warehouse, Reacher surmised, solidly built to last, now repurposed long after its original industrial duty had ended. He figured the upper floors were probably trendy lofts, a sign of the neighborhood's ongoing transformation. Reacher joined the line, ordered a black coffee, paid, and carried his mug to a small corner table. A discarded newspaper lay there, but that wasn't the attraction. The spot offered a clear view of the entire room. He wedged himself behind the table, the wooden chair groaning in protest under his 250-pound, 6'5" frame. Comfort wasn't a priority. He wasn't planning to stay long. He'd rolled into town on a Greyhound bus that morning and would be leaving the same way later that night or early tomorrow. His purpose was an evening concert, a veterans' benefit featuring a band he wanted to hear. With the late October chill in the air and no coat, acquiring one was next on his list. For now, he intended to recharge with several refills of coffee until his caffeine levels were suitably restored, then move on. The shop was comfortably full. A few solitary patrons read books or worked on laptops. A group of 6 was crammed around a central table meant for 4, while the remaining seats were occupied by couples chatting quietly. Reacher took a slow sip of his coffee, his gaze passively sweeping the room, a temporary island of calm before his next move. The cafe was mostly filled with couples absorbed in each other or their screens, but Reacher noticed 2 pairs who stood out. One couple was fixated on the door, the man sported a well-kept beard, and the woman's dark hair was woven into an elegant braid. They were dressed sharply, as if for a celebration, their faces shifting between nervous anticipation and eager hope. The other pair, an elderly man and woman likely in their late 70s, was quietly observing them. They appeared frail and weary, their clothing faded and simple, sharing a single mug between them. Finishing his coffee, Reacher slid out from his table and ambled to the counter for a refill. As he turned, a man in a suit, carrying a briefcase and looking to be in his 40s, entered the shop. The well-dressed couple began to rise, hopeful smiles forming, but something in the newcomer's stern expression made those smiles vanish instantly. They sank back into their seats, the man's posture deflating. The newcomer sat with them, and a heavy silence fell until the bearded man stiffened his spine, jutted his chin forward, and demanded, "If it's bad, just say it. Don't keep us waiting." Reacher lingered near the coffee urns, pretending to decide about Creamer, intent on catching the exchange. The suited man began, "You must recall my analogy. The futures market is a raging tempest over the sea. Your investment is a vessel attempting that crossing. You face gale force winds, dangerous undercurrents, shifting tides. A ship can be stranded, breached on hidden rocks, delayed indefinitely, or sent to the bottom." Reacher saw the shabby old man shake his head and begin to push back his chair, only to be gently restrained by his companion's hand on his arm. The bearded man retorted, "You claimed you could navigate that storm. You said you were the best, that you could turn a profit in a day, maybe even double our investment." "That's correct," the newcomer acknowledged. "I did say that. So what's the story now? Did you lose our money?" "I didn't lose it. Then what? I didn't double it. So there's something left?" "Something?" The man broke into a grin. "You could say that. Because I didn't double it. I tripled it." The bearded man fell silent, processing. "Tripled?" That would mean. The newcomer lifted his briefcase onto his lap, clicked open the latches, and overturned it. A waterfall of cash bundles spilled across the table, 15 of them. One knocked over a cup, 2 slid to the floor. $15,000 in under 24 hours, he announced. "And that's after my fee. As I told you, I am the best." A quick knowing glance passed between the elderly couple. They gave almost imperceptible nods, their postures firming, leaning in with renewed focus. The bearded man gaped at the money, his mouth slack. His partner shrieked with joy, throwing her arms around him so forcefully they nearly toppled their chairs. They erupted into cheers and whoops, exchanging exuberant high fives, utterly indifferent to the stares they drew from the entire cafe. The newcomer smiled, righted his briefcase, and snapped it shut. He was nearly at the door when the bearded man noticed his departure. "Wait, you're leaving? My job is finished. Enjoy your earnings." "No, it's not done." He began hastily gathering the cash stacks. "Take this back. Invest it all for us again, just like before. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I can't promise another tripling." "But could you double it?" The man in the suit returned to the table. "Could be," Reacher allowed, returning to his seat. He observed the bearded man scoop up the fallen cash, right the coffee cup, and exchange a firm handshake with the newcomer. With an arm draped around the woman's shoulder, the pair moved toward the exit, their steps light, almost buoyant. The new arrival, briefcase in hand, efficiently packed away the money, secured the locks, and prepared to depart. It was then the shabby man from the corner table rose, waving him over with an insistent gesture. After a moment's confused hesitation, the briefcase man shrugged and joined them. Their conversation was a silent pantomime from Reacher's vantage point, but the narrative was clear. He didn't need to hear the words to understand the script. Sure enough, within minutes the older man's thin hand dipped into his jacket and emerged with 2 fat bundles of banknotes, each looking thicker than the ones from the briefcase, perhaps $5,000 apiece, $10,000 total, likely a life savings, scraped together with desperate hope. For a solid 10 minutes after sending his text, Nathan Gilmore sat statue still, the phone a cold weight in his palm. Silence. No beep, no buzz. Frustrated, he tossed it onto the polished desk where it skidded to a stop beside his keyboard, looking absurdly small and useless. Staring at it was marginally better than contemplating the dismal view or his wilting office plant, but it offered no satisfaction. 20 minutes crawled by. He snatched the phone back up, flipping it open to check the screen, half convinced a reply might have slipped in unnoticed. Nothing. A hot spike of anger shot through him. It felt personal, as if the device itself was actively conspiring to thwart him, deliberately stifling any response. The urge to smash it against the wall, to grind the fragments under his heel, was a palpable vibrating tension in his hands. He was wrestling with that very impulse when the screen finally glowed to life. The message was terse. Noon today. An address followed, one Gilmore recognized as nearby, probably a diner or a cafe, he guessed, given the final instruction, "Look for a man sitting alone, he'll be the biggest guy in the place." Back in the coffee shop, the transaction reached its conclusion. The briefcase man produced a large manila envelope, slid the elderly couple's cash inside, stowed it, shook their hands with a practiced smile, and headed for the door. Reacher finished his coffee in one long swallow and followed. The man crossed the street, past a converted warehouse housing a couple of boutique stores, and then ducked abruptly into a narrow alley. Reacher paused at the mouth, listening. The distinct sound of a car door slamming was followed by the rough cough of an engine turning over. He stepped into the alley and saw a silver Toyota Camry about 20 feet ahead. It was a few years old, Reacher figured. Though cars weren't really his thing, he was more concerned with who was inside. Nathan Gilmore, phone now in his pocket, was mentally mapping his next moves. A 15-minute walk would get him to the meet. He'd need time to scout a good position, to figure out the perfect moment and method for his delivery. It would be tight, but manageable. Pulling a notepad from his desk drawer, he reached for a pen, his mind already racing ahead. In the alley, Reacher approached the idling Camry. The briefcase man was at the wheel. In the back seat were the successful investors. The man still sported his beard, but the woman was now revealed. Her hair, no longer long and black, was a short, sleek, blonde bob. The car began to creep forward. Reacher moved directly into its path. The driver hit the brakes and laid on the horn, a short, angry blast. Undeterred, Reacher took another step closer. The car, hesitating for only a second, began to roll forward again. The driver's foot lingered above the accelerator. He considered slamming it down, but mowing down a curious bystander wasn't in the script. It would draw too many eyes. Maybe if the guy charged at him, there'd be some defense to claim, but success wasn't guaranteed. This stranger was a mountain of a man built like a fortified safe. His hands were massive, his arms thicker than most men's thighs. The driver doubted his car would even remain operational after plowing into someone that size. The front end would be wrecked, and the airbags would definitely blow. Playing it safe seemed smarter, so he leaned on the horn again instead. Reacher was running similar calculations just from the other side of the grill. He took another deliberate step forward and slammed the ball of his right foot straight into the car's radiator. He wasn't an automotive expert, but he understood the basics. Airbags deploy on impact, and a front-end collision is a common trigger. There had to be a sensor for it somewhere. Not knowing its exact location, he opted for brute force over accuracy. It did the trick. The car's interior erupted into a chaos of billowing white fabric. Reacher pivoted toward the driver's side as the vehicle shuddered to a halt, the bags already beginning to sag. He yanked the door open, the acrid, powdery smell of the inflator chemicals stinging his nostrils. Ignoring the bite in the air, he reached in, killed the ignition, and snatched the keys. Then he seized the driver by his shirt front, hauling him out onto the street. The man's clothes were dusted with a fine silvery powder, and he blinked, dazed from the sudden deployment. Reacher kicked the door shut, spun him around, and ordered him to place his hands on the roof and step back. After a stunned moment, the driver complied. Turning to the rear door, Reacher pulled out the bearded passenger. The man initially slumped, a dead weight, but as Reacher released his grip, he found his footing. In a fluid motion, the bearded man bent, retrieved a blade from his sock, and straightened up, legs set in a fighter's stance, rage twisting his features. "Drop it," Reacher said. The man answered by flicking the knife left, then right, holding the blade upright to catch the sun and flash it into Reacher's eyes. "I've got a rule," Reacher stated, his tone flat. "Pull a knife on me, I break your arm, drop it right now, and I'll make an exception." With a snarl, the bearded man feinted a lunge at Reacher's face before pulling back. "Consider that a warning," he spat. "Turn around and run, or I'm carving out your heart." Behind them, the driver began to straighten up and turn away from the car. In one continuous motion, Reacher shot his left arm out, cupped the back of the man's head, and propelled it forward like he was shooting a free throw. The bridge of the driver's nose connected solidly with the top of the door frame with a sickening crack. His head rebounded off the metal and he dropped straight back onto the asphalt, unconscious, blood immediately streaming from both nostrils. Reacher turned his full attention back to the man with the knife, a dry, almost bored note entering his voice. You're operating on a faulty assumption. You're assuming I have a heart enraged." The bearded man shuffled closer and lunged in earnest, aiming for Reacher's torso. Reacher crossed his forearms left under right and drove them forward, trapping the attacker's forearm between the hard edges of his wrists, forcing the knife down and away. The man tried to wrench free, but he was too slow. Reacher slid his left hand down, clamped onto the man's wrist, and twisted it back, locking the elbow joint. He applied a little more pressure. The man cried out in pain. "Stop!" The knife clattered to the pavement. "I dropped it. It's gone. I dropped it," she stammered. "Too late for that," Reacher replied, maintaining pressure on the man's arm with his left hand while his right fist descended like a sledgehammer just below the elbow. The twin bones snapped with a sickening crunch, and the man collapsed into unconsciousness before a cry could escape his lips. Reacher let the limp form slump atop the first assailant, then ducked to peer into the vehicle's rear. The woman was no longer seated. She was braced in the back footwell, leaning over the front passenger seat, fingers desperately clawing for the briefcase. "Leave it," Reacher commanded. "Get out on this side." Ignoring him, she hooked a finger through the case's handle, dragged it up, and fell back into the seat. She adjusted her grip and swung the briefcase between them like a makeshift shield. "Out," Reacher repeated, his voice flat. The woman remained frozen. "You don't try to hurt me. I won't hurt you. But if I have to drag you from that car, all promises are void." She began inching toward the door handle on the opposite side. "Make me chase you, and you'll live to regret it." Her hand kept moving. "Think you can outrun me, maybe. But can you outrun a car?" Reacher held up the key he'd plucked from the ignition moments before. The woman's hand froze, and she reluctantly slid across the back seat to his side. She kept the briefcase raised. "What do you want?" she hissed. "The elderly couple you swindled at the coffee shop? Who are they?" A dismissive shrug. "How should I know? Just a pair of clueless retirees. How much did you take 10,000? When were you supposed to deliver their so-called profit? Tomorrow, same time, same place, except I won't be there. There won't be any profit, and those old fools will be wiped out. Surprise, surprise, hand over the briefcase." She clutched it tighter to her chest. "No." Reacher gestured to the two men piled on the asphalt. "Care to join them? Does your little grift against seniors include a good dental plan? I hear reconstructive surgery isn't cheap." "Fine." She flung the briefcase onto the ground. "But if anyone's checking into a hospital, it'll be you. The man we work for, you don't just steal from him. There will be consequences. This boss of yours, what's his name?" She fell silent for a beat. "I'm not saying—" "Doesn't matter, I'm not stealing from him. This money was never his. It belongs to those people. I'm giving it back. You're insane." "Watch me? Why would you do that when you could just keep it? If you have to ask, you'd never understand the answer. Now go, tell your boss what happened here, and make sure I never lay eyes on any of you again." As Reacher was exiting the alley, Harvey Jones was hauling himself from a taxi several blocks away. He moved with a deliberate slowness which wasn't solely due to his formidable size. Jones stood 6'7" and carried 300 pounds. His spirit was weighed down by the phone call he'd received 30 minutes prior, the one summoning him to this new job. Jones was an actor, or at least he aspired to be. Whether it was his imposing stature, actors for some reason he couldn't fathom tended to be so much smaller, or a perpetual shortage of decent roles, he could never land a meaningful part. The only steady work he found was playing an enforcer, using his presence to instill fear in various underworld figures for a local businessman, a connection made through another struggling actor after his last agent cut him loose. He tried to console himself with the thought that he was providing a service. A credible threat was morally preferable to an actual beating, and making the performance believable required skill. Besides, it paid the bills and a man had to eat. Back at the coffee shop, the elderly couple was still at their table, but their demeanor had transformed. The gray pallor was gone. They sat taller, exchanging light laughs and holding hands, two tall conical glasses of foamy milk streaked with rich espresso sitting before them. Reaching the table, Reacher took a seat and placed the briefcase across his knees. A tense silence hung in the air before the older man finally spoke. "This spot's occupied. Move along." "Just delivering a message," Reacher replied calmly. "I won't be sticking around." "What message, and who exactly are you?" The woman elbowed her husband gently, her eyes fixed on the case. The earlier joy had completely vanished from her expression, replaced by wary confusion. "You got lucky today," Reacher stated. He popped both latches, removed a manila envelope, and laid it on the table. "Is that deep furrows appeared on the man's brow? It's your cash. Take it back." "I don't follow. Why is it being returned so quickly?" The man lifted the envelope and peered inside. His hands began to tremble. "Hold on. Where's our share? We were guaranteed. You were swindled. There is no share. But there has to be. Those other investors, they made triple. We need that money. What did you do? How? Who are you? You've destroyed everything." Reacher reached into the briefcase and pulled out a bundled stack at random. He tossed it onto the table. "Recognize this? That's the other couple's supposed profit. There are 14 more just like it. Feel free to count it yourself." For a long moment, the older man just stared at the bundle as if waiting for it to sprout legs and crawl away. Finally, he picked it up with cautious fingers. 3 rubber bands held it together, one in the middle and one on each end. He hooked a fingernail under the left band and pulled it off. Fanning the stack open, he found a $20 bill on top, another on the bottom, and nothing but shredded newspaper in between. Meanwhile, Harvey Jones took a deep breath, slipped his phone into his pocket, and began walking the last block to his destination. Hailing a cab was too risky, though a sleek black town car with a driver would have been perfectly discreet, and the walk gave him a final opportunity to review his employer's instructions. Reading in a moving vehicle always turned his stomach. The briefing was straightforward. Locate a man named Gilmore, who had requested an urgent meeting. His motives were unclear. 2 theories had been floated. Either Gilmore was getting cold feet and wanted out of his assignment, or he was cracking under pressure and aiming to renegotiate the agreement. Frankly, the answer to both was a resounding no. Gilmore was to stay on track. He would honor their deal, or there would be severe consequences. The nature of those consequences was left to Jones's discretion. A chance to improvise and display his particular skills, even if for an audience of one. Jones allowed himself a brief daydream as he walked. He was approaching the Lyric Theater in the heart of Manhattan, not some overpriced hipster cafe in Baltimore. He was the brilliant understudy about to step into the spotlight and deliver the performance of a lifetime, not some wait. A sharp, sudden pain shot from his shoulder all the way down to his wrist. His fingers went numb. It felt as though a metal band had been cinched around his chest and someone was relentlessly tightening it. His legs buckled. He collapsed face first onto the pavement. Gasping, he managed to twist onto his back and immediately regretted it because it felt like a safe had been dropped onto his rib cage, followed immediately by a freight truck. And that was the last sensation he ever experienced. Back at the coffee shop, the older couple stumbled out into the daylight, dazed and defeated. Though the husband now had their money securely tucked inside his jacket, Reacher remained at their table, beside 2 barely touched frothy drinks. He pushed the cups aside, set the briefcase on the floor, and waited a full minute to ensure the couple had cleared the area. Then he rose, but instead of heading for the door, he got in line at the counter. He'd only managed 2 cups during his earlier visit, having cut his coffee break short to tail the man originally carrying the briefcase. It wasn't even noon yet. He had all the time in the world. He ordered another coffee and returned to his original table, which was still unoccupied, the abandoned newspaper lying exactly where he'd left it. While he drank, 2 solo patrons and the group of 6 departed, but no new customers arrived. The room held a quiet, self-contained atmosphere. Nobody seemed to pay any particular attention to anyone else. As far as he could tell, no other subtle cons were in play. The only odd note was a man he spotted a couple of times peering in through the window from the sidewalk without ever entering. Finishing his cup, Reacher picked up the paper and skimmed the front-page story. It was an inflammatory report about rising tensions on the border between Turkey and Armenia. The core of it claimed a separatist faction from a small Armenian region was assisting Iran in refining weapons-grade uranium in exchange for support with their territorial ambitions. A defector from the group had smuggled out video evidence of active nuclear centrifuges, clips now circulating online. Various experts had weighed in, and condemnation was mounting across Western nations. Diplomats were pushing for the separatists to cease operations immediately, while the faction itself denied any involvement, with negotiations at a complete standstill. Discussions were shifting toward the potential for a U.S.-led military intervention. No official troops had been mobilized yet, but reports indicated a private military contractor had already positioned its personnel on the Turkish side of the border, ready to move quickly if an intervention was ordered. Reacher turned the page. The concept of war as a for-profit enterprise never sat right with him, and he had a deep-seated distrust of private military firms. The next article his gaze landed on detailed the corrosive effects of social media. Having zero personal experience with it, and even less curiosity, he set the paper aside and went for a coffee refill. After draining that second cup, he got another top-up and finally headed for the door. Just as he reached it, the man from the window chose that moment to finally come inside. They met right at the threshold. The other fellow raised both hands, palms out, and leaned back as if to avoid a collision. One hand brushed Reacher's shoulder just as their bodies made contact. It was a textbook pickpocket's move, creating an innocent point of contact to mask a more deliberate one. Reacher kept his eyes on the man, watching for a sudden dash toward some rear escape, while simultaneously conducting a swift mental inventory of his pockets. He mentally cataloged his toothbrush, his expired passport, his bank card, and a modest roll of cash. Everything was accounted for. A false alarm. Reacher moved past him and out onto the street. His sole objective for the day was to buy a coat, and with the entire afternoon ahead of him, he felt no rush. He noticed a small crowd had formed on the sidewalk about half a block to the west. That gathering hadn't been there when he'd returned from the alley earlier, so he paused to see what had drawn their attention. An ambulance was idling in the middle of the street, flanked by two police cars angled to block traffic. Two paramedics were wrestling with a loaded gurney, heaving it toward the open rear doors of their vehicle. They were working deliberately, without any visible urgency. A figure was strapped down and mostly covered by a blanket, though a pair of conspicuously large shoes stuck out from one end. At the other, Reacher could see a shock of carefully groomed brown hair. A man's arm in a wide black sleeve hung limply over the side, fingertips nearly scraping the pavement. He watched until the gurney was secured and the ambulance doors were shut. The paramedics then walked calmly to the cab, climbed in, and drove off at a gentle pace. No lights flashed, no siren wailed, which meant Reacher thought there was no hope left for the person in the back. He wondered what had happened. He'd heard no gunshots from inside the coffee shop, no screech of tires to suggest a pedestrian had been struck, nothing to indicate a traffic accident. The scene was just a quiet, grim punctuation to an otherwise ordinary afternoon. The police at the scene seemed unconcerned, leading him to conclude it was just a harmless mishap. The unpredictable whims of chance arriving without warning, Reacher drifted off with the dispersing onlookers and started to meander through the city, moving roughly toward the downtown core but detouring frequently to admire an architectural detail or bypass a congested crosswalk. He wasn't looking to invest much in a coat, largely due to his indifference towards style, but more importantly because he never held on to any garment for an extended period. Shirts, trousers, and socks were purchased, worn for a couple of days, discarded, and replaced. A jacket could, in theory, have more longevity, but his future was uncertain. He could be on a coastal boardwalk tomorrow, or in the middle of a dusty plain. Steering clear of avenues suggesting expensive retailers, he eventually found himself outside a family-run hardware store. Inside, a rack held a variety of utility jackets, tan or chocolate brown, some with synthetic fleece lining, others with a checkered pattern. He selected one where the sleeves were almost the right length and carried it toward the counter. He calculated the sales tax and had his money ready to expedite the transaction, then paused and moved out of the line. His earlier assumption at the cafe had been correct. Nothing had been taken from his pocket. However, a completely different problem had now surfaced. There was an unexpected addition, an item that had no business being there and certainly hadn't been present when he paid for his second cup of coffee. It was a quarter sheet of letter paper, torn raggedly on two edges and folded into a tight square. Reacher unfolded it. A message was printed in the center in heavy block letters. It read, "Must disappear. Life in danger. Need help. Vacant warehouse, Argyle and Herseri, midnight tonight. Come alone. Bring what I'm owed." And at the bottom of the page, in fainter, more unsteady script, as if scribbled as a last-minute plea, "Plays." 4. Nathan Gilmore remained at the coffee shop for 30 minutes after Reacher's departure. He waited in line, repeatedly checking behind him, ordered a cappuccino, and took it to the table Reacher had occupied. This wasn't about following Reacher. He still had no clue who the large man was. He chose it because that spot offered the clearest line of sight to the door. Gilmore was fairly certain he hadn't been tailed, but the situation demanded prudence. He needed to be sure. He watched the entrance while taking slow sips. He drained a quarter of the cup, then half once satisfied. No one was taking any interest in him. He retrieved his phone, the one used for texting, and powered it down. He held it beneath the table, out of view, popped off the back casing, and removed the battery. He had made contact with the individual he was instructed to locate, the largest man in the establishment. He was sure of it. Therefore, no further messages needed to be sent or received, and even though Gilmore had no evidence that the man he'd been communicating with could trace his phone, he saw no point in courting danger. Talk about an overabundance of caution. Here he was, performing spy movie battery surgery in a public cafe, all over a simple misdelivered note. The irony of the whole paranoid performance wasn't lost on him, even as he did it. The note Reacher discovered in his pocket wasn't meant for him. That was obvious. The guy from the coffee shop had slipped it to the wrong person. "Bring what I'm owed" suggested a specific history that Reacher simply didn't share. Reacher couldn't fathom how the man had confused him for someone who did, but a more pressing question demanded an answer. What to do about this misplaced cry for help? He didn't know the note planter. He owed him nothing. He hadn't volunteered for this drama. So, logically, nothing prevented him from tossing the paper in the nearest bin and continuing with his day, except the message did paint a picture of someone in genuine peril. If this guy was desperately signaling for assistance, and this note was his lifeline, Reacher felt a basic obligation to inform him it had landed in the wrong hands. He'd want the same courtesy if their positions were reversed. Besides, giving it back shouldn't be too complicated. A quick anonymous handoff near the warehouse would settle the matter. The whole thing shouldn't take too long. It wouldn't make him miss the concert he'd traveled to see. And crucially, it shouldn't derail his plan to get out of this town without any delays. Except an abandoned warehouse at night could be a clever spot for a secret meeting, especially for someone in trouble who wanted to stay off the grid. But it could just as easily be the ideal setup for an ambush that made it exactly the kind of place Reacher normally went out of his way to avoid, even when he wasn't the target. He examined the ragged edges of the scrap of paper the message was written on, checking both sides for any hint of a letterhead, logo, or address that might reveal where it, and the man who wrote it, came from. There was nothing. He held it up to the harsh fluorescent light of the hardware store, looking for a watermark. Again, nothing. He laid it flat on his palm and squinted along its surface, hoping to see the faint impression of whatever had been written on the sheet above it in a pad, but the paper was frustratingly smooth. It offered no clues, nothing to tell him where he might find this guy before the warehouse meet. So he was back to his original two choices: toss the note in the trash or try to return it and risk walking straight into a trap. The smart move was to walk away. Reacher knew that. He had no stake in this, no reason to help a complete stranger, but curiosity was a stubborn thing. He couldn't stop wondering what this person had done to be so scared for his life, and where he'd learned the slick pickpocket move to slip a note into a jacket without being felt. His eyes kept drifting back to that one word scrawled desperately at the bottom of the page. "Please, There was a raw urgency in the way it was written that got under his skin, shifting the balance in his mind away from trap and toward a real, desperate cry for help. That wasn't something Reacher found easy to ignore. With a resigned sigh, Reacher folded the note and slipped it back into his pocket. Figuring a derelict warehouse would be pitch black, he found the flashlight aisle and picked out a compact model that would fit in his coat. He paid for his things at the register, asked the clerk for directions to the intersection of Argyle and Horse Ferry, and left the store. His stride was more deliberate now. He had time before the band went on, so he decided it wouldn't hurt to swing by the address on the note. He could scope the place out, gauge the risk, and then make his final call. Meanwhile, Nathan Gilmore's journey ended at a cramped third-floor walk-up in a drab, unrenovated building. It was only a quarter-mile from the coffee shop as the crow flies, but his circuitous route took him over 2 hours. He started on foot, meandering for several blocks, crossing streets at random and using store window reflections to check for a tail. Seeing none, he ducked into a narrow alley, pressed his back against the cold brick, and waited no one followed. He emerged, hailed a cab, and gave the driver the name of a bar across town, a 10-minute ride. He paid in cash, walked straight through the noisy establishment to a back exit he knew led to another alley, and hurried out to the next street. After walking another 10 blocks, he hailed a second cab, this time directing the driver to a car rental office there. Using a Delaware driver's license with an alias and a thick wad of cash, he rented a Chevy Malibu for a week. The car was a mid-size, forgettable sedan in a bland silver color, utterly boring in Gilmore's opinion, but that was precisely the point on the road. It was as close to invisible as he could get. He parked it a block from the apartment building and just sat behind the wheel for 10 long minutes, staring at his phone screen without really seeing it, every sense on high alert. Satisfied he hadn't been tailed, he moved to the building's main door, slipped inside, and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. The landing offered access to 2 apartments, both doors blank, no names, no numbers, no identifiers at all. Gilmore appreciated the anonymity. He had no clue what his neighbor thought about it, having never laid eyes on them, which suited him just fine. The lock was stubborn from age and neglect, but he worked it open, stepping into a cramped, dark hallway. The air hung thick with dust and stillness. Gilmore gave a slight nod. That stale atmosphere was a good sign. It meant the place was likely undisturbed, at least for a while. He verified his go-bag was in its usual place on the floor and moved into the main room. A single window offered no view, just the grimy brick wall of the adjacent building, but Gilmore didn't care. The heavy drapes were always drawn. He hit the light switch. In one corner sat a rudimentary kitchen setup, perfectly sufficient for a man whose culinary ambitions began and ended with coffee and microwaved frozen meals. A small table with 2 chairs and a worn black leather couch, its cushions split in 2 places, completed the sparse furnishings. Gilmore settled onto the one intact cushion, grabbed for the TV remote, then stopped. Here, for the first time since fleeing the coffee shop, he felt a measure of safety. Returning to his office was out of the question. Going home was impossible. But this shabby, forgotten place was secure. He'd started renting it a year prior, when having a bolt hole shifted from a paranoid whim to a grim necessity. He paid in cash as far ahead as he could, under a false name, and had ensured its existence was a secret. Only once had he ever hinted at it to a woman under circumstances so extraordinary he wasn't worried she'd talk. Even if she remembered, she could never speak of it. Across town in Fells Point, in a home office that felt worlds away from Gilmore's stark refuge, Zach Weaver checked his phone for what felt like the 100th time. The signal was strong. A text from Harvey Jones was still absent. Weaver forced himself to stop his anxious pacing and collapsed into a battered leather chair by the door, propping his phone on the armrest to watch the screen. Another minute passed, then another. The simmering anger he'd felt when Jones missed his check-in was cooling, replaced by a creeping dread. The task had been straightforward: scare some sense into Gilmore, make him stop his 911 nonsense, and honor their agreement. Given Gilmore's paranoid, jumpy nature, a kid in a scary mask could have handled it, let alone a hulking guy like Jones. Weaver's initial assumption was that Jones had completed the job and then drifted off to some actor's side hustle, simply forgetting to report in. So Weaver had texted him, again and again, a whole barrage of messages. One might get lost, but a dozen that seemed improbable. Something had gone wrong. Weaver knew Gilmore had a military background if Jones had spooked him too effectively, which was, ironically, the whole point of sending him. Gilmore might have overreacted. A fight could have broken out, it could have turned fatal, or, if a scene was made in public, they both could be in police custody, which was arguably worse. Neither man would stay quiet for long under questioning. Weaver returned to his desk, opened his laptop, and navigated to a local news site. He had his answer almost immediately. The news story described a local man who collapsed and died on a city sidewalk just before noon. A heart attack was the suspected cause, with no indication of foul play or any other person involved. That was a relief. The victim's name wasn't released. Next of kin notifications were likely pending, but the timing and location lined up perfectly, just 1 block from the coffee shop where Jones was to meet Gilmore. Weaver navigated to a social media platform to check the trending topics. He selected a hashtag that seemed promising, and a photograph loaded onto the screen. It was grainy and off-center, clearly shot on a phone by someone caught in a jostling crowd. The image showed 2 paramedics attempting to lift a large, motionless man onto a gurney at the curb, though the face wasn't visible. The man's sheer size left no doubt in Weaver's mind. It was Jones. The critical unknown was whether Jones had already concluded his business with Gilmore, or if he was still en route. If he was leaving, the message had been delivered, but if he was on his way, Gilmore would assume he'd been stood up, a scenario that promised nothing but trouble. The initial report stated the collapse occurred a few minutes before noon, which was concerning given the scheduled meeting time, but the imprecision left room for doubt. Seeking clarity, Weaver checked another news site. This version also withheld the name but specified the time, 11:48 a.m. A timestamp on the accompanying photo confirmed it. 12 minutes before the meeting was to begin, that was a significant gap, and not at all what Weaver wanted to see. With a sense of urgency, Weaver powered down the phone he'd used to contact Jones and removed its battery. Disposing of the device entirely was now a priority, but for the moment he needed to prevent any potential tracking if authorities grew suspicious. He then retrieved the phone reserved for Gilmore, found the number, and placed a call. It went straight to voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message and instead sent a text. "My contact had an accident on the way to you. Not intentional. I still want to help. Same time and place tomorrow? Let me know." He sent it and waited. 5 tense minutes passed with no reply. Gilmore's silence was its own kind of answer, loud and unnerving. Switching to a third phone, Weaver typed out a new message. The response was almost immediate. "Make it quick. I have a patient in 2 minutes." Weaver spoke aloud. "Nathan Gilmore. If he believes he's been left in the lurch, what's his move?" "That depends. Why would he think that?" "I sent a guy to meet him, but it appears he never arrived. Looks like the guy had a heart attack and died on the sidewalk about a block away, 12 minutes before the meet. I tried to reach Gilmore to explain, but he's gone silent. Then he's running, if he hasn't already started." "You're sure?" I recall him being as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. He was already spooked, or he wouldn't have sent the distress call. If he thinks you've abandoned or double-crossed him, he won't stick around for a second. Even without his money, he wouldn't wait one more day if he thought there was a chance to collect it. Maybe, it's possible, I suppose, but a guy wound that tight could bolt at any moment. So don't wait until tomorrow. Go after him today, right now, and listen, no more stand-ins, okay? Use the genuine article this time. It'll cost more, but you can't afford another mistake. We still need those updates from Gilmore. If the operation fails because the client is working with outdated intel, understood. So where would Gilmore go to ground? The screen remained still for a moment. Then a new message appeared. He has a safe house, a small apartment he pays for in cash. He thinks nobody knows about it. Nathan Gilmore flicked through the channels again, his frustration mounting with each click of the remote. Nothing held his attention. Every show, from sports to cooking, felt like an irritant. At least he wasn't paying for this mind-numbing stream of content. When he first rented the apartment, he'd bypassed the building's cable system entirely, a move motivated less by thrift and more by a desire to keep his name off any corporate ledger. Saving the monthly fee was just a perk, especially during those lean early days. The programming was still terrible. After 5 more minutes of pointless surfing, he shut everything off. He rose from the couch, switched into dark clothing, collected his ready bag, and moved toward the exit. Logic told him to stay put, to remain unseen and secure. That was the smart play, but what was the point of physical safety if it came at the cost of his sanity? He reasoned that if the coast was clear, no surveillance on the building or his rental car, he'd drive. He had no plan, no destination. He just needed to move. The impulse reminded him of an old friend who claimed she had to keep swimming like a shark when anxiety struck. He'd dismissed it as melodrama back then. Now he understood completely. For the next few hours, traffic permitting, and provided no one tried to kill him, he'd be a shark too. It took Reacher 30 minutes on foot to reach the derelict warehouse. The corner lot featured a sprawling, empty parking area, its asphalt fractured by stubborn weeds, and a line of 4 loading docks along the left wall. The front of the structure was unexpectedly ornate, 3 stories of stone and red brick with traces of stained glass still clinging to the upper windows. It had the grand, forgotten air of an old theater or civic hall. Reacher figured it was a relic from a busier commercial era, before streamlined logistics, when storing bulk goods near the port made sense. He checked for cameras, saw none, and tested the main door. It was sealed shut. The ground floor windows were securely boarded. Gaining entry from the front would require serious tools. The rear of the building told a different, far less charming story. It was a utilitarian box of cinder block, its beige paint flaking away in long strips. Metal shutters, battered and scarred, secured the loading bays, and the roof was simple corrugated iron. The place had clearly been cheaply retrofitted when standardized shipping containers changed the game, with only the original facade preserved, maybe for function, maybe by city mandate, or simply to avoid the cost of tearing it down. Reacher moved along the side wall. The shutters were all padlocked. The 3 farthest from the street were corroded and frozen, but the one nearest the front was newer. Its lock still shiny and functional. This, Reacher concluded, was the likely point of entry. The man from the coffee shop would have the key. The man had probably intended to arrive first, raise the security shutter just enough to slip inside, and secure a tactical position. Reacher moved back to the building's front and edged along to the right side of its face, where it met the adjoining structure. A shallow recess had been formed, roughly 4 feet across and 3 deep. A dark blue metal drain pipe secured by heavy iron brackets ran vertically from the roof to the ground. It was about 3 inches thick and took a slight detour around a decorative stone ledge situated just below a second-story window, a window conspicuously missing its glass. Reacher tested the pipe's stability with a firm pull. It seemed secure. Gripping it with both hands, he braced his right foot flat against the wall and leaned back. As he attempted to lift his left foot to a higher position, the lowest bracket tore free from the bricks with a groan. The pipe snapped, and Reacher tumbled down, landing hard on one heel with a 10-foot section of metal in his grasp. He set it down silently, then turned to face the alcove side wall. Pressing his back against it, he planted his right foot on the opposite wall and brought his left up beside it, pushing hard to suspend himself in a sort of invisible seated position. He lowered his arms, pressing his palms into the rough brickwork below him to share the load. It was a grueling, muscle-burning process. He'd shift one foot up a foot, then the other, momentarily relax the pressure in his legs, drive down with his hands, and scoot his back up the wall to level his legs again. Breathe. Repeat. Right foot, left foot, push. He performed this awkward vertical shuffle over and over, a silent testament to sheer stubbornness, until the ornamental ledge was aligned with his waist. With a final explosive effort, he shoved away from the wall with his hands and lunged forward like a diver, his forearms slamming onto the stone. After catching his breath, he hauled himself up, squirmed through the empty window frame, and disappeared inside. In the office above his Harbor East bar, Dominic Kelleher heard the faintest tap at his door. He paused, listening, and thought he detected a faint shuffling in the hallway. "Who's there?" he called out. A woman's voice answered, "It's Mia." Kelleher shut his laptop, swept the papers from his desk into a drawer, and said, "Mia, finally, get in here." The door crept open, and the woman from the coffee shop debacle, the one Reacher had stopped, entered. She closed the door, took a few hesitant steps, and stopped on a worn rug in the center of the room. She now wore an auburn wig and kept her eyes downcast. The blind on the window behind Kelleher was drawn. The cramped space was lined with 3 old filing cabinets. A pair of scuffed leather chairs faced them, and a small table with an ashtray sat between, the air thick with stale cigar smoke. "Are you alone?" Kelleher asked. Mia gave a slight nod. "Where are the others?" "At the hospital," she said, her voice flat. "Mick has a concussion. Norman's arm is a real mess. They're having a hard time with the bones. He might need an operation. Someone jumped you?" Kelleher's tone was disbelieving. Mia nodded again. "Who?" She shrugged. "Just some guy by himself." "Yeah. Let me get this straight," Kelleher said, a slow, sarcastic smile spreading across his face. 3 of my people got taken apart by one lone guy. Was he wearing a cape and tights? Did he have a theme song?" The mockery was sharp, cutting through the room's heavy atmosphere. "You should have seen him," Mia insisted, finally looking up, her eyes wide with a remembered fear that wasn't an act. He was massive and completely unhinged, like a force of nature. "The guy looked like a caveman," the man said. "You recognize him? Never seen him? He contact you before?" "No." "Then why'd he leave you standing?" "He wanted a messenger." "Told me to warn you. Stay out of his way." Kelleher's mouth twisted. "Oh, we'll cross paths. Count on it. Nobody lifts $10,000 from me and just strolls away." "I mentioned that. He claimed he wasn't stealing it. Said he was giving it back to the fools we took it from." "Yeah, right? Who does that? No chance. He's got it. The real mystery is who's pulling his strings. We need answers, and fast. This ends now. He insists he's working alone. Total nonsense. Here's the plan. I'll make some calls, see if anyone's fessing up to hiring this guy or if they've heard anything. You put the word out on the street. Get his description circulating. If anyone spots him, I want to know immediately." Reacher landed hard on his shoulder, rolled with the impact, and came up on his feet. The room was barren. No furniture, bare floorboards, walls stripped clean. 3 grimy, uncovered windows faced the street, and the doorway was just an empty frame. Dust coated every surface, and a scattering of pigeon droppings dotted one corner. Beyond the doorway ran a narrow gallery overlooking the vast storage area below, with access to 4 small offices on one side. A central staircase jutted out at a right angle, its flight switching back at each floor. Reacher checked the offices. All were empty, even the radiators ripped out, leaving only short copper stubs near the floor. He climbed to the 3rd floor, where the space was divided into 2 larger rooms, probably once used for records, given the building's age. Then he descended to the main warehouse floor. It was empty now, the concrete marked by decades of pallet scars and container drags, the patterns faint in the dim light filtering from the offices above. Reacher scanned the whole area, weighing sight lines and options, then positioned himself behind the staircase, which blocked the view from the loading bay with the working lock. Not bad, he thought. Good cover, no backlight to give him away. If he were setting a trap, this is where he'd wait. He figured the note leaver would think the same, which left 2 things to wonder: what kind of firepower the guy would bring and how quick he'd be to use it. Moving quietly, Reacher ducked under the 2nd floor overhang and approached the main door. It was barred by 3 heavy planks held in metal brackets. He gripped the top one. It felt like iron, hardened by years of grime, and didn't budge. The middle plank gave slightly. He pushed harder, straining until it lifted an inch, then another, then popped free from one bracket. He wrestled it loose and set it down. The bottom plank came away much easier, one end, then the other. Reacher twisted the plank and set one end firmly against the dirt. He angled it upward until its thin edge met the lowest corner of the highest secured board. Bending his knees, he settled his shoulder beneath the wood and pushed, attempting to drive upward with his legs. For a moment nothing shifted. He maintained the strain, counting off the seconds in his head, and then with a sudden metallic shriek, the bracket on the left surrendered, jerking upward at a wild slant. He repositioned the plank to focus pressure on the right side. Another groan, a sharp scrape, and then the plank tore free, flipping into the air before crashing down. Reacher stepped away, letting it fall. After the noise settled, he collected the scattered boards and piled them neatly to the right of the doorway, ensuring they wouldn't become a hazard in the darkness. He eased the old door open just enough to scan the area, confirmed he was alone, then slipped outside, shut the door behind him, and began his walk back toward the city center. 6. When Morgan Strickland acquired the old Kinzella limestone quarry, located about 20 miles northwest of the city. Most people wrote him off as delusional. Every geological report indicated the site was commercially exhausted. Even if some limestone remained, the market for it had evaporated. You practically had to pay someone to take it. Industry forecasts were bleak, predicting a continued irreversible decline. But Strickland didn't care about mining stone. He wasn't interested in selling raw materials. His vision was fixed on something entirely different, the vast hollowed-out cavern that stretched across 100 acres underground. The main chamber sat 70 feet below the surface, accessible only by a single ramp, and was punctuated by a grid of massive circular support pillars. These pillars were enormous, each 16 feet across, overbuilt by old-world standards, far sturdier than any modern computer model would recommend. Their collective mass guaranteed structural integrity against both natural and man-made threats. The surrounding walls were essentially solid limestone, a material 6 times stronger than concrete. The environment naturally maintained a steady 68 degrees, eliminating huge climate control costs, and was bone-dry, perfect for storing vehicles, gear, weapons, and ammunition indefinitely without rust or rot. But to Strickland, this wasn't just a storage locker, it was a golden opportunity to build what no other private military firm could boast, a cutting-edge training and evaluation complex utterly secure from spies, saboteurs, or any outside interference. In short, it was the perfect foundation for Strickland's security solutions, currently the 7th largest PMC in the country, already the most profitable, and, if Strickland had his way, soon to be number 1. Around the same time Reacher was making his way back into town, Strickland was crossing a bay normally packed with armored vehicles, heading toward a walled-off space at the far end. It served as his office, but more often than not, it was where he caught a few hours of sleep when he was in the States. He was reaching for his key when he heard the rapid tap of 2 sets of footsteps approaching. He instinctively adjusted the patch over his left eye, a souvenir from an IED in Iraq back in '03, which had also claimed his left arm and turned. 2 men hurried into view. Steve McLaren, the operations director, tall and lean with a freshly shaved scalp, and David Moyes, the vice president of procurement, who was his physical opposite, shorter, solidly built, with unruly gray hair and a matching beard. Strickland waited until they were within handshake distance. "Steve," he began, "are we all set?" McLaren gave a firm nod. "The team is fully positioned in Turkey. Our forward operating base sits just a mile from the Armenian border. The conditions are rustic. I'm already fielding complaints from the operators. We're standing by for the green light and can move the moment it's given." "Excellent. Any other concerns?" Moy shifted his weight. "I hate to be the pessimist, but I'm actually hoping for a slight delay. Beyond the subpar living quarters, we've hit a major snag with 2 critical supply lines." Strickland's brow furrowed deeply. "Which ones?" "The enhanced gear you approved last month, the new generation body armor, and the armored upgrade kits for the Humvees." McLaren spun toward Moyes, his expression darkening. "We don't have them? Why is this the first I'm hearing?" "I was assured all equipment was delivered before deployment." 2 shipments arrived on time, Moyes clarified, his tone weary. The paperwork matched, but the actual contents were short. Half the armor plates, a third of the vehicle kits. My logistics team is getting the runaround from the suppliers. It's a mess. A flush of anger crept up McLaren's neck. This is unacceptable. We all remember Haiti 3 months back. 24 men gone. Most of those lives could have been saved with proper gear if this is another budget shortcut. Strickland moved between them, cutting him off. It's not. He pointed deliberately to his eye patch and pinned sleeve. You think I care about pinching pennies on safety gear? I authorized those orders the second they crossed my desk. Let me handle the suppliers. Now, Steve, what about the new recruits? Are they prepared for final evaluation tomorrow? We need them deployment ready. McLaren scoffed, the earlier frustration still in his voice. The assessment is scheduled for 1,000 hours. Whether they're ready is another story. Where did you dig up this crew? I was expecting seasoned professionals, not a pack of greenhorns. They've all completed basic training, at minimum, completed or just attended. Did they actually graduate, or did the Army pawn off their rejects on us? Look, Strickland said, his tone shifting to one of stubborn optimism, every career has its rough patches. A rocky start doesn't mean a man is worthless. Maybe the system failed them. Maybe their previous training was inadequate. That gives us an opportunity to do better, to prove our methods work. I expect a good number will make the cut. I won't certify anyone who isn't qualified, McLaren stated flatly. I'm not asking you to just judge them on what you see, not their paperwork. We all started somewhere. Yeah, McLaren muttered, turning away. But at least we knew which end of the rifle to hold. Meanwhile, the band Reacher had come to see exceeded every memory. The lead singer's voice was a force of nature, tender yet formidable, brimming with a raw, vulnerable power. The guitar lines wept and climbed while the bass and drums thrummed a rhythm he felt in his bones. The set seemed to end in a heartbeat. Not ready to leave, Reacher stayed for the next act, a more polished mainstream group that still delivered a solid performance. They finished just after 10, and the stage crew immediately began preparing for the headliners. After watching the flurry of activity for a moment, Reacher finally pushed through the thinning crowd and stepped out into the night. His destination was a warehouse. The note specified a midnight meeting, and he intended to be in place by 11. As he walked, he noticed a well-dressed couple, perhaps in their late 30s, who had also left the venue just ahead of him. A couple, at least in theory. Reacher figured they might have started the evening that way, but whether they'd still be together by morning was anyone's guess. They were moving fast, taking long, determined strides, each hugging their own edge of the sidewalk with stiff backs and sharp elbows angled out. They weren't talking, weren't even looking at each other. They reached the street, and the woman darted off the curb, racing to the first cab in a waiting line. She yanked the back door open, threw herself inside, and slammed it shut before the man could catch up. He was left standing alone, stranded in the middle of the road. Reacher thought the guy might take the hint and walk away to reconsider his life choices, but after a moment he shuffled around to the other side of the car, opened the door, and slid in beside her. As Reacher strolled past, he saw the pair sitting there, arms tightly folded, staring furiously in opposite directions. The driver of the next cab caught Reacher's eye. For a second, Reacher thought he might get an offer, but instead the guy suddenly looked down and became very interested in his phone. Reacher wasn't shocked. He was used to drivers avoiding him. It probably had to do with how he looked, combined with the steady stream of scary stories people consumed from the news and online. It happened more often as time went on, though usually when he was hitchhiking. Now it seemed to be infecting the taxi world, too. Another shift in how things worked, Reacher mused. Another thread unraveling. Maybe social media was the culprit. Maybe that article he'd skimmed in the coffee shop earlier actually had a point. He could have tried the next cab, but chose to ignore it. He preferred being on foot in a city at night. He liked the sounds, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional shout from a bar. He liked the rhythms of his own footsteps and the enveloping darkness. Given his size, Reacher wasn't exactly built to fade into a crowd, so night was the only time he could enjoy a little anonymity. He passed the rest of the cabs, 10 in total, and kept walking. The streets were still busy with traffic, mostly cars, a couple of delivery vans, a garbage truck belching a thick cloud of exhaust, and a lone police cruiser. But the sidewalks were nearly empty. He only saw about a dozen other people. Some had their heads down, hurrying along. One couple was holding hands, strolling without a care. One guy was clearly drunk, but none of them paid him any unwanted attention. As he walked, he noticed several more cabs, all with different license plates, but all from the same company as the driver who had snubbed him, Rides Are US. Some were heading toward him, some were heading away, and every single one was empty. Reacher wondered how the company stayed in business if all its drivers were so allergic to actually working. He figured there had to be another angle. Like that taxi outfit he'd read about, where the owner realized delivering packages of a certain white powder was far more profitable than ferrying people around town. Reacher turned onto Argyle Street. No traffic was moving. No vehicles were parked. The sidewalks were empty as far as he could see in the deep gloom. Every streetlight was broken, and not a single window in the buildings showed any light. He started toward the warehouse, then heard the sound of tires grinding across the rough asphalt behind him, accompanied by the ragged growl of a struggling engine. He slowed and glanced over his shoulder. A car was approaching. Another taxi from the same company, and it was empty. Something shady was definitely going on. That much was clear, but the fact it was happening on every street he walked down was a coincidence that stretched belief a little too far, Reacher thought. He stepped out into the street and raised his hand as if to hail the cab. The car slowed. The driver locked eyes with Reacher, then stomped on the gas and swerved around him. It kept going straight for about 50 yards, then drifted to the side of the road and rolled to a stop. Reacher considered heading to a busier part of town where he might intercept an empty rideshare before it drove off, giving him a chance to question the driver. The strange cab situation was a puzzle, but it was secondary. His priority was getting into position at the warehouse before the man who'd summoned him arrived. So Reacher remained in plain sight on the quiet street, walking steadily until he reached the midpoint of the neighboring building. He turned toward its entrance as if that were his goal, then slipped into the deep shadows alongside it. His attention stayed fixed on the motionless cab. It lingered for 1 minute, then 2. Finally, its brake lights vanished and it drove away. The moment it was gone, Reacher reversed course and returned to the warehouse. He located the heavy door, pulled it open just enough to slip inside, and carefully let it settle back without a sound. Then he shifted sideways until his shoulders pressed against the cold concrete wall. The interior was a pool of absolute darkness, utterly silent, the air thick and still. Reacher didn't move for 2 full minutes, then 3. Satisfied, he pushed the door firmly shut, retrieved his flashlight, and clamped it between his teeth. He turned to the stack of lumber he'd prepared earlier and methodically wedged each plank into the mounting brackets. Barricading the door, a quick check confirmed it was secure. He began a slow patrol of the vast storage area. The flashlight's weak beam couldn't reach the farthest corners, so he relied on his instincts as much as his eyes to confirm the cavernous space was still empty. He climbed to the 3rd floor and checked the filing rooms, deserted. The 2nd floor offices were also vacant. Finally, he chose a vantage point at the far right end of the gallery, near the broken window he'd used for his initial entry. Anyone coming in that way would have to pass directly in front of him. From here, he also had a clear line of sight to the shuttered loading bay entrance on the ground floor. The internal clock in his mind read 10:52. That left 68 minutes until the scheduled meeting, assuming the note's author was punctual. The guy might be cautious and arrive early, or he could be the type who enjoyed playing mind games and showed up late. Either scenario suited Reacher just fine. Patience was one of his core strengths, a skill refined over his army years, but one that came naturally to him long before that. Life had taught him he existed in 2 primary modes, moments of sudden, violent action and stretches of deep, almost meditative stillness. He was comfortable in both. As it happened, the man with the note was the cautious type. At 11:45, 15 minutes ahead of schedule, Reacher heard a faint, scraping noise from the far side of the staircase down near the loading bay. Someone was outside working on the shutter's lock. The sound ceased and a thin sliver of faint light appeared at the base of the metal door. It grew in uneven, jerking increments, each accompanied by a painful metallic screech, until the opening was a foot high, then 2, then 3. A hunched silhouette ducked under the rising edge and pushed the shutter most of the way down again. Reacher heard the rustle of fabric and a soft thud. A flashlight flicked on. In its backglow, Reacher saw a man dressed entirely in black crouching over a backpack he'd placed on the floor. The guy pulled out a pistol, a large frame, likely a .45 caliber 1911, tucked it into his waistband, closed the pack, and shrugged it onto his shoulders. As the man straightened, the flashlight beam caught his profile. Reacher recognized him instantly. It was the same man who had bumped into him at the coffee shop around noon. The guy now drew the pistol, holding it in his right hand. He took the flashlight in his left and clamped it beneath the weapon's barrel, creating a makeshift tactical light. Then he began a slow, meticulous sweep of the warehouse floor, leaving no square inch unchecked. The flashlight's beam and the gun's barrel swept in a single, fluid motion across the lower walls, never rising above 10 feet. Hidden in the balcony's deep shadow, Reacher allowed himself a grim smile. An old lesson from escape and evasion training echoed in his mind. When you need to hide, you climb. People rarely look up. It was a strange quirk of human nature he'd once doubted, but decades of experience had proven it true again and again. The man below concluded his initial search, but instead of positioning himself with the staircase as a shield, as Reacher had anticipated, he moved directly through the center of the open floor. His boots then found the first wooden step, which let out a low groan of protest. He took another step, then a fourth, the old staircase complaining with each movement. Reacher quietly slipped the handwritten note from his pocket, preparing to show it as a token of friendship when the light inevitably found him. The climber continued upward 4 more steps, his pace deliberate and calm despite the symphony of creaks. Then, abruptly, he stopped. His head dipped, there was a louder crack of stressed wood, the flashlight died, and he vanished into the absolute blackness. Reacher tucked the note away and focused every sense, his ears straining for sound, his eyes searching the void for movement. For 5 minutes, then 6, there was nothing but the heavy silence of the abandoned warehouse. Then a new sound emerged, a skittering, scratching noise far below and to his right. Not metal this time. It was the sound of sharp claws on concrete. The flashlight flared back to life, its beam jerking wildly across the distant floor until it pinned a scurrying rat. The gun muzzle flashed. The sharp crack of the shot reverberated off the high walls, a spent round whining as it caromed off the concrete. A shell casing pinged off the banister and rattled to the floor, and the acrid scent of cordite, like singed wire, reached Reacher's nose. The light, now trembling slightly, remained on for a few more seconds, illuminating a grisly splash of blood and fur on the far wall, all that was left of the rodent. The shooter was now clearly visible, settled 3/4 of the way up the stairs. His backpack rested beside him. He had braced his right foot 2 steps down and crossed his legs, using his left thigh as a steady platform for his aiming arm. His body was angled perfectly to cover the loading bay entrance. He took a deep, steadying breath, turned back to his watch, and killed the light. In that moment, Reacher learned several critical things. This man was tactically sound. Lowering the bay door to leave only a narrow crawl space had been clever, forcing any intruder into a vulnerable, exposed position. He was also a competent marksman with fast reflexes, but he was wound dangerously tight. He'd orchestrated this meeting to control the environment, only to sabotage his own advantage by firing a shot that would alert anyone for blocks around. And he hadn't fired out of genuine peril, but because a common city rat had spooked him. The irony wasn't lost on Reacher. He himself was 10 times closer than the rat had been, and infinitely more dangerous. Would this jittery man, who had only seen him once briefly in a calm coffee shop, recognize him now in the dark? Would he hold his fire? Reacher doubted it. The desire to help remained, but the math had changed. The risk now catastrophically outweighed any potential reward. Quietly in the enduring dark, he began to formulate a new plan. He decided to remain in the shadows, secure in the gloom, and let the man slowly realize he'd been left waiting. Once the guy gave up and left, Reacher would make his way to the bus station. His business in town was finished, and there was nothing left to keep him around. Over in his office, Morgan Strickland had been by himself for more than an hour. He was slouched in his creaking chair, boots propped on the steel desk, his attention fixed on the monitor. He watched the final two technicians wrapping up their work in the area scheduled for the recruit's last evaluation the following morning. Strickland intended to wait until they were gone before he made his move. Strictly speaking, he didn't have to wait. He was in charge. He could walk into the control room anytime he pleased, no explanation required, but long experience had taught him that a little caution never hurt. The techs were meticulous. He had to give them that. Usually he'd praise such dedication, but tonight he just wanted them gone. He'd be relieved to see them leave. When the space was finally empty, he stood and arched his back in the stretch he'd learned 20 years before. He started for the door, then stopped. His phone was ringing. The ringtone was metallic as Enter Sandman, which meant the caller was on his short list of important contacts. He saw it was Mark Hewson, another man who valued carefulness, though in Strickland's view, Hewson sometimes let caution slide into outright timidity, especially since he'd moved to a desk at the Pentagon. Strickland answered. "Mark, did you sign?" There was a pause on the line before Hewson replied, "If it were my call alone, you know I would have Morgan. But it's not that straightforward. The Department of Defense is a massive vessel turning. It takes time. How many times do we have to have this same conversation? It's simple. Ask yourself what you want, a promotion and real recognition, or to spend the rest of your career parked in some office. I'm not in some tiny office I have. Stay focused, Mark. Fortune favors the bold. You know that. This is your shot to actually shape history. What I'm proposing is the smartest path forward. This country can't keep fighting the last war. My approach is the future, and we can prove it. I understand. I'm fully on board. But there are others I need to bring along, people who need time to adjust to new thinking. Forget those people. When we win, and we will win, nothing else matters. You know that old line about it being easier to ask forgiveness than permission? Well, that's nonsense, because winners don't need either. I get it, really. But there are complications on my end that don't touch you. I'm navigating a public relations minefield with this whole Armenia situation. What PR minefield? You think the public would side with Iran over our chosen partner? No, but remember the Gulf. That left a permanent stain on a whole generation of careers, not because of the lives lost or the money spent, but because of the whole weapons of mass destruction fiasco, using a phantom threat to justify going in. I can't risk heading down that road again, not if I'm going alone. You're worrying about ghosts first. This isn't even a full invasion. Call it a specialized military operation. A demonstration, really, that we can accomplish a mission without the conventional army holding us back and do it better. Second, the justification this time is completely legitimate. Are you sure we're not being sold a bill of goods because the Army isn't buying it? And I'll be honest, that makes me uneasy. The Army isn't buying it? Give me a break. That's pure, not invented here syndrome? Come on, Mark, you've read the briefings, you've seen the footage. We have an eyewitness account, it's been all over television, the internet, social media. Is there any way you could reinforce the story? Just a little. It doesn't need reinforcing, but for you, yes? The witness will be in Baltimore in 2 days. I'll have her meet with my community outreach specialist. She can film a follow-up video and handle press statements. We can generate as much attention as you want, but don't forget the other benefits of giving us the primary contract. We operate quicker than the military, our costs are lower, our operational guidelines are more flexible, there's less bureaucratic oversight to slow us down from accomplishing the mission, and fewer mandatory reports, such as being excessively meticulous about casualty counts, which means we would consistently come out on top. We'd dominate the narrative in the media, at least, and what holds more weight nowadays. You're not wrong, and that's just the incremental improvements. They're minor compared to the transformative concepts I'm developing. Think about it. Historically, warfare has always been an expense. Imagine being remembered as the person who turned it into a revenue stream. That would certainly be notable. Recall those advanced body cameras we showcased, and the company stock held in trust for you? They're the true disruptor. The profit potential is staggering, it's boundless. Envision this: viewers paying to live stream combat footage as it happens with premium pricing during intense action. They could subscribe to a specific soldier's feed, participate in tactical polls, place wagers on the result of a single firefight or an entire operation. We could offer virtual embed passes to the general public, not just traditional news outlets. We could frame it as opening up war coverage to everyone. And we'd design it for easy screenshot sharing on social platforms so the content markets itself. People do appreciate convenience. Then there's corporate partnerships, custom uniform patches like in European football or NASCAR brand logos on vehicles, on weaponry. A successful campaign in Helmand Province presented by our partners at Sig Sauer. That might be pushing it. You need to think expansively, Mark. You could have performance rankings for private military companies or for equipment manufacturers, and consider this. The gender question settled the whole women in combat debate permanently with hard evidence. Hard evidence has its merits. One more avenue: experiential marketing, a contest to pilot a Predator drone for a day. With prizes along those lines. Morgan, you need to give me your word on something. We proceed carefully, one phase at a time. If concepts like these get to the wrong people, and a solid thud echoed, and Strickland's call disconnected. His office plunged into total darkness. The power had failed. The primary link to the town's grid was fried. These outages were becoming annoyingly regular, and it infuriated Strickland. In developing nations he'd worked in, where modern systems were scarce, or in cities shattered by conflict where infrastructure was rubble, he expected it. But here, with no severe storms, no enemy drones attacking power stations, in his view, it was inexcusable, yet it was beyond his control. So he dismissed his frustration, took a slow breath, and waited for the backup generators to engage. He'd complained about the price during the building's setup and had nearly cut them from the blueprints, but now he felt a surge of relief. He hadn't. The lights buzzed and glowed again, his computer hummed and rebooted. The bunker's cell signal amplifier reconnected, and the bars on his phone climbed back to full strength. He considered redealing, but chose against it. If Hewson had been on the line, the point was made. If not, that was an issue for tomorrow. E8, the man on the stairs, persevered for another half hour before conceding defeat. No rendezvous was happening. He reactivated his flashlight, this time placing it base down on the step beside him to function as a steady lamp. He laid his pistol next to it, stretched his legs, hunched forward, cradled his skull in his hands, and began a slow, rhythmic rocking. Reacher couldn't be sure, but he thought he caught the faint sound of a low, despairing groan. His thoughts snapped back to that final, desperate word on the note, please, and in an instant, without the weapon in his grasp, the man before him seemed far less dangerous. Reacher kept to the shadows, his voice a low command. On your feet, hands behind your head. The man stopped his rocking and uncurled from the floor but remained seated. Reacher hardened his tone, layering it with an unyielding edge. Now, slowly, the man stood. Who? Hands, Reacher cut him off. The man raised his hands to chest level, palms out, fingers trembling faintly. He shuffled to get a view of the stairwell, his eyes darting frantically along the balcony rail. After a tense moment, he said, Where are you? Show yourself. With your left foot, kick the gun down the stairs, all the way to the bottom. The man's leg shifted, his toe brushing the pistol's grip before pausing. Hold on, let's think this through. This is a dead-end spot. Nothing to steal, nothing to see. We could both just be unlucky, I suppose, but I'm not buying it. You're here because you got my note, am I right? Reacher stepped into the faint light. All right, smart guy. So here's the big question. Did you bring my cash? Reacher moved to the top stair, putting himself in range to act if this guy made a dive for the weapon. There is no cash, then you wasted your trip. If you were going to shoot me, you'd have done it already. And I don't care how big you are. There's nothing you can do or say to make me stick around. Tell your boss he'll never hear from me again. He can whistle for his updates." The man began to turn away, then spun back sharply. "And tell him he's a real piece of work." Reacher descended one step. "Most bosses are, but I'm not here to threaten you. I came to give your note back." "Give it back? Why?" "You gave it to the wrong person. I figured you might be in a bind, so you should know your message never arrived." "Wrong person? No chance. I was told to find the biggest guy in the place. That was you. I checked everyone, no doubt about it." Reacher paused, picturing the scene outside the coffee shop when he'd left. "Which way did you come from? The east. Why? Half a block west, a guy dropped dead right around when you showed up. Looked like a heart attack. I saw them loading him into an ambulance. He was bigger than me. Maybe he collapsed on his way to you." The man shook his head. "Not possible. If something like that went down, I would have been notified. New plans would have been made. I wouldn't have been left hanging. Damn. Wait. Don't get jumpy. I'm not going for a weapon." He grabbed his backpack, dug inside, and pulled out a phone. He placed it on the stairs, fished out the battery, then sat down to reassemble it. He powered it on and waited. After 30 seconds, the device chirped with alerts. The man studied the screen and nodded. "You were right about the dead guy. That's actually a relief. And there's a new meet set. Same time, same place tomorrow. Well, today, since it's past midnight." He typed a quick message, hit send, stood, and pocketed the phone. "Second time's the charm, right?" He extended his hand. "Anyway, thanks. I appreciate you taking the trouble, coming all the way out here to let me know." Reacher ignored the offered hand. "You're really going to this second meeting?" "Of course I am. Why?" The man fell silent for a beat, then said, "Look, I appreciate you hauling across town to return my note, but what I do and why is my business, not yours." Reacher gave a slight nod, stepped past him, and started down the stairs. At the bottom, he turned back. "Slipping me that note, that was smooth. Where'd you pick that up?" The man shrugged. "Another life. I did some time in the Army." "What was your specialty?" "Intelligence. The 66th Military Intelligence Brigade based out of Wiesbaden, Germany. How do you know that?" "It doesn't matter. Listen to me. You're in deep trouble. That feeling in your gut telling you to run, you should listen. Get out of town right now, today. Don't wait around for money you think you're owed. Don't worry about your stuff. Just go, walk away clean." Strickland was all too familiar with the word compulsive. It had followed him for years, a label tossed around by friends, past girlfriends, fellow soldiers, and even his commanding officers. It gained official weight when a counselor wrote it down during his mandatory sessions after returning from Iraq. To others, it sounded negative, a judgment. But Strickland saw it as thoroughness, a logical approach. The past didn't guarantee the future. That wasn't an opinion. It was a fact. Checking things thoroughly every single time just made sense. Which is exactly why, after hanging up with Mark Hewson, he didn't head straight for the control room. He took a long detour to the far side of the complex, to the new storage room. Its location wasn't geographically convenient, but logistically it was perfect. Built just 3 months prior to handle sudden perishable cargo needs, it required massive power for its environmental systems. Placing it near the main distribution hub saved a fortune in new cabling and time. The room was a 60 by 20-foot rectangle, 8 feet high, its walls and ceiling a sandwich of high-density foam, heat-reflecting foil, and steel mesh that always reminded Strickland of an animal cage. It had one hardened steel door with an electronic keypad lock. Only 2 people knew the code, Strickland and Steve McLaren. Neither was the type to be careless. The chance of a break-in here was almost zero, but Strickland believed in leaving nothing to chance. He posted 2 operatives on 12-hour rotations guarding the door around the clock, and because trust required verification, he made a point of walking by whenever he could. He liked to think of himself as a considerate boss, even providing chairs for the guards. As he rounded the final corner, he heard the scrape of chair legs on the rough concrete floor. Both guards were already on their feet, alert M16 slung muzzles down. The guard on the right, Walker, began to raise his rifle, then recognized Strickland and eased up. Strickland met each man's eyes, offered a casual salute, and continued on, satisfied. The moment he was out of sight, Walker sat back down. His partner, Jacqueline, shook his head. Why does he keep doing that? Just walking by all the time? Who cares? Walker grunted. I do. It's weird. I wish he'd stop. You'd rather be deployed? No bullets here. The food's decent. It's boring, Jacqueline insisted. He wandered over to the storeroom door, placing his palm flat against the cold steel as if he could divine its secrets. Don't you ever wonder what's so special in there? No, and you shouldn't either. Jacqueline traced the outline of the keypad with a fingertip. You ever catch a glimpse of the code when he opens it? Never. Me neither. A reckless, stupid grin spread across Jacqueline's face. Maybe I'll just take a wild guess. Are you out of your mind? Walker snapped, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. You'll trip an alarm. Step away from the door and sit down. Reacher stepped out from the side of the warehouse, the cool night air hitting him immediately. 2 taxis from Ridesar US were idling by the neighboring building, their headlights casting a sickly glow over the entrance. These weren't empty cabs. Each one held a driver and 2 passengers in the back. He could have slipped away unseen from the loading dock, but he had questions that needed answers. Instead, he walked calmly into the open, stopping where the 2 structures met. The driver of the nearest cab turned sharply, and then all 4 back doors swung open. 4 men climbed out. They varied in height and age, but they shared a uniform, close-cropped hair and the heavy-duty overalls favored by construction crews, complete with loops and pockets. They formed a loose line and began to advance. The tallest of them took a half step ahead, planting himself directly in front of Reacher, his companions just behind him. The message was clear. They were here for him. Reacher's gaze swept over each face before settling on the leader. Who sent you? He asked. The man looked momentarily thrown by being questioned. He didn't answer. I want a name, Reacher continued, his voice flat. I want an address. Tell me and you all walk away. Refuse, and you'll be taking a trip to the hospital. The tall guy let out a short, derisive laugh and jerked his thumb toward the waiting vehicles. Pick one, get in. That's a strange name, Reacher said. Are you sure? The man's eyes narrowed in confusion. What? No, I'm not giving you a name. I'm telling you to get in the car. When you're explaining, you're losing. Reacher said. You know that, right? A deep scowl creased the man's forehead. We don't lose now, get in. Remember, this is optional, Reacher said, his tone almost conversational. Give me a name and walk away. Get in the car, the man snarled. Now? Reacher offered a thin smile. Make me. Happy to. The men stepped back, fanning out. In a synchronized motion, each pulled a heavy leather work glove from a pocket and slid it onto his right hand. Next came something black and dense from another pocket. One by one they raised their arms and gave a sharp flick of the wrist. The objects uncoiled, falling in dull, heavy loops toward the pavement, motorcycle chains. In skilled hands, they were brutal. They could shred skin, snap bone, and leave wounds prone to infection from embedded grease. Their length could neutralize the reach advantage of a taller opponent. One man peeled off to circle behind Reacher's left. Another mirrored the move on his right. The leader waited for them to get into position. Not so tough now, are you? The tall man said. Last chance. Get in the car, or it'll be you visiting the emergency room in several pieces. Reacher was already in motion. He spun toward the man who had positioned himself between Reacher and the building junction, aiming to close the distance before the chain could be swung. But the guy was quick. He kept the chain low and parallel to his leg, his wrist already working, building momentum as the heavy links began to carve a deadly whistling arc through the pallid light. The big man gave a nod. Enjoy yourselves, boys. Reacher heard the other 3 chains begin to whirl. They made a low, rhythmic thrumming like the beat of heavy wings, and he caught the sharp scent of rancid oil flicking from the links. They had him boxed in. The 4 men tightened the circle, their chains cutting wide lethal arcs through the damp air, leaving him no room to run and no gap to slip through. With a fluid motion, Reacher yanked his flashlight free and hurled it like a missile at the closest attacker's face. The man flinched, his dominant arm, the one controlling the chain, jerking up instinctively to block the projectile. The whirling links instantly tangled around his other arm and lashed into his back. A sharp cry tore from his throat. Reacher was already moving. He lunged forward, seizing the man's gloved right hand with his left, and yanked hard, pulling the off-balance figure toward him. Doubling their closing speed, he drove a straight right fist into the man's jaw with the force of a sledgehammer. The impact snapped the man's head back, his body twisting violently before he crashed to the pavement like a felled oak. Reacher released the limp hand, stomped once on the man's chest for good measure, and broke free from the tightening ring. He sprinted for the narrow alcove where the brick walls met, spun around, and snatched up the length of rusted drain pipe that had snapped off during his climb to the empty window earlier that day. He gripped it with both hands, holding it out like a lance, and charged back toward the remaining three. The pipe's end connected squarely with the tallest man's sternum. He flew backward as if shot from a cannon, crumpling to the ground where he writhed, fighting for air. The man to his right slashed at the pipe with his chain. The links wrapped around the metal once, twice, then jammed tight. The heavy-set man heaved desperately, trying to pull Reacher off his feet, but soon realized the futility. He shifted tactics, trying to tie Reacher up to leave him open. It was another miscalculation. The guy was solid, sure, but he was no match for Reacher's 250 pounds of focused rage. With a powerful counterclockwise pivot, Reacher used the man's own momentum against him, sending him spiraling like a hooked fish. He increased his speed, stepped sharply to the left, and the chain went slack. The man reeled backward, staggering, then fell. As he tried to push himself up, Reacher was already there. A brutal kick to the side of the head spun him around and dropped him face first onto the crumbling asphalt. The man struggled onto hands and knees, dazed and unsteady. Reacher delivered another kick, this time to the gut, lifting him briefly off the ground before he flattened out. A final, definitive kick to the face left him bleeding and still. Reacher turned to the last man standing, keeping him at bay with the pipe. "Just us now," Reacher said, his voice low and steady. "Be smart. Give me the name, your boss. No one will ever know it came from you." The guy just snarled. "Go to hell," raised his spinning chain overhead, dodged the pipe's tip, and rushed forward. Reacher took 2 long strides to his left, dropped the pipe low, and swung it hard against the back of the man's knees. His legs buckled and he pitched forward. He rolled, pushing up into a crouch, blood streaming from his nose, legs coiled to spring, but Reacher was already bringing the pipe back in a reverse arc. It connected with a sickening crack against the man's temple. He toppled onto his side, eyes rolling back out cold. Reacher swept a glance over the other 3 to confirm they were down, then started toward the 2 waiting taxis. The driver of the nearest cab fired up his engine, slammed it into reverse, peeled back onto the street, and vanished into the night. The second driver fumbled frantically with his key. The engine turned over weakly but refused to catch. He gave it another go. The engine still refused to turn over. On his third attempt, as the old motor continued to sputter, Reacher drove the end of the pipe straight through the driver's side window. The man flinched violently, released the key, and fumbled for something mounted beside the transmission hump. It was a Glock 17, worn and battered. He lifted it, trying to aim through the broken glass, but Reacher reached in and wrenched it from his grip. "Get out," Reacher said. The man let out a frightened sound and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Reacher tucked the pistol into his waistband, yanked the door open, seized the man by his shirt front, and hauled him out onto the street. "Go," Reacher told him. "Run back to whoever sent you. Tell him exactly what went down here, and make sure he understands I operate on a one-strike rule. He's used his. If he sends anyone else my way, I'll be coming for him personally." The guy began shuffling backward. Then, when he was about 10 feet away, he turned and scurried off down the block. Reacher proceeded to smash the cab's remaining windows and its windshield, putting a deep dent in every body panel for good measure. He then walked to the curb, unloaded the Glock, and dropped both the gun and its ammunition into a storm drain. A voice spoke up from behind him. It was the man who had left the note earlier. He was standing over the first assailant Reacher had confronted. "Seems you were mistaken about one detail," the man said. "About what?" Reacher asked. "This guy isn't headed to the hospital. He's going to the morgue." Reacher merely shrugged. The man studied him. "Are you all right with that outcome?" "I'm not thrilled," Reacher said. But I'm not losing sleep over it either. You ended his life. Doesn't that weigh on you? It doesn't weigh on me at all. He made his own choices. He decided to come here. He was prepared to injure me, possibly kill me, likely for some kind of payout. Poor decisions have repercussions. The man was quiet for a beat, then gave a slow nod. What was their problem with you, anyway? I had a disagreement with some of their associates at the coffee shop right before you arrived. I suppose I bruised their egos. I suppose you did. The man bent down, picked up Reacher's flashlight, and stepped forward, extending his hand. Nathan Gilmore. Reacher. They shook hands, and Reacher took the flashlight back, slipping it into his pocket. Gilmore said, "You recognize the 66th MIB patch. How? I've been to Wiesbaden more than a few times." Army? Military police? 13 years. Retired now. Interesting. I didn't peg you for that. Reacher offered no response. Gilmore glanced around at the scene. You want some help cleaning this up? I know a couple of guys. I could make a call. Not necessary. Whoever dispatched these clowns will handle the cleanup. They won't want cops poking around, asking questions, and they definitely won't want their competition knowing their hired help got thoroughly embarrassed. Fair point, so we probably shouldn't linger. Don't need any more visitors. He scanned the quiet street. You have a car? No. Need a ride somewhere? Reacher considered for a moment. Thanks. You can drop me at the Greyhound station. What? Now? It's the middle of the night. You sure? Why not? Buses run around the clock. Don't you want to catch some sleep first? I'll sleep on the bus in a hurry to get somewhere? No. So where are you going? Reacher paused as if the question caught him off guard. Then he said, wherever the first bus out of here is headed. 10. Every time Strickland climbed the ladder tucked into the shadows at the far end of the cavern's highest section, he found himself wrestling with the same weary thought. Why? In principle, he knew the answer. It was so the controller could have a direct elevated view of all 4 training zones, monitoring the action in real time without relying solely on camera feeds or infrared sensors. But theory only went so far. He couldn't shake the feeling that the cameras would have been perfectly sufficient. If that were the case, the control room could have been on ground level, and his life would have been considerably easier and his knees a lot less sore from the constant climbing. Strickland climbed the final rung of the ladder and carefully settled onto the walkway that angled over the dividing line between the cityscape and the dense jungle. He was certain the area below was deserted, yet he moved with deliberate silence. Each step was a careful slide across the metal grating until he arrived at the control room entrance. Though he possessed his own access code, he deliberately entered the administrator's sequence into the keypad. Inside, he shut the door without a sound and flicked the light switch, bathing the space in a deep crimson glow. It reminded him of the safe lights from vintage photography labs, casting an unsettling, almost carnival haunt atmosphere that prickled the back of his neck. The eerie feeling was a necessary trade-off. He knew the specially tinted, slanted windows were designed to block that specific wavelength of light, ensuring none leaked out to the terrain below. The room's consoles were arranged in 4 distinct clusters, each dedicated to a training environment. The urban and jungle sectors he had just crossed, plus the mountain and desert simulations. He navigated to the urban sector terminal, powered up a computer, and accessed the operational parameters menu. The settings were second nature to him, a blend of hard-won lessons from his time in Iraq and elements conjured from his own strategic imagination. Tonight, everything was precisely as it should be under standard protocol. A nod of approval. His team was disciplined. Then his fingers began to work across the keyboard and mouse. A quiet certainty settled over him. Tomorrow morning's events would be anything but standard. The next bus departing Baltimore after Gilmore's drop-off was bound for New York, scheduled to leave an hour and 6 minutes later. New York seemed as reasonable a destination as any to Reacher, and it had been a while since his last visit. He pushed through the station's glass doors, sidestepped a persistent drip from a ceiling vent, purchased a ticket from one automated kiosk and a black coffee from another, then found a seat in the waiting area. He chose the very last seat by the window at the end of the row. It offered the clearest line of sight to the entrance, a practical advantage, and, more importantly, it was one of the few seats with only a single armrest, which was the only kind his frame could occupy without discomfort. The bus pulled in 4 minutes ahead of schedule. Reacher scanned through the doorway to confirm no suspicious taxis were idling nearby, then moved toward the designated boarding spot. No passengers disembarked, and no one else appeared to be waiting to board. He was 10 feet from the bus door when he heard rapid footsteps closing in from behind, light but urgent, someone clearly racing against the clock. Probably just another late passenger, Reacher assumed, but old habits made him glance over his shoulder anyway. It wasn't a fellow traveler. It was Gilmore sprinting down the platform, his eyes wide, and his face a stark, bloodless white under the harsh station lights. "Reacher, stop!" he called out, his voice tight. "I need to talk to you." Reacher slowed his pace, allowing Gilmore to catch up, and gestured toward the bus with his chin. "You have about 3 minutes. Not here, please." Gilmore's gaze darted around nervously before he dropped his voice to a near whisper. "I'm in serious trouble. I need your help." "What kind of trouble?" Gilmore shook his head, a frantic motion. "Not here. Come back to my car, please." "The bus leaves in 3 minutes," Reacher repeated, his tone flat. "There will be other buses. This is life or death. I'll buy you another ticket, I swear. Just hear me out first." Gilmore's rented Chevrolet was parked haphazardly on the street outside the station, jutting from the curb at a wild angle as if it had been dumped in a panic. Gilmore hurried to it, fumbling with the remote to unlock the doors, and slid behind the wheel. Reacher took his time circling the vehicle and settled into the passenger seat. For a long moment, silence hung in the car, broken only by the distant hum of the city. Finally, Reacher said, "Are you going to start talking, or should I try guessing?" Gilmore took 2 slow, deliberate breaths, as if steadying himself for a plunge. "Okay," he said. "Here's what happened after leaving you. I drove back to my place, taking a long, winding route to make sure I wasn't being followed. I parked a full block away and walked the rest, my nerves already on edge. But when I stepped into the lobby of my building, 2 men were already there, leaning against the wall like they owned it. One of them, Gilmore, paused, and his face went even paler. One of them just held up his phone. There was a picture on the screen. My nephew, he's 4. He was riding his little scooter on the sidewalk outside my brother's house in St. Louis. The man told me, very calmly, that if I didn't do exactly what they said, they would blind the boy. Gouge his eyes out with a spoon and mail one to me and one to my brother. Who were they? I don't know their names. They work for the guy I'm tangled up with, the same one who texted about rescheduling that coffee shop meet. Why send guys to my apartment when we already had a meeting planned? One of them was furious, said they'd been posted there since 3 that afternoon. I guess their boss sent them to stake the place out after I went silent when the first meeting fell apart. Then he just forgot to call them off once I finally got back in touch. What did they tell me to do? Stay in town. Don't even think about leaving. That part didn't sound so hard, but that wasn't all. They want me to keep doing my job, my boring push paper job down at the port, except it's not so boring anymore. This guy I'm involved with, he wants information. I already gave him some, now he wants more. Who is he? I don't know his real name. He approached me a few weeks ago. One thing just led to another. The information he wants is confidential, commercially confidential. It's not state secrets or national defense, but it's protected. What's it about? Details on an incoming shipment. The arrival date, the estimated unloading window, where it's supposed to be stored before customs clears it. Now he wants updates because those things can shift. A ship can get backed up outside the port. The unloading schedule can get thrown off. A container can be moved to a different holding area. He wants to stay current. Why? We never spelled it out, but it's pretty obvious, isn't it? He's planning to steal the shipment. He never said those words, not exactly. But yeah, I can't think of any other reason. Either he's going to take it himself, or he's selling the information to someone who will. My gut says he's a middleman, a fixer, not the guy who gets his hands dirty. You get this from a computer? Obviously. It's not the 1800s. So why does he need me? Why not just hack in from the outside? The port's a strategic facility, top-level firewall. I guess he doesn't have the resources to crack it. He needs someone on the inside, old school, to get it for him. And you're okay with that helping set up a heist? What can I say? The world isn't a perfect place. What's in the shipment? I don't know. Who owns it? I don't know that either. How can you not know? You pulled data off a computer. That should show the owner, the contents, everything, right? The manifest says it's a consignment of tables and chairs from Amritsar, India. The shipper is some small family-run company, but that's not the point. The record's fake? No, I'm sure it's accurate, but nobody steals furniture from India. It's bulky, heavy, and not worth much. Even if someone did, the owner would just file an insurance claim. No need for all this drama. So what's really going on? My guess? Smuggling? Here's how it usually works. A crew latches onto a legitimate shipment. They bribe a dock worker at the port of origin or at some stop along the way to look the other way. They crack the container open, stash whatever they're smuggling inside, and reseal it with the proper tags. Then when it arrives here, more money changes hands. They open it up, retrieve their contraband, and seal it again like nothing happened. The entire smuggling operation could be over in a matter of minutes. Typically, these groups prefer shipping containers filled with fruits or vegetables. Since that cargo is perishable, it gets priority unloading, allowing the smugglers to retrieve their contraband faster and reduce the window for a random customs inspection. But the truth is, they can attach their illicit goods to any shipment. There's no paper trail. Nothing in the official records points to them. Reacher considered this. So the merchandise this individual is planning to steal is actually the smuggled goods, not the furniture at all. That would be my assumption. And the information he's demanding from you, is it difficult to obtain? Not at all. It's laughably easy. That's not the issue then. What is? If I stay here, I'm a dead man. Reacher recalled the note Gilmore had passed him, must disappear, life in danger. What makes you so sure? Because they've already killed someone? Who has? Whoever's running the smuggling operation, I suppose. So you're caught in the middle. The smuggler will kill you if you remain. The would-be thief will harm your nephew if you leave. Exactly. Then call your brother. Tell him to take the kid and go to ground somewhere after that. Call the police. I can't. It wouldn't work. My brother's a dentist. His wife makes pottery. They're not the type who could casually pull off a vanishing act. Just loading their SUV would send up flares for the entire suburb. They're under surveillance, remember? How else did these men get that photo of my nephew, and these people have reached the apartment where they cornered me? It's a safe house, a total secret. My name isn't on the lease or any utility bill. I have no idea how they found it. A rock and a hard place. You've got a difficult decision? Not really. Gilmore let the silence hang for a beat. Not if you agree to stick around and watch my back. Forget it. Reacher's hand closed on the door handle. I'm not a bodyguard. Wait, please. It would only be for a couple of days, tops. I have no other choice. I saw how you dealt with those men with the tire irons. You're my only chance of getting through this, and my nephew's only chance. Keep your nephew out of it. Reacher pulled the handle and the door swung open. You're the one who dragged him into this mess, not me. I'll pay you for your time. I'm not interested in your money. Reacher stepped out onto the pavement. You made your bed by selling secrets to a criminal. Now you get to lie in it. 11 Morgan Strickland tapped the final key, logged off, and shoved the keyboard away. He sank back into his chair. The hour was late, fatigue was a weight on his shoulders, and every task felt doubly cumbersome with only one functional hand, fueling a deep-seated frustration. He had intended to drive back to his house in Annapolis tonight, but now the plan seemed uncertain. Tomorrow promised to be significant with the final evaluations for the new recruits. The day after would be chaotic for a different reason. He had an arrival to manage. The eyewitness from Armenia, her travel itinerary was complex, a logistical puzzle with many pieces he needed to monitor. The narrow cot in his office was starting to look like a very appealing prospect again. Strickland pushed himself to his feet in the control room's crimson glow. The stainless steel surfaces took on a surreal, unsettling sheen, and the air tasted thick with ozone from the banks of humming electronics. He longed to be back on solid ground, somewhere he could simply breathe. He took a step toward the door, and the opening riff of Enter Sandman began to blare from his phone. He glanced at the screen, the same Pentagon number from earlier. He hit answer, brought the device to his ear, and said, "Mark, it's late. Make this quick." Houston's voice came through, decisive. "I've been thinking about what you said. You made some compelling arguments. So, all right, I'll do it. I'll sign, proceed, make your arrangements for Armenia. I will, but I need the actual contract. I need a signature in pen. You'll get it. I'll deliver it myself on one condition. What is it, the eyewitness from the video footage? You mentioned she's arriving in the city. I need to see her face to face, to listen to her account, to meet her gaze." "That's fine. When? How about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow won't work. She arrives on Wednesday. It's a long trip, and she isn't exactly flying first class. Let's aim for Thursday." "All right, Thursday morning, 10 o'clock. I'll be there, Mark. One more thing. Forward me the contract. I want to review it before you finalize anything, just in case some adjustments are needed." "Nothing will need changing, but sure, I'll send it over right away." The next bus departing Baltimore was headed to Boston, scheduled to leave in 45 minutes. Reacher was fine with the wait, so he purchased another ticket and another cup of coffee from the same automated machines. He returned to the same seat overlooking the entrance and prepared to wait. Just 2 minutes later, Gilmore reappeared. His face was now flushed, and he was breathing heavily. He marched directly to Reacher's corner and stated, "2 points, Mr. Righteous. First, I didn't sell that intel. I was trapped. I was compelled to obtain it. There was no alternative. And second, I'm staying in this city and continuing my work for my nephew, even without your assistance, even if this whole situation explodes in my face. So the next time you're sitting in some cafe reading a leftover newspaper, if you see a story about me turning up dead, you'll understand why." Gilmore didn't wait for a response. He spun around and began heading back toward the door. After 3 steps, he halted and glanced over his shoulder. He asked, "If you're leaving town, where's your bag?" Reacher offered no reply. Gilmore shrugged and continued to the exit. The vending machine coffee was weak and barely warm, so Reacher didn't mind leaving it behind. He placed the cup beside his seat, stood up, and walked outside. Gilmore's car was still parked there. The engine was now running, and the vehicle crept forward as if Gilmore was preparing to make a U-turn. Then he spotted Reacher and stopped. Reacher walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in. He said, "You were forced to take that information?" Gilmore gave a slow nod. "How?" Gilmore turned off the engine. He drew a long breath and shut his eyes briefly. Then he began. "First, I want you to understand that I'm not proud of any of this. Don't overthink it. Just start from the beginning and tell me the problems began after I left the Army. I had a tough time adjusting to civilian life. A lot of veterans do. It started with drinking. I got that under control. But then gambling got its hooks in me, and it hit like a freight train. I began frequenting an underground card room here in the city once a week at first, then twice. Before I knew it, I was there every night. I was desperate to quit, but I couldn't. I tried everything, support meetings, hypnosis. I even saw a counselor a few times. I have to admit I was a complete addict, and the debt, it just kept growing. The more I owed, the more I played, convinced I could win some back, convinced my luck was about to turn, but it never really did. Not for long. In the end, I always lost, and then there was the interest on what I already owed. It was a vicious cycle, round and round, down and down. Before long, I was at rock bottom. I couldn't see any way out. I even found myself on the bridge a couple of times in the dead of night, standing on the ledge. I never jumped, of course. Then, out of nowhere, a man showed up at my apartment. He said he had a deal for me. He'd clear all my debts in full. All I had to do was get a job at the port, keep my nose clean, and one day soon he'd ask me for a specific piece of information. After that, we'd be square. I'd even get a cash bonus for keeping the job and staying away from the gambling den. He said the payments would come in stages to help me avoid temptation. And you don't know this man's name? No, he never gave it, but I have his picture. Gilmore took out his phone, selected an image, and held it up for Reacher to see. The photo showed a man in his early 50s with a sharp, angular face, close-cropped gray hair, and narrow, cold eyes. "Did he know you took that?" Reacher asked. Gilmore shook his head. "It wasn't planned. Old habits, you know. Did you take one of me?" Gilmore averted his gaze. "I'll take that as a yes. Delete it right now." After a moment of fumbling with his phone, Gilmore tucked it away. "Gone. My mistake. This man knew about your debts." A nod. "He knew who you owed and the amount." Another nod. "How?" "I have no clue. I didn't ask. You don't question a lifeline when the other option is a broken leg or a swim with the fishes?" "Fine. How did you talk to him?" "Texts. He gave me a number. I used a burner phone." "He told you to get a job at the port. Any job. How could he guarantee you'd be hired?" "A specific position, one that gave access to the data he wanted. He sent a link to an application, said if I applied, I'd get it. I did, and I was in, and the shipment. When is it arriving?" "Day after tomorrow, technically tomorrow since it's past midnight." "You mentioned the owner already killed someone. Who?" Gilmore looked at the floor. "A guy I worked with. Was he involved? Feeding information? Or just a pawn to keep you in line?" "Neither." Gilmore whispered. "He had nothing to do with any of it. I got him killed. I didn't mean to, but I did." "How?" Gilmore sighed heavily. "I got the text about which shipment to track, but I didn't want the search tied to my login. Old habits, I guess, so I used his. Right after that, he was dead. They called it an accident, but please, what happened?" "They dropped a shipping container on him." "Dropped a container? That seems like a messy way to make sure. It wasn't random. There's more. An hour after I ran the search, a woman came to the office asking for him. I said he was at a meeting. She asked where and when he'd be back." Gilmore paused, closing his eyes. "And I told her. I didn't realize it then, but I gave her everything she needed to set it up, where to drop the container and when. Trust me, it worked. They could have fit what was left of him in a shoebox." "Who was she?" "No idea. Never saw her before. She had a company ID on a lanyard. After the accident, I called security with her name. They said she didn't exist. No record of her in the system." Reacher locked eyes with Gilmore, holding the stare for a solid 5 seconds before Gilmore looked down at his clasped hands. Over his years, Reacher had interrogated hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Murderers, con artists, thieves, every kind of lowlife. He could usually smell a lie. He wasn't getting that scent from Gilmore, so he said, "Guess I don't need to hit the road just yet." "What?" "I'll stick around. 2 days, no longer. That's all I need. Thank you." Gilmore sank back, closed his eyes briefly, and took a long breath. When he sat forward again, his expression had lightened. "I'll have to query the system again, which will probably alert the smugglers, but I'll lay low after that. Stay out of sight." "You're missing the point," Reacher said. "The smugglers aren't the real danger. They're a temporary problem. Sounds like they don't even know who you are. The man who paid off your debts, he's the one you should be worried about." "My coworker might disagree. Your situation is different. Think. This guy offered you a cash bonus to stay in your job, paid in installments. Why? It's a win-win. Installments don't cost him anything. No, they benefit him. He placed you at the port. He wants you to stay there. Contraband moves through the city every single day. This wouldn't be his final chance to sell information to criminals. The extra money was just the lure. If your courage failed, he'd resort to threats, your nephew. But either way, you're useful to him. Do you honestly believe he'd ever allow you to just leave?" Gilmore fell silent, the brief spark in his eyes fading completely. "What choice do I have then?" he finally asked. "Tell me something. When those men threatened your nephew, they didn't find you at your usual apartment, did they?" Gilmore shook his head. "They came to my safe house. It was meant to be a secret, for emergencies only, a place to vanish. Seems I threw that money away. And where's your actual home?" "Federal Hill. It's a better area. I'm a little past my prime for the bar scene, all that noise, and the stumbling crowds after last call. But the park is nice, and the rent isn't bad. All right, take me there." "Why?" "The man who owns you now sent his muscle to your backup spot and probably forgot to call them off. So there's a decent shot he sent another team to your primary address. Maybe he forgot about them too. If we're fortunate, they might still be waiting. 12. Gilmore stopped the car in front of a square yellow brick building. It stood 3 stories tall with a flat roof, set back an extra 6 feet from the sidewalk compared to the houses on either side. That space was filled by a raised planter overflowing with dense, leafless shrubs. Reacher couldn't name any of the plants, but he did notice a few discarded Keystone light cans tucked into the foliage. Gilmore locked the car and motioned toward the side of the building. He pulled the pistol from his backpack, keeping it low against his thigh, and led the way to a set of glass doors. He unlocked them, and they stepped into a small lobby. The floor was checkered in black and white tile, and a line of 6 brass mailboxes was fixed to the left wall. Reacher's eyes scanned the name slots. Gilmore's wasn't listed. Noticing his glance, Gilmore said, "Old habit. I don't like announcing where I live. Leaving one blank is just as obvious. Which box is yours, 3F? It says David Cruikshank." Gilmore's voice softened. A friend from elementary school. He passed away when we were 12. He moved forward and unlocked a second set of glass doors. Reacher followed him into a hallway. The floor was oak, its planks gleaming from decades of polish. The staircase and banister were the same rich wood, with wainscoting climbing 3 feet up the walls. The air carried a faint scent of wax and something spicy like distant takeout. A white-painted door stood at each end of the hall, labeled 1F and 1B. Gilmore started up the stairs, pausing on the first landing. Reacher saw that someone had taped handwritten notes over the door to the front apartment, altering 2F to read not 2B. Hearing nothing from above, Gilmore gestured for quiet and continued to the top floor. He moved carefully, placing his feet near the stair edges, and leaned forward to scan the full length of the hallway. "It's clear," Gilmore whispered. "They must have left, if they were ever here at all, unless they're already inside." Gilmore edged up to the door marked 3F. He slid a key into the first of 5 locks and began to turn it. Then a sound came from behind them, down the corridor. The door to apartment 3B was swinging open. Gilmore whirled around, started to bring the gun up, then swiftly tucked it back behind his leg. A woman stepped onto the landing. She was around 5'6" in her mid-30s, dressed in yoga pants and a long-sleeved running shirt. Frayed strands of orange hair escaped from a scarf tied around her head. In her right hand, she held a fireplace poker. "Ready?" The woman said, "Oh, Nathan, it's you. Who were you expecting?" Gilmore replied, "You're awake late." "I couldn't sleep," she said, lowering the poker slightly. "I thought maybe your friends had come back. I warned them I'd call the police. I gave them a fair warning. You need to have a serious talk with your friends. They can't just sweet-talk some poor soul in the lobby into letting them in, and then camp outside your apartment door for half the day. If this happens one more time, I'm filing a formal complaint with the management. They'll have you evicted." Reacher moved aside, wanting no part in a neighbor dispute. Gilmore raised his left hand in a calming gesture. "Gretchen, just take a breath. What friends, what exactly are you talking about?" "The 2 men who were here earlier," she snapped. "They were pounding on your door and shouting your name this afternoon. One of them was carrying a small beer keg. I asked what they thought they were doing, and the taller one claimed you were all going to watch some game together, some pay-per-view event. I told them to leave. They ignored me until I completely lost my temper and threatened to dial 911. Even then, I think they hung around outside the building for a bit." "They're not my friends," Gilmore said, his voice flat. "I have no idea what you're describing." "Sure you don't. Don't treat me like an idiot." "I'm not. I don't even follow sports. But look, don't worry about it. I'll find out who it was and make sure it never happens again. You'd better." She began to retreat into her own apartment, but Gilmore called out to stop her. "Wait, what did these guys look like?" The woman gave a dismissive shrug. Tall, wearing black suits with white shirts, no ties, they needed a shave. They gave off a bad vibe, the kind of people you see coming and immediately change direction to avoid. My advice, get a better class of acquaintance. She shot a pointed glare at Reacher, starting immediately. What time did they get here? She narrowed her eyes, thinking, a little after 3, I'd say. Definitely before 3:30, because that's when my online Pilates class begins. Okay, thanks, Gretchen. I'll take care of it. Gilmore waited until her door closed before finally unlocking his own. He hit the light switch and entered, with Reacher following him into a short hallway. 2 closed doors were on the right, and ahead lay a combined kitchen and living area. The space was starkly empty. A pale rectangle on the floor marked where a rug had been, and faint scuffs on the hardwood showed where a sofa and an armchair had once faced each other. There was no television. The bookshelves were completely bare. In the kitchen area, the appliances were gone. No oven, no stove, no microwave, no refrigerator. The sole piece of furniture was a folding chair positioned by a window, and the room held a persistent, dry cold. Reacher guessed the heat had been shut off. He remained silent, but Gilmore seemed to read his thoughts. He looked at the floor and said, I had to sell some things a while ago. He walked into the middle of the empty room and spread his arms wide. Behold the #1 reason gambling is a terrible life choice. Reacher offered no response. Gilmore dropped his backpack and then lowered himself to sit cross-legged on the bare floor. Sounds like you were right. Some muscle was here looking for me. We just missed them, I guess. The 2 who tracked me down at the library called it in, refreshed the boss's memory, and he called off the search here. So what's the next move? Reacher said, we need to trace the connection between you and this man. Figure out how he identified you. Start with the gambling debt. How did he learn the details? Who you owed? And how much? I have no clue. Think. Did you tell anyone? No. Why would I? It was humiliating. You mentioned a support group. Someone there. It wasn't that kind of group. It was for the addiction itself, not for managing the financial fallout. You saw a hypnotist? That was for the addiction, too. An attempt to rewire my brain to make the thought of placing a bet feel repulsive. What about in a social setting? Maybe at a bar after 1 drink too many, you might have let something slip. I don't have friends. And I don't go to bars anymore. I have no time and certainly no money. I gambled it all away at the poker tables. I can't see any possible way someone found out. Maybe they didn't have to find out, Reacher said. Maybe they knew all along. I'm not following. The person you owed the money to in the first place, he understood the implication. Exactly. Yet he wouldn't settle it personally. That doesn't add up. Think of it like a bank would. He decided you were a lost cause. Even sending his muscle after you wouldn't get his money back. So he offloaded your debt to another party for pennies on the dollar. He recoups a fraction which beats a total loss. The new owner now holds all the cards. It's a tidy arrangement for everyone involved except you. I suppose I never considered that angle, but damn, do you realize what that implies? I've been putting myself through the ringer to clear this. Got a guy from work killed over it, and some stranger picked up the tab for a fraction of its worth. I despise this whole situation, then. Let's balance the books. Come on your feet. What for? We're paying a visit to the original creditor. We need to confirm our theory. Right now? Why wait? These backroom games run around the clock, don't they? The less reputable ones especially. True, but we can't just stroll in and start making demands. Says who, for one? They have a coded entry system. It's not some flimsy door you can kick in, not even for someone like you. But you were a regular, you know the code. They might have changed it and risked turning away out-of-town clients with deep pockets. I find that unlikely. Fine. Let's say they let us in. I'm banned for life from that place. Showing my face might get me shot on sight. Relax. You can wait in the car. I'll handle the conversation. How? Although, it always comes down to money, doesn't it? He dug into his backpack and produced a thick stack of bills secured with a paper band. He offered it to Reacher. Maybe he'll sell you a name? The same way he sold mine. Reacher accepted the cash. Or perhaps he'll volunteer the information out of the sheer kindness of his heart. You've clearly never been inside, or you wouldn't make a joke like that. Gilmore got up and walked down the hall. He vanished through a doorway, returning a minute later clutching a cell phone. He extended it toward Reacher, who made no move to take it. I'm not calling anyone, Reacher stated. Gilmore tapped a few buttons on the phone, then did the same on his own device. He offered it again. Take it. It can't make calls, but I transferred the photo of the guy who approached me onto it. Might help you get a positive identification. 13. Gilmore stopped the car in front of a laundromat, leaving Reacher to cover the last block on foot. The door wasn't difficult to locate. It was an unmarked black slab, wedged between a juice bar and a speakeasy-style lounge, just as described. What Gilmore had failed to mention was the fresh, high-gloss paint and the two meticulously pruned rose bushes flanking the entrance, blooming defiantly out of season. The whole setup was a far cry from the grimy, tension-filled gambling dens Reacher was accustomed to, places he usually entered to drag out deserters or corner suspects. He knocked anyway. After a moment, a sleek stainless steel intercom grill buzzed to life with a metallic voice. "We're closed." Reacher checked that the sidewalk was clear and lowered his voice. "The laurels shall wave and form a bright wreath for the brows of the brave." Silence followed from the intercom. Then the voice returned. "Who sent you? An old friend. Ulysses beat it. Is that so?" Reacher pulled the bundle of cash from his pocket. He held it up to the tiny camera lens above the intercom, fanning through the bills until the portrait of Ulysses S. Grant on the final 50 was clearly visible. The voice said, "Wait, there." Reacher pocketed the money. 20 seconds passed in silence before a series of sharp clicks echoed from the door. It swung inward smoothly, revealing a man standing in a narrow ante-room. The space featured pale hardwood floors, walls painted a soft butter yellow, and a delicate crystal chandelier casting a gentle light from above. The man stood about 5'6" and looked to be in his 60s. His shoulder-length hair matched the shade of his gray suit, and he wore a crisp white shirt with a red and blue striped tie. He stepped back, motioning for Reacher to enter. This wasn't the muscle-bound bouncer Reacher had anticipated. The man moved with a fluid, gliding step that spoke of serious training, the kind of skill that easily trumped steroid bulk and endless hours wasted at the gym. Reacher crossed the threshold, the door swinging shut behind him. The gray-haired man indicated a velvet-lined box on a wooden table. "Any weapons can be left here," he said. "I don't have any," Reacher replied. "You can retrieve them on your way out. No one will touch them. You have my word." "No weapons," Reacher repeated. "Perhaps you'd like to make certain?" the man suggested, his tone smooth. "Weapons are strictly prohibited here. Bringing one inside, even by accident, would lead to unfortunate consequences." "No weapons," Reacher said a third time. "Very well." The man's voice made it clear he wasn't convinced, but he stepped aside anyway, slipping into a shallow alcove to clear the path to a carpeted staircase. "Enjoy your evening." Reacher moved forward. As he did, the light shifted, revealing a 4-inch band of differently textured plaster running vertically up one wall, across the ceiling, and down the other, a concealed metal detector. Reacher figured. Farther ahead, near the base of the stairs, a slight ridge in the ceiling hinted at a hidden security screen ready to drop. He calculated the distance between the 2 points, wondering if a person could sprint fast enough to trigger the detector and still dive under the screen before it's sealed. It seemed an impossible gamble, and even if someone made it through, they'd have no idea what awaited them upstairs. That night, it was a woman. She was much younger than the man below, probably mid-20s. Her chestnut brown hair was braided and coiled elegantly atop her head. She wore a sleek black cocktail dress with an asymmetrical hem and a deep neckline, the tail of a glittering serpent necklace disappearing from view. Without her 4-inch heels, she'd have been about the same height as the man downstairs. She slipped her arm through Reacher's with a smile that seemed genuinely warm. "You're new here," she said. "I don't believe we've met." "First time," Reacher confirmed. "Well, I'm glad you came. My job is to make sure you have a fantastic night. I'm Amy, and you are Engel," Reacher said. Using a cover name was an old habit, and he liked to stick to a theme. Over the years, he'd cycled through vice presidents, Yankees infielders, and early astronauts. Lately, he was working through space shuttle commanders. Amy leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "Just so you know, if you want to establish any credit with us, we'll need to see a valid ID." So if you'd like to reconsider that name for any reason, no need. Reacher patted the thick stack of bills in his pocket. I'm all set. Perfect. Amy's face brightened with another smile. In that case, what's your pleasure? The room was long and narrow, carpeted and walled in a pale, calming green. Reacher recalled reading that green was supposed to reduce anxiety, a smart choice, he thought, to keep losers from trashing the place when their money ran out. To the left sat a modest, unassuming bar. The room held little more than a simple bar counter with 4 stools lined up in front. Behind it, a shelf was crowded with bottles of liquor, an ice bucket, and an assortment of glasses. It was a smart setup. Reacher had always observed that money moved more freely when people were properly loosened up, though tempers also flared faster. The remaining floor space was taken by 4 square tables, each surrounded by about 6 chairs. Only 2 tables were in use. At one, 3 players and a dealer were engaged in a card game. At the other, a solitary man faced a dealer. Amy released his arm and took a small step back. It's getting late, so we've scaled back to just poker and blackjack for now. Which one appeals to you? Neither, Reacher replied, crossing his arms. I plan to spend my money differently. Amy's expression tightened. I'm not sure what you're implying, Mr. Engel. What exactly do you think this place is? I know precisely what it is, Reacher said, his voice low. I'm here to purchase information from Mr. Horner. Please go get him, and while I wait, the house can buy me a drink. He moved to the last stool and sat down. Amy followed quickly. Mr. Horner, we don't have any customer by that name. Whoever gave you that idea? Reacher leaned close, his words a near whisper. Horner owns this place. You know it. Go fetch him. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, and she remained frozen. Reacher kept his tone hushed but firm. Get him now. You really don't want me sitting here with too much time. I might grow bored. I might wander over and relieve your blackjack dealer. Take a good look at that deck. Show your customer exactly why luck never seems to be on his side. Maybe I'd move to the poker table next point out, where all the face cards have been hiding. Fine, Amy snapped, crossing her arms. I'll get him. You stay right here. Don't move. Don't go near those tables. She hurried toward the far corner, her steps stiff and awkward in her high heels. She maneuvered around the last empty table, pressed her palm against the wall, and a hidden door swung inward. Slipping through, she let it close silently behind her. Moments later, Reacher heard muffled, hurried footsteps on a staircase. A man emerged, mid-20s, with a tangle of fair, curly hair, wearing a leather apron over black pants and a white shirt. He paused, visibly surprised to see someone at the bar, then scurried behind the counter. Good evening, sir. What can I get for you? Drop the sir, Reacher said. What can you make that uses a lot of ice? The bartender looked puzzled. Whatever you like. A martini, a margarita, whichever is faster. Shooting Reacher a suspicious glance, as if he were being tested. The bartender pulled a cocktail shaker from under the counter. He opened it, set it down, grabbed an ice pick, and began chipping at the large block in the bucket. He hadn't made much progress when the concealed door opened again. A man stepped into the doorway. He had a shaved head and wore a tuxedo that looked intentionally too tight. He wasn't particularly tall, but he was remarkably broad. For a moment he stood framed in the entrance, holding an exaggerated, almost comical bodybuilder's pose, all puffed up and bulky, the complete opposite of the graceful, gray-haired man downstairs. Reacher was glad the older fellow had stayed below. There was a polite dignity about him that Reacher respected, and he'd hoped to avoid any conflict with him. This new guy, however, showed no such grace. He dropped the pose and lumbered across the room directly toward Reacher, his expression hard. As he drew closer, he offered no courtesy, just a sharp, commanding bark. You, out. Reacher leaned back to avoid the spray of saliva, but he didn't rise from his seat. He showed no intention of leaving. The bartender quietly set aside his tools and retreated to the far end of the bar. The card players halted their games, turning to stare. The man in the tuxedo took another step forward, planted his hands on his hips, and shouted, Are you hard of hearing? I told you to leave. With deliberate slowness, Reacher feigned a yawn before replying, Quiet. Turn around. Go get your boss. The man started to lift his right hand, reaching out, but he froze when Reacher commanded, "Stop." Reacher's voice was louder now, sharpened with a tone of cold command. "Don't lay a finger on me. Turn around. Walk away while you still have the chance. Bring your boss out here." For a moment the man didn't move, then he shifted his weight slightly, rocking on his heels. Reacher said, "What's the matter? Too much going on in your head? Need me to break it down for you one word at a time?" With a furious roar, the man lunged, his fingers curled into a claw aimed straight for Reacher's throat. Reacher tracked the movement calmly with his left hand, matching its speed. At the last possible instant, he seized the man's wrist. He wrapped his fingers underneath, pressed his thumb down on top, and twisted the arm in a swift circular motion until his own palm faced upward. Using the man's own forward momentum, Reacher pulled him off balance, then slammed the back of the man's hand down hard onto the bar top. Empty glasses rattled and toppled. The man's roar escalated. He thrashed and strained, trying to yank his hand free, but Reacher held it firm. Reacher leaned over the bar, snatched up the forgotten ice pick, and drove it straight down through the man's palm, pinning it to the wooden surface. Blood welled up around the shaft in a sudden crimson circle. The man's roar twisted into a high, pained howl. His legs buckled, dropping him to his knees. The howl faded into a choked whimper as he knelt there, trembling, torn between trying to pull free and holding perfectly still to avoid worsening the agony. From behind, Reacher heard a sharp crash from the center of the room. The blackjack player had shot to his feet, overturning his chair. He was now straining on his toes, neck craned, not wanting to miss a thing. One of the other card players wore a grin as if he just won the jackpot. The other looked pale and queasy. Both dealers were on their feet, shifting nervously, and against the far wall beside the concealed door, Amy stood with her mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. Reacher scanned each card player in turn, then said, "Show's over. Time to head out. You can settle your tabs tomorrow, right, Amy?" Amy managed a tight, strained reply. "I suppose so. Sure, why not?" The card players began filing toward the stairs. The blackjack enthusiast lingered, casting one long, final look at Reacher and the incapacitated bouncer before finally descending. Moments after the top of his head vanished from view, the hidden door swung open once more. A man stepped through. He was tall, perhaps 6'6", with neatly trimmed gray hair and a tidy goatee. He wore a baggy, loose-fitting black three-piece suit that gave him the appearance of a small-town undertaker fallen on hard times. His eyes flicked rapidly around the room before settling on Reacher. He said, "I'm Horner." "You wanted to talk?" Reacher gestured to the empty stool beside him. "Come have a seat." Horner didn't move. "Sit? No. Give me one reason I shouldn't have you dragged outside and beaten to a pulp." Reacher kept his voice low and even. "I'll give you two, but I'm not going to shout them across the room." The dealers exchanged a quick glance, then looked down at the floor. The bartender fidgeted in place. Amy seemed to be trying to melt into the wallpaper. Horner stood in silence for a beat, then tilted his head slightly. He said, "Everyone clear out?" Amy was the first through the hidden door, with the dealers close behind. Reacher took hold of the ice pick and wrenched it free from the bar. The bouncer let out a sharp cry, stumbling backward before curling into a defensive ball, his hand clutched tight as dark blood bloomed across his jacket sleeve. The bartender scrambled past him, darting after the fleeing dealers. Struggling to his feet, the wounded man moved to follow, but Horner intercepted him halfway, blocking the path with a firm shake of his head. He pointed a steady finger toward the stairwell. "You're done here," Horner stated flatly. "Head out that way. You're fired, and you're covering the damages." Horner waited, listening until the heavy thud of the downstairs door echoed through the quiet room. Then he ambled over to the bar, taking a position beside Reacher. "All right, then," Horner began, his tone measured. "You mentioned two reasons. They'd better be compelling." Reacher didn't shift his stance. "First, you can't drag me anywhere, even if you wanted to." He gestured toward the smeared blood on the bar top and the scattered droplets leading to the stairs. "Second, you're not a fool. This place is a well-oiled machine aside from your security hiring choices. It takes sharp instincts to keep an operation like this profitable, so you're thinking, Maybe whatever brought me here could be useful. You'll hear me out before making a move. I've got other men, you know." Horner replied coolly. "Take Raymond, who greeted you at the door. He's seasoned. Underestimating him would be a serious error." "No doubt," Reacher agreed. "I'm certain he's capable. I'm also certain he's familiar with Sun Tzu. That's probably why he stayed downstairs when his partner had that unfortunate accident." Horner's eyebrow lifted slightly. "Sun Tzu. Never engage unless victory is assured. So you're saying Raymond isn't assured? Should we call him up and ask?" "Unnecessary. Because you're right about the other part, your curiosity. You do want to hear my proposal? You give me a name, I handle a problem for you. Lucky for me. I don't have any problems needing your particular skill set, unless you're applying for the vacant door position." Reacher shook his head slowly. "You've got a problem? You just haven't realized it. Fine, I'll play along. What name are you after? What's this looming problem?" "Recently, I crossed paths with a pair of guys running a scam on elderly folks. I might have disrupted their little scheme. Their boss didn't appreciate it, sent some reinforcements armed with bicycle chains. They learned a hard lesson, but that's beside the point. I don't tolerate that sort of behavior, started asking questions. People were reluctant to name names, but one rumor kept surfacing. His next expansion is into card games. Your territory. So, you tell me who he is and where to find him. I'll ensure that expansion never gets off the ground." "I haven't caught wind of any such rumors," Reacher offered a slight shrug. "I have, you know how it goes, where there's smoke, who's spreading this?" Another shrug around. "People talk sounds like nonsense to me. I keep my ear to the ground. Trust me. Suit yourself." Reacher rose from his stool. "This is an elegant establishment. I imagine your clients are loyal, probably not the type to be lured away by some flashy new spot with slightly more reliable tables." Reacher took a step toward the staircase. "Hold on," Horner said abruptly. He fell silent for a long moment, then a thin, knowing smile touched his lips. "All right, this man you're after, how's he working these seniors? It's a whole production. 3 guys spinning a tale about some hotshot investor cleaning up on futures overnight, vulnerable people hoping for a miracle buy into the fantasy. I stumbled on it at a diner, but I'd bet good money he's running it in other towns too." Horner's smile widened, turning almost amused. "The name you want is Dominic Keller. Fancies himself some sort of Irish tough guy, operates out of a grimy bar in Harbor East called the Butcher's Dog. But don't misunderstand, I'm not buying your story. I know you're feeding me a line, but I appreciate the hustle. Kelleher's a nuisance, not a threat. Too dumb to run with the real players. If you want to take a shot at him, be my guest, hit or miss. It's all the same to me." "Kelleher sounds delightful," Reacher said dryly. "He the one you sold Nathan Gilmore's gambling debt to, what? Don't be absurd." Reacher held up the ice pick. Its shaft stained a deep, dull black with dried blood, Reacher asked. "You're absolutely sure about that?" Horner straightened his posture, his voice firm. 100%. Let me make something clear. I don't negotiate debts. I collect them every last dollar, every single time. That's not what happened with Gilmore. What are you talking about? Gilmore settled his account, paid in full plus interest. No, he didn't. Not personally, no, Horner conceded, trying to sidestep around Reacher. He sent a guy with the cash. Money's money, and it's none of your concern. We're done here. You can hold on to that ice pick. Reacher shifted to block his way. "This messenger you claim Gilmore sent, how did he know the exact amount? You just hand out that information to any stranger who asks? You get a lot of good Samaritans walking into this line of work." Horner slowed his words, exaggerating each syllable as if addressing a child. "I didn't tell him a thing. Gilmore gave him the details before sending him over, obviously. Who was he?" Horner shrugged. "How should I know? Some guy shows up with a bag full of money. He hands it over. That's all the proof I need. You'd never seen him before. Not before, not since. All right, enough time for you to get lost. One last thing." Reacher placed the ice pick on the bar, pulled out the phone Gilmore had given him, and navigated to the photograph. He held it up. Was this the guy? Horner glanced at the screen and gave a quick nod. That's him, now beat it. We're finished. 15. Morgan Strickland descended the ladder methodically, left foot, right foot, then a slide of his hand down the cool metal rail. He repeated the rhythm, step by step, moving slowly until he was just a few feet from the bottom. Then a heavy clunk echoed through the shaft, and everything went black. He hung there in the utter darkness, cursing under his breath, and counted to 5. With a sputter, the generator kicked back on, the lights flickered to life, and he quickly finished his descent, relieved to feel solid ground beneath his feet. Strickland had been weighing whether to head home or just crash in his office, but his recent call with Mark Hewson decided it. Hewson insisted on meeting Violetta Vardanyan, the eyewitness from Armenia. He needed to hear her account firsthand. This meeting was crucial to Strickland's plans, but it was scheduled for the day after her arrival in the States, her very first time in the country. He had no idea how she'd handle the jet lag, the culture shock, or whether she'd even be cooperative. It had been years since he'd last seen her. All this uncertainty hinted at some delicate diplomacy ahead, and diplomacy for Strickland demanded energy. Energy required rest, so the office being closer won out. He began to walk, and despite the late hour, a word drifted back into his mind. Compulsive. Immediately, he changed course and headed for the storeroom. As he approached, he heard the familiar scrape of chair legs on the floor, but something was off. The sound was fainter. That was strange. The guards shouldn't have changed shifts yet. Rounding the corner, he saw the problem immediately. Only one guard was on duty, not 2. A hot, furious anger began to burn in his chest, rising like lava. He quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run, and stopped a step away from the lone guard, Walker. The man stood rigid and perfectly still, as if awaiting inspection on a parade ground. Strickland demanded, "Where's Jacqueline?" Walker replied, "I don't know, sir." "Don't you lie to me." Strickland's voice rose to a shriek, flecks of spit flying from his mouth. "I believe he's in the storeroom, sir. That's impossible." "I think it might be possible, sir." "Explain now." "He's always been curious about what's in there, sir." He kept going back to that door, pressing his palm flat against it, as if he could somehow communicate with whatever was inside. I warned him again and again. He never listened. He was right there, hand on the steel, when the lights cut out. In the sudden dark, I heard a distinct click, like a lock disengaging. Then a low squeal of hinges. When the power surged back, the door was shut tight, and Jacqueline was nowhere to be seen. So either he's in that room, sir, or he's simply vanished into nothing. Strickland took a moment to process the report. Then, a noise from inside the storage room broke the silence. Someone was pulling at the door, shaking it against its frame. A pointless struggle, that much was clear. Jacqueline's voice followed, muffled but desperate. "Walker, you out there? Get this door open." Walker glanced at Strickland. "Should I let him out, sir? Hand me your cuffs," Strickland ordered. Walker unclipped the holster from his belt and passed over the handcuffs. "Key, sir." He fished in his pocket, produced a small silver key, and surrendered it. "You're dismissed, sir." Walker moved swiftly toward the exit, knowing better than to hesitate or look back. Strickland tucked the cuffs into his waistband and drew his pistol. He approached the storeroom door, used his knuckle to punch in the access code on the keypad, and stepped sharply to the side. The door flew open. Jacqueline stumbled out, trembling violently, his face ashen and eyes wide with panic. "Freeze," Strickland commanded. "Don't turn around." Jacqueline halted, breathing in ragged gasps. Hands behind your back, wrists together. "I'm sorry, sir," Jacqueline blurted, voice cracking. "I'll forget everything I saw. I swear I'll never go near that room again." Strickland's tone hardened. "Hands behind your back. Now." Jacqueline complied, his shoulders shaking. Strickland holstered his weapon, took the cuffs, and stepped forward to secure Jacqueline's wrists. "Never say never," he murmured, the words cold and final. If nervous energy could fuel a car, Gilmore's rental would have had an endless tank. He was practically buzzing in the driver's seat when Reacher climbed back in, fidgeting uncontrollably. Reacher had seen meth addicts with better composure. He started to buckle his seatbelt, then stopped. "You sure you're good to drive?" "Of course I am," Gilmore snapped. finally getting the engine to turn over on his second try. Well, did you get a name? No. Gilmore smacked the steering wheel with the heel of his hand, so this was a complete waste of time. Not exactly. The man who approached you did pay off your debt personally. That's confirmed. Horner didn't sell your information to anyone, but we still don't know who he is? Gilmore pulled away from the curb, his movements jerky. You couldn't force it out of Horner. Horner didn't know. The guy showed up with a bag of cash, no names exchanged. But here's what's strange. He already knew the exact amount you owed. Horner didn't tell him. That's impossible. Gilmore slowed to let a semi-truck rumble past, then executed a sharp U-turn. There's no way he could have known that. He knew. How? Did you ever write the total down? Maybe when you were calculating how to scrape the money together, or watching the interest pile up on a napkin, the back of a bill in a notebook. Something someone could have dug out of your trash. You think I was organized enough for a budget? Gilmore spotted a patrol car idling in an alley and let off the accelerator. The way I was living back then, a closet full of toy rockets would have been more useful? No, I never wrote it down. I didn't need to. That number was burning a hole in my brain every minute of every day. Did you try applying for a loan anywhere to pay it off? What bank would have looked at me twice? I was unemployed, remember, and acting like a complete wreck. So, a loan shark then? There are plenty of shady operations around. Those guys have no conscience at all. I'm not crazy, jumping from a bad situation into a complete disaster. No thanks. So how did he find out? I'm telling you, he couldn't have. All right, we need a different approach. Another way to link him back to you, like what? Reacher paused to think. He told you to apply for that port job. There had to be a hiring process. How did that go? He sent me a text with a link. It went to an online application form. I filled it out. Someone from HR contacted me. She sent an email inviting me for an interview. I went. Somehow I got the job. I started the following week. Was it the same HR person who emailed you that also did the interview? Yeah. By herself, or was someone else there? Gilmore looked over at Reacher. Just her. She even apologized. Said company policy was to have an operations manager present, but the one she scheduled was out sick. She offered to reschedule if I wasn't okay with it. I said absolutely not. I was already there and just wanted to get it over with. I didn't think I had a chance anyway. Why bother coming back another day? Did she send the official job offer, the same woman? The offer came by email. Yes, from her? Did she handle your onboarding too? The orientation, or whatever they call it at the port? Gilmore nodded. She handled everything. I was glad about that. I liked her. She was actually kind of attractive. Were you even qualified for that job? Not a chance. I had zero experience back then. No real skills for it. I was out of work. There was a huge blank spot on my resume. I had no one to vouch for me. My clothes looked like I'd taken them off a roadside dummy. I wasn't sleeping or eating right, so I probably looked like I was on something. My hair hadn't been cut in forever. Birds could have nested in it, and I likely smelled terrible. So, I get it. Gilmore swerved left, cutting off a sports car and earning an angry honk and a rude gesture. No need to spell it out. The whole thing was rigged. That guy had a connection to the HR woman, too, or someone working with him did. Damn, I never put that together before. I feel like an idiot. Is she still working there? I think so. I'll check first thing tomorrow. Gilmore pulled the car to the curb. You must think I'm a fool. Maybe I am. When that job offer came, I was just so desperate and grateful I didn't question it. I didn't connect him telling me to apply with actually getting hired. I know it sounds pathetic, but back then it didn't feel like he was using my debt against me. It felt like he was rescuing me, like some kind of guardian angel. Picture yourself in a deep, dark hole and it's filling with water and you know you're going to drown. Then suddenly a light shines down from above. Then a pair of hands reaches for you. You don't ask why. The light lets you see. You let the hands pull you out. And afterward, when you're finally warm and dry and safe, you don't look back. You just take the freedom and run. I don't know. I guess it's some kind of emotional survival instinct. Whatever it was, don't be too hard on yourself. It's done. What's the woman's name? Sabrina Patton. Okay. We'll speak with her in the morning. Oh, we will not. I'll talk to her. Like I said, she's cute. Gilmore turned off the engine and opened his door. Come on, this is it. My other spot. The one nobody's supposed to know exists. We'll crash here for what's left of the night. 16. Gilmore was content to hole up in his secret apartment for the evening. He figured it was a less predictable move in case anyone had seen them leave his main place. It had the added benefit of both a couch and a bed, which meant neither of them would be stuck sleeping on the floor, something he really wanted to avoid, partly because the floor was uncomfortable and his body didn't bounce back like it used to, but mostly because it would make him feel like a failure, a stark reminder of the time he was so broke he had to sell almost all his furniture. There are some chapters in life you'd rather not revisit. Reacher was perfectly content to stay the night at the apartment, though his reasons had little to do with where he'd sleep. The real draw was the coffee maker he'd spotted in the kitchen. After the roller coaster of a day he'd had, a solid cup of joe was non-negotiable before calling it a night. He rummaged through a cupboard and discovered a sealed bag of coffee grounds, long past its expiration date. He used it anyway. The result was a bitter, papery brew, but Reacher didn't care. He was no coffee snob. For him, potency always trumped taste. Gilmore had insisted Reacher take the bed, but Reacher waved him off, confident the sofa would be just fine. Once Gilmore retreated to the bedroom, Reacher used the bathroom, then stretched out on the couch, bundling his new coat under his head. His legs dangled over the armrest from the knees down, and the worn cushions sagged and split further under his weight. He'd slept in far rougher spots over the years, countless times, in fact. Plus, he had a gift for falling asleep almost on command. Normally, he'd be out within half a minute of lying down, but tonight was different. The day's events kept his mind churning. He shifted, feeling the phone Gilmore had loaned him in his pocket. He pulled it out and managed to call up the photograph again, the image of the man who had confronted Gilmore. This was the connection to the whole messy situation. Reacher studied the face. The man's skull showed sharp beneath a thinning layer of gray hair, a nose that had clearly been broken more than once, and those eyes cold and utterly bleak. Reacher pictured staring into them for real. He imagined what lurked behind them. The mind of someone who preyed on vulnerable veterans, who manipulated people like chess pieces for his own gain, who made vile threats against a little kid. Reacher didn't know if the creep would actually carry out his threat to blind Gilmore's nephew if Gilmore disobeyed. His gut said it was probably a bluff. But in that moment it didn't matter. Reacher felt his pulse quicken. The hairs on his neck prickled. A deep, simmering anger began to build inside him, an instinctive reaction he couldn't suppress, like a physical allergy to poison. He liked Gilmore. He felt for the guy. But Gilmore's problems were barely a blip on the radar compared to this other animal, this predator, this cowardly bully. There was zero doubt about it. Reacher was going to shut him down. That was an absolute certainty. He would handle it personally. Then, as he lay there with his eyes closed, another piece of the puzzle pushed its way into his thoughts. There was the second half of this equation, the smuggling ring. He turned the details over in his mind. Some anonymous crew sneaking their contraband into other people's shipping containers like tapeworms. Could be drugs, could be weapons or counterfeit pharmaceuticals, bootleg cigarettes, hot electronics, stolen paintings. The possibilities were endless. Whatever it was, it needed to be stopped. The people running it and their helpers needed to be stopped too. That was important, but strangely, Reacher felt less personally tied to that side of the mess. His plan was straightforward. Make sure Gilmore's nephew was safe, then pick up the phone and call the cops. Let the police or the Coast Guard deal with the smugglers. He didn't need to get involved in that part himself. Outside at 2 a.m, the world was swallowed by a soft, deep darkness. The area near the entrance to the old Kinsella limestone mine was just a vague shape, touched only by the faintest slivers of moonlight. The distant highway offered a low, occasional hum. An owl hooted. The skittering claws of a fox or a raccoon echoed briefly, the animal wisely avoiding the infrared beams that crisscrossed the path to the mine's gate, beams ready to bathe the area in a sudden harsh glare. Inside, at that same hour, the brightness in every section of the facility was dialed to whatever level Morgan Strickland desired. Strickland selected a desert simulation set at twilight, made his final preparations, and headed back to the storage room. He punched in his code, swung the door open, and found Jacqueline inside. Jacqueline was handcuffed to the frame of a simple cot, trembling violently. "Turn to the side," Strickland ordered. "Place your free hand behind your back. Make one wrong move, and I put a bullet in your spine." Jacqueline complied, his voice tight with anxiety. "Just hurry, will you? This room is unnerving. I was convinced I'd either freeze solid or die of pure panic in here." Strickland paid no attention to the complaint. 35 degrees was uncomfortable, sure, but it wasn't lethal. Not for a short exposure in still, dry air. A fit person could last hours. He knew the theory from training, and he'd lived the reality one frigid night in the Iraqi desert after a logistics mix-up with his unit. Pushing the memory aside, he unlocked the cuff from the bed, secured it around Jacqueline's other wrist, and guided him out. He paused to pull a blindfold over Jacqueline's head. When Jacqueline hesitated, Strickland nudged him forward with the barrel of his pistol at the base of his neck. He kept Jacqueline moving at a steady, stumbling pace until they reached the desired spot. "You get a 15-minute head start," Strickland stated flatly. "Make it count." He removed one cuff and stepped back into the open hub between the training zones. Pulling an iPad from his cargo pocket, he glanced at the camera to unlock it, then tapped the screen. A moment later, a heavy, barred gate slammed down, sealing the archway nearest to Jacqueline with a deafening crash. The sound jolted Jacqueline out of his dazed state. He ripped off the blindfold and stood blinking in the low light, shivering not just from the cold, but from a gnawing hunger. He hadn't eaten in 10 hours. Disoriented, he looked around and saw only sand. A vast, flat expanse of fine grain stretched before him and to each side, with a sweeping rise ahead like a cresting wave on a tan, motionless ocean. Beyond that, shadowy dunes climbed into the gloom. He forced himself to think rationally. This wasn't a real desert, that much was obvious. He was still inside the cavern, in the same training area where he'd undergone his initial assessment for Strickland security. Turning, he spotted the metal gate, which helped him get his bearings. This was an exercise. He'd messed up at the storeroom and now had to earn his way back to prove he still deserved his spot on the team. It was important, but it wasn't a matter of life and death. Although after what he'd glimpsed behind that locked door earlier, he shoved the thought away. It was time to decide. The unstated goal was clear: avoid capture for a set time or find an exit. The alternative was to stay put, get caught, and presumably get fired. He shook his head, almost amused by his earlier self-pity when complaining to Walker. Now, faced with the prospect of losing it, he realized he actually liked it here in the cave. He liked his job. He decided he was going to fight to keep it. Making a quick internal choice, he opted to stay low and move across the flatter sand. Another mental coin toss sent him heading to his left. He moved swiftly, eyes scanning ahead until he spotted a dim, bulky shape about 50 yards away. Slowing his pace, he approached cautiously and recognized it as a tent. A tall, pale canvas structure, more like a field mess tent than a backpacking shelter. He crept all the way to the front entrance, lifted the flap, and peered inside. A slatted wooden table stood with 4 folding chairs around it. An enamel mug sat on the table, and on the ground a camp stove held a kettle. A fresh shiver ran through him, the storeroom's chill still deep in his bones. His mind fixed on that kettle and the promise of hot coffee. The thought of a warm mug of soup was almost enough to make him forget his caution. He ducked fully into the tent, his hand already stretching toward the kettle, but a sharp internal warning screamed in his mind. He jerked back, fumbled for his wallet, and hurled it. The metal container wobbled, tipped, and as it crashed to the ground, its base blew apart in a burst of flame and black smoke. Shards of the handle whirled through the air. It wouldn't have been a fatal blast, he was reasonably certain, but it would have cost him a hand, or at the very least, several fingers. A fresh shiver ran through him, though now it was born of adrenaline, not cold. Scooping up his wallet, he retreated from the tent and turned right. Within minutes, he spotted a set of narrow tire tracks, almost certainly from a motorcycle. For a fleeting moment, he fantasized about finding and stealing it, but the tracks soon faded into nothingness. Walking became a greater struggle as his feet sank deeper with each step, the sand reminding him unpleasantly of a beach. He despised beaches, though at least here there was no scorching sun or biting insects. He pushed forward, only to feel the ground grow softer. His ankles vanished, then his legs were buried halfway to the knees. Panic triggered a primal instinct. He threw himself onto his back, splaying his arms and legs wide like a starfish. After catching his breath, he began a clumsy swimming motion, pulling with his arms and pushing with his legs. It was brutally tiring and wildly inefficient, but it worked. He moved without sinking. He managed about 6 feet this way before daring to roll over, scramble up, and hurry back the way he'd come. In that moment, amid the sheer absurdity of his situation, Jacqueline couldn't help but laugh, a dry, sarcastic chuckle at his own monumental bad luck. Of all the regrets in his life, none burned brighter than the simple, stupid act of opening that storeroom door. Both attempts across the open sand had nearly ended in catastrophe, so he decided on a new approach. He would go up. Perhaps he could scale the dunes entirely and find an exit on the far side, or maybe spot a maintenance hatch high on the wall or ceiling. He started walking normally, but the incline soon steepened, forcing him onto all fours. The higher he climbed, the firmer the sand became, until he was able to walk upright again. A sense of victory, of impending freedom, swelled within him. He pushed himself to move faster, taking longer, more confident strides. Then the sand beneath one foot simply gave way. He stumbled sideways, hearing a sickening crunch followed by a sharp crack as the entire top layer, a slab about 3 feet thick, sheared off and began to slide. A fresh crust of sand cascaded down to replace it, and then more came pouring from all sides. Jacqueline tried to ride the avalanche like a surfer, but lost his balance immediately. He fell, tumbling and spinning in a roiling cloud of grit that filled his eyes, his mouth, his nose. He couldn't stop, couldn't see, couldn't breathe. The world became a dizzying vortex until he slammed into solid ground. The impact driving the last air from his lungs. He was choking, buried in utter darkness, the immense weight of the sand pinning him down. He tried to stand, but couldn't. His mind began to fog, accepting that this was the end then. From some deep reserve, a final desperate idea surfaced. He drew his arms and legs tight against his body, coiled them beneath him, and with one colossal heave launched himself upward. His head broke the surface. He wriggled frantically until his chest was free, gulping huge breaths of air before scrambling completely out of the sandy tomb. He turned once, twice, orienting himself back toward his starting point. Enough. He was done, shoulders slumped and arms hanging limply. Jacqueline stumbled back toward the entrance. He didn't watch where he was going, his steps weaving erratically from side to side as if he were utterly drunk. As his right foot came down, something shifted under the sand. A sharp click followed. He froze. That sound was familiar from training exercises. He'd stepped on a mine. His mind raced, insisting it couldn't be true, that it was safe to keep moving. It had to be, yet his legs refused to obey. The earlier sandslide had been real, the explosive in the kettle had been real. For a moment, cold despair gripped him, but he shoved it aside. Then came a harsh, grating rattle. The gate was opening. He looked up to see Strickland approaching, holding an object. As Strickland drew nearer, he raised it for a clearer view. A pistol, an odd one, a CZ-52 from the old Czechoslovak Socialist Republic. Not much to look at, but it gets the job done, Strickland said, from my private collection. Rumor has it this piece was involved in 3 separate assassination tries. But that's just trivia. No rifles for me anymore, as you can imagine. The real appeal here is the caliber .762, shorter than an AK round. But trust me, nobody will notice the difference once it punches through you. So, where do you want it, chest or head? Jacqueline stared at the weapon, his jaw slack. He offered no answer, so Strickland fired into his chest. Watching Jacqueline collapse, Strickland tucked the gun into his waistband and pulled out his phone to arrange cleanup. After ending the call, he paused. It occurred to him that the real conflict hadn't even begun, and he already had a 25th Kia. No sense letting it go to waste. 17. Reacher was up before Gilmore emerged. He started the coffee machine, listening to its wheezing hiss as he headed to the bathroom. Digging through the closet, he found a towel that might have once been blue but was now a threadbare gray, rough as sandpaper. He took a quick shower using a sliver of leftover soap, dried off, raked his fingers through his hair, pulled on the same clothes, and walked back to the kitchen. Gilmore had stumbled out of his bedroom wearing an Orioles shirt and baggy orange shorts, stomping around in a groggy, irritable haze. He grunted a vague greeting, declined Reacher's coffee, and muttered a half-hearted apology for having no breakfast food before retreating to his room. 5 minutes later, he reappeared in yesterday's work clothes, now with an ID badge hanging from a royal blue lanyard around his neck. Gilmore led the way to his rental car and drove in silence to his usual apartment. Once there, he explained they needed to switch to his personal vehicle because it had a port employee parking permit stuck on the windshield. Reacher didn't reply. He had no use for permits for parking or anything else, and he was glad of it. Almost as if reading his mind, Gilmore said as they climbed into the second car, "You got a car tucked away somewhere, or a truck? I can picture you in a truck, maybe a decommissioned Humvee?" Reacher shook his head. "My Humvee days are over. I don't need a truck, and I don't want a car. So how do you get around?" "Bus. Hitch a ride, fly sometimes. If there's absolutely no other choice. You have a license?" "No, but I can drive if I have to." "You can drive but have no license." "You travel but carry no bags. What about a place to live?" Gilmore started the engine and glanced over. "Don't tell me you've got an RV. Living off-grid somewhere remote. One of those spots that looks great in pictures, but is a total headache to actually stay in, hence all the moving around." Reacher shook his head again. "The name says it all. RV, recreational vehicle, too much like a car or a truck, not for me." "All right then, a houseboat, still a vehicle," another flat refusal. Gilmore eased the car away from the curb. "All right, I surrender. Where's home for you?" "Home, nowhere, everywhere, wherever I decide to be at that moment. I'm not following. Wait, my apologies, I shouldn't have pressed. Are you saying what's the polite term now, experiencing homelessness? Polite term?" Reacher gave a low chuckle. "That really cuts to the core of it. You asked where I live? That concept doesn't connect for me, but I met a Scottish fellow once. Over there they ask, 'Where do you stay?' Now that makes sense. If you own a house or an apartment, you're obligated to stay in it, or at least near it, most of the time anyway. And that's not for me. I don't want to be anchored anywhere, not for good, not even for more than a night or two. You really don't. What's the reason? It's just how I'm built. I suppose you enjoyed the Army then in the right assignment. You're constantly on the move." "With one crucial difference," Reacher said. "The Army decides where you go and when. These days, I make that call." Gilmore pulled into traffic, heading the opposite way from where Reacher assumed the port would be. It felt like they were looping back toward the gambling hall instead of toward the waterfront district near the coffee shop. The detour was unexpected, but Reacher wasn't worried. He figured it was Gilmore's idea of a security precaution, and if that made the man feel more secure, Reacher was fine with it. It wasn't his salary that would take a hit if they were late. They drove past the card club, then Gilmore hung a right at a storefront selling donuts. He took a left at a pizza joint, then another quick left past a bakery. For a brief, absurd moment, Reacher felt they were navigating by a trail of eateries. Gilmore continued straight, then inexplicably slowed, causing them to miss a green light. A figure bolted from the shadowed entrance of an apartment building, a tall, lanky man in jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie pulled up to obscure his face. He scurried in front of the car like someone begging for change, then approached the driver's window. Gilmore powered it down. Reacher assumed he was about to hand the guy some cash, but he had it backwards. The man passed a folded, letter-sized brown envelope to Gilmore. Gilmore took it, hit the window switch, and before the glass sealed shut, the messenger had vanished into a nearby alley. Gilmore handed the envelope to Reacher. "This is for you. Go on, open it." Reacher ripped the top off and shook out the contents. It was a security badge, identical to Gilmore's except for the name, the photo, and the lanyard. This one was a vibrant green woven with the silhouettes of various cartoon characters. Gilmore caught Reacher's deadpan stare. What? It's not an issue. Employees pick their own lanyards. There's no official rule. I guess that's the best my contact could manage on short notice. And a big guy like you? A mischievous grin broke across Gilmore's face. Come on, be honest. It has a certain charm. Put it on. Reacher tapped the front of the badge. My picture, I told you to erase it. I did erase it. You watched me do it. You didn't say I couldn't recover it later. You should be glad I did. I had my guy meet me right here in the car last night while you were in the club. He cloned the chip from my badge and I gave him your photo. Otherwise, you'd have to meet him yourself later for a new shot, and who knows what kind of shady spot that would have been. He won't let anyone near his actual place. The guy's paranoid. We've been friends since we were kids, and I don't even know where he lays his head anymore. Reacher held the badge up, examining it in the daylight. This is convincing enough to get past the guards at your facility. It should work. I had him put a short expiration on it, 2 weeks. That fits the cover story. We'll say you're a temporary hire covering for the guy who was killed. You're shadowing me for your orientation. That way, you can stick with me everywhere and watch my back. Gilmore finally pulled into the port's parking lot, steering to the most remote corner he could find. He tucked his basic cell phone into his pocket, secured his pack in the car, and headed toward the small security building. The interior was stark and functional, the sort of bare-bones checkpoint Reacher had seen at isolated airstrips in less developed countries. To one side stood a reception desk, its pale laminate surface worn thin in spots. A guard in a paramilitary-style uniform, adorned with various patches and insignia, sat behind it. In the middle of the room, a metal detector arch stood sentry, alongside a battered conveyor belt that fed into an X-ray machine. Past that, another uniformed guard stared vacantly at a monitor. Gilmore emptied his pockets, keys, phone, wallet, and some coins into a plastic bin and sent it through the scanner before walking through the arch himself. Reacher, curious about the system's effectiveness, kept the borrowed phone in his pocket and followed. No lights blinked, no alarm sounded, the guard didn't even glance up. After collecting his belongings, Gilmore offered a bright morning, Bob. A vague noise came from Bob's direction, but whether it was a greeting or just a throat clearing was impossible to tell. They crossed a paved courtyard and entered a larger brick structure through a set of double doors. The doors were wood, each with a round window near the top, painted a startlingly bright turquoise. Reacher mused that institutional buildings always seemed to get the ugliest colors. He wondered if it was a cost-saving measure or a subtle tactic to make the place feel so unwelcoming that even thieves would think twice. Gilmore's shared office was up one flight of hollow-sounding concrete stairs and down a poorly lit hallway. Inside, the faint, earthy smell of decay lingered, though the flowers were finally gone. Gilmore assumed the cleaning crew had disposed of them, a relief since he despised their presence. A stubborn, almost superstitious part of him had prevented him from tossing them out himself. It felt too much like confessing to something. Gilmore gestured for Reacher to take his chair, then settled at his late co-worker's desk and picked up the phone. He dialed 0 for the switchboard and asked for Sabrina Patton in Human Resources. She answered after a couple of rings. Gilmore requested 5 minutes of her time that morning. Reacher could only catch fragments of her reply, but her reluctance was clear. She mentioned an early departure and a packed schedule of interviews for a new IT role over the coming days. Gilmore, however, held firm. He played the mental health card, saying he was feeling low and needed a supportive space to discuss some sensitive matters. To Reacher, it sounded like pure theater, but it worked. Patton agreed to a short meeting in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Gilmore turned to the computer and adjusted the keyboard. He looked at Reacher. "Ready. You don't expect me to use that thing, do you?" Reacher said. "No, of course not. But I'm about to check the shipment log. The smugglers will notice. That's what triggered the incident last time. What do you think they'll do? Crash through the windows?" "Probably not, but I'd rather not become a sidewalk stain the moment I step outside. I need you to stay sharp." "I am sharp. You look about half awake." Looks can be deceiving. Fair enough. Now, wish me luck. I'm hoping IT hasn't locked this account yet. I really don't want to have to log in on my own. Gilmore's hands moved toward the keyboard, then stopped dead. His fingers hovered, frozen. He'd caught a dim reflection in the dark monitor, just a shadowy outline, but for a chilling instant, he could have sworn it was the ghostly silhouette of his dead coworker staring back. He shut his eyes, a cold tremor tracing the length of his back. "Something the matter?" Reacher asked. "Password slip your mind." Gilmore pushed the thought aside. "No, I remember it. I was just wondering. Do you ever think about going back, fixing a choice you made?" "Never, not even once." "What's the point?" "It's a useless exercise." Reacher's tone was flat. "You mess up, you learn from it, later, not in the moment. Start second-guessing yourself while you're in motion and you're done. One error breeds another and another. Where does it end? Wanting a refund on being born?" "Right now, that sounds pretty good," Gilmore admitted, interlocking his fingers and stretching them until the joints popped. He let his hands fall to the keyboard, his fingers moving with practiced speed. A glance at the monitor brought a nod. "We're in? Shipment date, time, staging area, all unchanged. We're clear. Let's move before we attract company. Hang on." He seized the mouse, scrolling and clicking rapidly. "This might be just a second." Another click, and a compact printer wedged between the desks whirred to life, spitting out a single page. Reacher took the sheet. It showed a screenshot of the form Gilmore had been viewing, mostly filled in but otherwise unremarkable. "What's the big deal? What am I not seeing? I need to verify something," Gilmore said, his voice dropping. "But if I'm right, what I'm looking at is a world of problems." 18. Dominic Kelleher wasn't one for showiness. He had wealth and enjoyed its comforts, but he saw no reason to flaunt it. His car was a perfect example, a 5-year-old Mercedes S560 in a subdued lunar blue, the model badge removed after its first service. No custom plates either. The people who needed to know it was his already knew, which offered some protection. His real concern was outsiders, strangers or kids hopped up on something, capable of poor decisions. For that reason, he always parked in his reserved spot behind the butcher's dog. It was secure, convenient, and ensured a quick exit whenever he had somewhere to be. Usually that morning, stepping out the back door after a late breakfast, he found his driveway obstructed by a trio of Rides R Us cabs. All were idling, drivers inside, and the lead vehicle, the newest and cleanest, also held a passenger. As Kelleher strode over, ready to unleash his temper, the rear door opened. Out stepped Fyodor Gorbolevsky, owner of the cab company. Kelleher knew him, mid-50s tall and broad, with a shaved head and a severe black goatee that contrasted with his round face. Gorbolevsky closed the distance. "Dominic, what the hell is happening?" Kelleher plastered on a smile. "And a cheerful good morning to you, too?" "Last night I did you a solid, 2, actually. I had my driver's watch for that caveman you wanted found. And when they spotted him, I gave 4 of your boys a lift to go handle your business." "I thanked you for that," Kelleher said with a nod. "I'm grateful. Maybe you are, but you know what I'm not grateful for? I've got 1 cab out of commission, a missing handgun, and 4 drivers who just walked off the job." Kelleher said nothing, the forced smile fading from his lips. Kelleher stood silent for a moment before responding. "I wasn't aware of that. I'll see to it that the weapon is replaced naturally, and I'll cover the cost of repairs for the taxi." "You better believe you will," came the sharp reply. "What about your drivers? Don't concern yourself. There's a line of guys eager to work for you. That's been the case since the day you arrived in this city. That line will vanish fast if people hear I'm associating with amateurs who can't even secure their own business." Gorbolevsky shot back. Kelleher offered no argument. Gorbolevsky leaned in, his voice dropping to a gravelly murmur. "Listen to me, Dominic. Handle this madman. He's your responsibility now. I've spoken with the rest of the group. We're all in agreement. You take care of it, or one of us will. And when we do, we'll be taking care of you too. Do you understand me?" Kelleher took a half step backward. "That really isn't necessary. I asked if you understand me." Kelleher gave a slow, definitive nod. Yes, I understand perfectly. Gorbolevsky slid back into the passenger seat of the cab and the engine rumbled to life. The vehicle pulled away with the others trailing behind in a somber single-file procession. Kelleher remained by the trunk of his Mercedes, the bitter scent of exhaust hanging in the air. He slipped a hand into his pocket, absently tracing the ridges of his keys. The mundane task he had planned for the afternoon was suddenly forgotten. A far more pressing matter now demanded his full attention. He turned and walked back into the building, the weight of the new priority settling on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Gilmore accepted the document from Reacher, his finger tracing a column of checkboxes along the right margin. "I believe I made an error about the smuggling theory," he said, his tone shifting. "I don't think that's the game here. I think it's something entirely different." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Different as in an improvement, or different as in a catastrophe?" "Different as in we might be comprehensively and utterly finished, or more accurately, I might be. You haven't committed to anything. You're not truly involved. You should leave, actually. You should sprint. Immediately." "Care to elaborate?" Reacher asked. Gilmore drew in a deep breath and released it in a long, weary sigh. "Imagine you possess an item that must enter the United States, something delicate. You can't fly it in commercially. It's on a different continent, so driving a truck across a border isn't an option. What's your move? Stow it in a shipping container, send it by sea." "Correct. But you can't simply show up with your own container. They're not for sale at the local superstore. There's a global shortage, and each one has a unique identification code for tracking. So you lease a container from a legitimate company, or you rent space inside one and you load your cargo. To do that, you require documentation, primarily a bill of lading, plus several other forms. These are the official record of your shipment. What it is, its origin, its composition. Many materials, like specific woods, animal products, or chemicals, are banned because they're endangered or hazardous. The container doesn't board a ship without this paperwork, and heaven help you if you falsify the information, because it goes directly to Customs and Border Protection. They are exceptionally thorough. Every detail is scrutinized. You can't even file the paperwork yourself. It must be done electronically with specialized software. You need a licensed agent. Theoretically, you could buy the software, but it's prohibitively expensive, and it wouldn't help. To submit the forms, you must be pre-registered with CBP and post a bond, a very large bond with plenty of zeros as insurance against unpaid duties or fines for illegal merchandise. Another reason you need a professional agent? "Sounds like a secure system," Reacher observed. "It is, Gilmore confirmed. So where's the flaw? The back door? Who says there is one? There's always a back door, not one accessible to people like you and me, but you're partially right. Consider the CIA or a deniable asset working for military intelligence. What do they do when they need to import something so secret its very existence is classified? They follow the same process? Lease a container, load it, hire an agent to file the bill of lading and all accompanying forms, but here's the critical distinction. The shipper is the one who fills out the details on the bill of lading. The form is designed with specific fields that can be filled in a particular manner. Certain words can be combined, almost like a secret code that codes signals to Customs and Border Protection that the shipment is officially unofficial, so they skip the inspection entirely. They don't touch it. It also tells the handlers at the port to move the container to a specific spot and then leave it completely alone so the cargo can be retrieved later. Reacher pointed at the screenshot. "The codes are in this document. I need a second opinion to be certain. It's been a few years, but I'm almost positive. So the man who paid off your debt, whoever he's working with, they aren't just targeting some random smuggler. They're aiming to steal from the CIA." "Exactly. Think about what that means. What could the cargo possibly be? Advanced weapons, maybe? Prototypes stolen from Chinese labs? Chemical agents smuggled out of Russia? Next-generation drones from Iran or North Korea? Cutting-edge electronics? Artificial intelligence components? The kind of hardware that absolutely cannot fall into the wrong hands." No argument there. And here's something else. It proves I was right about getting my coworker killed. For a low-level smuggler, A cold-blooded murder like that would have been overkill, I'll admit, but for the CIA or one of their contractors, they'd assume anyone poking around was working for a hostile government by definition. And eliminating that kind of threat is just a standard Tuesday for those people. Gilmore's posture went rigid. Then he bolted from his chair and snatched the screenshot, but that's not even the worst of it. I just logged into their system again. They'll know the login is fake this time. They have to. They already killed the actual owner, so their next logical step is to trace the terminal, and that trace will lead them straight to this office. Gilmore logged out of the computer, lunged over to his own desk, and yanked open the top drawer. He pulled out a tub of alcohol wipes, tore one free, and meticulously scrubbed the computer's power button before moving on to the keyboard and mouse. Reacher observed the frantic cleaning. He considered it a pointless exercise, so he turned his attention back to mentally rearranging the puzzle pieces. When Gilmore first claimed his coworker was murdered, Reacher had been skeptical. Using a falling shipping container as a murder weapon was wildly unreliable. Too many variables, too many factors outside anyone's control. Reacher walked to the window and looked down at the tent covering the accident site, or the crime scene. It was positioned at the edge of a wide-open area. There was no guarantee any intended target would ever walk through that exact spot. In fact, the odds were against it. And there was no way to ensure the target would be alone, meaning the killer would need a tolerance for collateral damage, an unpredictable number of extra deaths, potential mass casualties. All of that seemed like too much hassle for a bunch of ordinary smugglers. If Gilmore's friend had been shot in a dark alley, he might have bought it, or stabbed in a bar brawl. But if Gilmore's new theory was correct, if the CIA was importing a critical top-secret item and believed foreign operatives were trying to intercept it, then lethal force wasn't just plausible, it was practically mandatory, especially if the job was outsourced to a private contractor with minimal oversight, if any at all. If the theory held water, Reacher turned back and saw Gilmore toss the wipes back into the drawer and carefully center the screenshot on his desk. Reacher said, "You need to verify what's on that page." "I'm on it right now," Gilmore replied. He took out his smartphone, scanned the document, and tapped on its screen for a moment, sending it to a contact in Wiesbaden. "He can check the entries, and don't stress, our email is secure. It's a Swiss service. If I were the worrying type, your email service would be the least of my concerns." Gilmore just shrugged. He then retrieved his old basic cell phone from his pocket, fumbled for its battery, snapped it together, waited for it to power up, and began typing a message. He verified the message had gone through, then took the phone apart once more. "I decided to send an update about the shipment," he said. "Needed to confirm the intelligence is still solid. I'm risking everything here. If that man hurts my nephew after all this, I'll make him pay." Reacher felt a flicker of respect for Gilmore. Maybe there was more to him. Gilmore glanced at his watch and moved toward the door. "Let's go. We've overstayed our welcome." He pulled the door open but hesitated on the threshold, turning back for a final look at the cramped space. "This makes twice now I've thought I was walking out of here for good. Third time's the charm, right? 19. Steve McLaren didn't bother to wait for an answer after knocking on Morgan Strickland's door. He just pushed right in. It was a deliberate breach of protocol, fueled by irritation and a need to make his displeasure unmistakably clear. Strickland was at his desk reviewing a printed contract draft from Mark Hewson, pen poised to edit a clause. He feigned absorption in the text, making a few notations, ignoring the intrusion. McLaren strode straight to the desk, an iPad in his hand. He thrust it forward. "Have you taken a look at this?" Strickland glanced up. The screen displayed a young man in a standard olive drab uniform standing in the wreckage of a kitchen, an M16 held loosely. A robotic figure dressed as a terrorist was positioned behind him, a pistol aimed at his back. "Footage from this morning's assessment?" Strickland asked. "You call it an assessment? I call it a disgrace." McLaren swiped, launching a video. Another recruit, same generic uniform, entered a dusty living room, pistol pointed uselessly to one side while he looked the other way. A robot with a shotgun emerged from behind a sofa, going unnoticed for a full 6 seconds. "Inspiring, isn't he? You'd trust him with your life?" Another swipe. The next clip showed a backyard, a robot dressed as a woman in a cheerful yellow sundress cradling a doll popped out from behind a playhouse. The recruit fired twice, splattering its frame with crimson paint. "I'm guessing this isn't the promotional montage," Strickland said dryly. "There is no montage, just a catastrophe. The only reason we aren't scrubbing paint off the walls for a week is because the system malfunctioned. The guns barely fired. And you know what's worse than their pathetic performance? The automated system passed almost every single one of them. Almost all was there. Don't sweat it. The scores are history. I manually overrode them. I failed the entire class." McLaren turned to leave but stopped at the door. "Morgan, we need to fix this process. We're burning time and cash for nothing." Once the door clicked shut, Strickland spun the iPad around and woke the screen. The frozen image of the robotic mother glowed back at him. He tapped an icon, entered a PIN to access a hidden menu, and selected the candidate scoring module. McLaren had given this recruit a 39 out of 100, stamped with a glaring red fail. Strickland dragged a slider upward. The number climbed. 50, 60, 70. At 71, the rating flipped to pass. He methodically repeated the adjustment for every recruit McLaren had failed, granting each one just enough points to cross the threshold. Some got exactly 71, a few perhaps those who'd shown a moment of promise amidst the chaos. He nudged a little higher, a silent investment in potential he alone seemed to see. 72 recruits had taken the test. One guy scored a perfect 100, though Strickland suspected it was more about a clumsy finger on the touchscreen than actual knowledge. The final numbers didn't matter much to him. He quietly adjusted every single score to a passing mark. He then turned his attention to the two the automated system had flagged as failures. One had a dismal 12, the other a 22. Strickland paused, considering the paperwork, then passed them as well. Why not? The Human Resources Building was a hike from the docks, a 12-year-old monument to corporate frugality. It was clear the accountants had won every argument with the architects. To Jack Reacher, it resembled the second-place design in a competition for the most uninspired budget motel chain imaginable. There was nothing overtly terrible about it, just a soul-crushing blandness. Every potential architectural flourish had been meticulously eliminated, diluted into nothingness. He'd read about sick building syndrome from poorly ventilated concrete blocks. If boring building syndrome existed, this place would be its textbook case, following Gilmore inside and up a staircase. Reacher entered a broad rectangular office floor. The layout felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of a converted bookstore he'd seen in an old railroad town out west a few years back, a place that had originally been a brothel. This setup was similar, a central reception hub surrounded by a ring of smaller rooms. Only here the rooms contained desks and monitors instead of beds. With a nod, Gilmore directed Reacher to a couch in the reception area before heading toward an open office door on the left. A woman emerged to meet him. Sabrina Patton, Reacher assumed. She stood around 5'10", her straight black hair secured in a severe ponytail that still reached halfway down her back. Her outfit was a study in corporate severity, a forest green pencil skirt hitting at the knees, 3-inch black pumps, and a stark white blouse tailored tightly at the waist and across her chest. She shook Gilmore's hand with a stiff, formal arm, maintaining a clear distance, then gestured him inside her office and shut the solid door. The wall facing reception was windowless. Reacher could neither see nor hear a thing. For all he knew, she could be throttling Gilmore in there. The thought made him smile inwardly. He shook it off. He was spending too much time with the guy. Paranoia was apparently contagious. Reacher settled on the couch and monitored the entrance. 3 visitors came through while he waited. The first was a young man, barely out of his teens, swimming in a suit of dark, shiny fabric that was clearly his first. A woman emerged from an office adjacent to Patton's, greeted him with a practiced smile, and ushered him inside, a kid on the hopeful brink of his career, probably for an interview. Reacher wondered if he'd get the job and what kind of road that would set him on. The next 2 arrived together. A man in his 50s wore a suit so creased and tired it was nearly ready for the donation bin, With him was a younger, sharply dressed woman carrying a briefcase, a permanent scowl etched onto her face. A union representative or a lawyer, Reacher figured. Their vibe suggested a career trajectory hurtling in the opposite direction of the first kid's, or perhaps a bleak preview of that kid's own future. 30 years down the line, for 5 solid minutes, no one acknowledged them. The man stood motionless, head bowed, arms dangling like a powered-down machine. The woman paced back and forth, a predator silently scanning the room for someone to confront. Finally, a man emerged from a corner office. He appeared weary and combative, fixing them with a hard stare before gesturing them through his door and out of Reacher's view. Sabrina Patton's door swung open exactly 16 minutes after it had shut. Gilmore stepped out alone, looking no different than when he'd entered, no hint of relief or clarity on his face. He gave Reacher a curt nod and headed for the exit. Outside, he led the way into a slim alley squeezed between the HR building and the one next door. Leaning his back against the cold brick, body tense and fists balled, he muttered, "She's holding something back. I'm certain of it, but I couldn't pry it loose." Reacher eyed him. "You want me to take a shot?" Gilmore gave a weary shrug. "I tried being charming, cracked jokes, played the sympathy card, nothing landed. Maybe you could scare it out of her, though I doubt it. Something's got her terrified already. She's locked down tight. I spun a decent tale, but she wasn't buying." "What tale?" "Told her I was depressed, battling imposter syndrome like I didn't belong in my role. Said if I understood why she hired me, it might help my confidence. Give me some validation. She saw right through it, of course, switched straight into corporate drone mode. Nothing like the person I met when I was hired, claimed I got the job because I was the best candidate, which we both know is total garbage. I played dumb, said with all the stress I couldn't recall who I'd listed as a reference. Asked if she could remind me, told her it'd help to know who believed in me. She said she'd have to check the file, but it wouldn't matter anyway, since references nowadays are just dates of employment. Said people are too scared of lawsuits to give real praise. More corporate nonsense. I couldn't crack her. We need a different approach, right? Gilmore fished a phone from his pocket, its case a deep bottle green. This might move things along. Hers. Gilmore nodded. I'll get into her email, her texts, her calendar. Something in there will give her up. Across town, Dominic Kelleher sat behind the desk in his office at the Butcher's Dog. 3 neat stacks of papers had been arranged in front of him half an hour earlier, but his mind was elsewhere, drifting and unsettled. He'd barely glanced at them, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. In fact, the documents had slipped so completely from his awareness that he nearly forgot to sweep them into a drawer when a soft knock sounded at his door. "Who is it?" Kelleher barked. A woman's voice answered. "Mia and Mick and Norman. Get in here, all of you." The door opened. A woman entered first, followed by 2 men. Mia wore a shoulder-length black wig. Mick had a bandage wrapped around his head. Norman's arm rested in a sling. Kelleher motioned toward 2 worn leather armchairs beside a threadbare rug. The men sat. Mia hesitated, then perched on the arm of the chair farthest from the desk. "What do you need?" she asked. "Ideas?" Kelleher said, his voice low. "That ape who ambushed you in the alley? You know the chaos he's stirring up? I need to make an example of him quickly. But my usual guys are out. One's dead, one's in witness protection, the rest are locked up or on the run. So think, who do you know? I want someone filthy, nasty, no disgusting, the kind of person whose name makes your skin crawl." Mick and Norman exchanged uneasy looks. Kelleher leaned forward, and that's not all. They need to be reliable, available, and I don't give a damn what it costs. The men glanced at each other again, surprised. Their boss had never been careless with money before. "Well?" Kelleher pressed. "Talk." Mick cleared his throat. "What about the Bike Chain brothers? I thought you sent them last night?" Kelleher's lip curled into a sneer. "Those cowards are about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Do you really think I'd be coming to you now if they'd already taken care of it?" A heavy silence filled the room before Norman finally spoke. "If you need the guy to vanish, I know a professional. Very imaginative." Kelleher slammed his hand on the table. "Did I ask for him to vanish? No. What's the point? The guy's a nobody. If he just disappears, anyone who's heard his name will forget it in half an hour. I need a lasting image, something permanent. I want photos in the papers, on the news, all over the internet. Maybe a shot of him in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines, or him hobbling on crutches before face planting into something disgusting, or passed out in a department store doorway, reeking and helpless. Do you understand? The silence stretched even longer this time. Then Mia's voice cut through it. What if he ends up in a wheelchair for good? Kelleher's eyes narrowed. Keep talking. I know 2 specialists. I've witnessed their methods, and let me tell you, if I had the anatomy for it, my reaction wouldn't have been a flinch. It would have been a full-scale retreat. Just 2 guys? Is that sufficient? They're more than enough. It's about precision, not numbers. You're certain? This weirdo handled the 3 of you, and the 4 brothers. These men are different. They use specialized tools. They begin by securing their target. They restrain him completely. Then they get to work with power tools. They are meticulous. They can manage him. Should I make the call? Kelleher considered it, then gave a single sharp nod. Do it. 20 Gilmore had no desire to return to his office, and Reacher saw no benefit in sitting in city traffic to reach either of Gilmore's apartments. They found themselves back at the same coffee shop where their paths had first intersected the previous day. The spot was practical. It was crowded with potential witnesses, which eased Gilmore's nerves. The steady supply of caffeine suited Reacher just fine. They claimed a table next to their previous one, larger and offering a similar vantage point. Gilmore ordered a decaf cappuccino. Reacher got his usual black coffee, using a backdoor method he'd picked up during his training at Fort Huachuca. Gilmore bypassed the lock on Sabrina Patton's phone. Reacher snagged another discarded newspaper from a nearby table. As Gilmore began sifting through Patton's emails, Reacher found himself drawn back into a continuing article about the escalating tensions in Armenia, where a U.S. private military company was positioning its personnel near the border. Some journalist had branded the situation "Countdown to Conflict." This latest update featured a series of detailed maps which Reacher always appreciated. They illustrated the turbulent history of a region called Nagorno-Karabakh in the Arabian Peninsula, tracing its shifts in control from the fall of the Russian Empire. The area had been contested by the neighboring states of Armenia and Azerbaijan, absorbed into the Soviet Union, and fought over again after its dissolution. It declared independence in 1991, only to be invaded by Azerbaijan in 2020, a fact central to the current crisis. The faction accused of aiding Iran simply wanted its sovereignty restored. Reacher could understand that desire. Just as he finished the article, Gilmore nudged his arm. Reacher looked up. Find something? Not in the emails, but my contact just replied. He examined the screenshot. Says the keyword patterns are a textbook match for the cover story of a black operation, CIA, or a contractor. He can't specify, could be either. Reacher thought it over. Ask him who we should alert about the planned theft. I'm guessing it's a bit beyond a local police dispatcher's pay grade. Gilmore typed out a quick message. A reply chimed back almost instantly. His expression shifted as he read it. He says don't warn anyone, to stay completely out of it. Seriously? Gilmore scanned a follow-up message and nodded. He confirms it. First, it would be useless. Operations like this are designed to be untraceable. There would be no trail for another agency to follow, even if they were inclined to help. These operations are managed by seasoned professionals with virtually unlimited resources. They anticipate attacks from other professionals. Anything a group of amateurs could attempt wouldn't even come close to breaching their security. We can't assume they're amateurs, came the reply. We have no idea who the man who set you up is working for or who his allies might be. It genuinely doesn't matter. You'd be shocked by the tactics that have been attempted before. Foreign agents have hidden in shipping containers on the docks, launching assaults from them. They've even thrown kidnapped refugees overboard at sea to force a target vessel to slow down for boarding. The core point is, whether it's the CIA or an independent group, their defenses will be comprehensive. They're not our concern. Being prepared is one thing. Having a specific warning is another level of advantage. Perhaps But there's another, more pressing reason to drop this. My contact mentioned that foreign operatives have sometimes filed vague, speculative reports just to see if it triggers a reaction, as a way to confirm an active operation. If we push this, they might think we're doing that. We could end up arrested or face something far worse. Finding nothing more of interest in the newspaper, Reacher set it aside and let his mind drift to music. He had just mentally finished humming through Waitin' on the Night Train when a familiar primal sensation crept up from the base of his neck. It was that old instinctual warning system, a leftover from when survival depended on sensing a predator's gaze. Someone was watching him. A quick scan of the room pinpointed the source, the young barista behind the counter, Kevin, according to his name tag. During a lull in customers, he was leaning on his elbows, his stare fixed on Reacher. Reacher met his gaze without blinking. Kevin quickly looked away, flustered, then shuffled out from behind the counter and hurried over, casting nervous glances around the room. He bent down and whispered, "Sorry to bother you during your coffee." "Then don't," Reacher said flatly. Kevin looked confused. "What? You said you're sorry to interrupt, so don't do it. Why start something you already regret?" Kevin shook his head, momentarily thrown, then pressed on. "It's just those guys you had the argument with yesterday, the ones trying to scam that elderly couple. I just saw them out back. There's another older couple with them now. I think they're about to do the same thing." Reacher leaned in slightly, his voice low. "You believe they're preparing to commit a crime?" "I do, yes." Kevin nodded emphatically. In one fluid motion, Reacher stood up, causing Kevin to stumble backward. "Then call 911, Reacher stated. "As for me, not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm leaving." Gilmore looked up, surprised, but Reacher gestured for him to stay put. He walked out to the street, turned east for a block, deliberately heading away from the alley he'd used the previous day, then took a left and doubled back along the narrow service road behind the coffee shop's building. He located the wooden fence, a solid 6-foot barrier, and approached it silently. Peering over the top, he saw two men with their backs to him, focused on the building's rear service entrance. One was exceptionally tall and lanky with long blonde hair. The other was short and stocky with a shaved head and the build of a swimmer. Parked beside the tall one was a heavy-duty wheelchair reinforced with welded bars and thick leather straps at the thigh and ankle positions. The man shifted, revealing what he held, a bright orange taser shaped vaguely like a handgun. At the shorter man's feet sat a black wheeled tool chest. Resting on its lid was a yellow cordless drill fitted with a long, unusually wide bit. The scene was set, and it had nothing to do with helping anyone into a chair. Reacher took a step back and studied the fence. He had to know whether it could handle his weight if he tried to climb it or jump over. He decided it couldn't. The panels were flimsy, the wood grain rough and splintered. It had clearly been neglected for years. The posts were skinny, many of them leaning at odd angles. Even putting pressure on it would probably make the whole thing come down, so he retreated. He crossed to the opposite side of the street, planted his feet firmly, and launched himself forward like a runner off the blocks. He built momentum fast, zeroing in on the middle section of the fence. At the last instant, he turned his shoulder. The wood exploded into pieces, splinters flew everywhere, one post ripped right out of the dirt, another cracked a few inches above its base. Ahead, the two men were just beginning to turn as Reacher burst through the opening he'd created. He didn't slow down, he threw his arms wide like a man embracing a congregation. The taller one reacted quicker, so Reacher's right forearm smashed into his chest. His left arm hammered the shorter man's shoulder. They both went down hard. The tall guy pushed up onto his hands and knees trying to get up. Reacher kicked him in the head. He'd been aiming for the temple, but caught the jaw instead. The joint gave way with a sickening crunch, and the man's mouth went slack. He let out a raw, agonized yell, the kind you'd hear in a dentist's chair with no Novocaine, then slumped onto his side and lay still. The short guy was struggling to rise, too, so Reacher told him, "Don't, or I'll kick your head into next week." He froze, Reacher said. "What's wrong with you two? Can't you do basic math?" The man grunted. There are two of you and only one chair. What's the deal? The chair isn't for us, smart guy. Who's it for? Silence. Reacher raised his voice. I said, who's it for? You. Why would I need it? No answer. Reacher nodded toward the drill. What's that for? Yard stuff. We were gonna fix the fence. Then why are there extra straps on the chair? The guy shrugged. Came like that. Reacher shifted to a knowing, almost friendly tone. Come on. That's not really true, is it? The man looked away. Reacher said, let me ask you something. Are you a rules person? Not really. No. That's too bad. Rules keep things tidy. Here's an example. If someone pulls a knife on me, I break their arm. I mentioned that to someone you might know recently. The guy shook his head. Never heard it. Here's a new one, fresh off the press. If someone tries to take out my knees with a power tool, I break their legs. What do you think? Are you insane? Could be. I like order. Plenty of folks think that's crazy. Reacher shot forward and drove his right fist deep into the man's stomach. The guy folded over, choking for air. Reacher pulled back and whipped his left fist up in a short, vicious arc. It connected under the chin and lifted the man clear off the ground. He landed hard on his back, dazed and seeing double. 3 teeth were broken. He started swallowing blood. He was still awake, but only for another moment. Then Reacher slammed his heel down just above the man's knee. The bone shattered, but there was no scream. The guy had already blacked out. Reacher stomped on the other leg in the same spot. He walked over and did the same to both of the tall guy's legs. After that, he grabbed the drill and the toolbox and tossed them into the dumpster behind the building. He hoisted the tall man into the wheelchair, then piled the short one on top. He scanned the area. No witnesses. So he stepped through the broken fence, circled around, and entered the coffee shop through the front door. Reacher walked straight to their table and sat down beside Gilmore. Kevin the barista was back behind the counter. The place was empty. Reacher fixed his eyes on him. He glanced away, then back again after a moment, finding Reacher still there, his gaze unwavering. Kevin shifted his weight, then finally slipped out from behind the counter and approached. Reacher asked, how did you know about the argument? What? You mentioned I argued with some men yesterday? How did you know that happened? I must have overheard it. People talk while waiting in line. It happens all the time. Someone told you directly. It wasn't a casual customer. Kevin stayed silent. Reacher said, that same person told you to send me out back, didn't they? Kevin stared at the floor. Please don't hurt me. I won't, Reacher said. Here's what you do. Call that guy back. Tell him his handyman need an ambulance right now, and he owes this coffee shop for a broken fence. For the next 2 hours, Gilmore was completely absorbed in Patton's phone, his eyes fixed on the screen. His clicking and scrolling fell into a steady, relentless rhythm. Reacher drank coffee, finished the newspaper, and studied the other patrons, keeping an eye on the door for any suspicious arrivals. Gilmore remained motionless except for his eyes and fingers, like a statue brought to life in only those parts. Reacher refilled his mug twice, then a third time. He was considering a fourth when Gilmore suddenly slapped the phone down on the table. He stretched his arms overhead, his eyes squeezing shut. The cords in his neck stood out sharply, and he seemed to be fighting for air. Reacher thought he might be having a medical episode and leaned in. Are you okay? Give me a second. Gilmore gasped. He dragged in a deep breath and picked up the phone again. I'm fine, but this is it. I found the link. He pushed the phone toward Reacher. The screen displayed a contact, Dr. Alyssa Martin. Beneath her name was her business, Holistic Well-Being Solutions, complete counseling and psychotherapy services. Reacher slid the phone back. This Dr. Martin is the connection? Gilmore's expression was grim. She has to be. Why? There are no emails or calendar appointments. But why else would Patton have her contact? She must have been seeing her. And, remember I told you I tried counseling when I was trying to stop gambling? Dr. Martin was the therapist I saw. She wasn't any help, obviously, but she was the only person who knew the details of my debts, the exact amounts, the people I owed. You swore you didn't tell anyone, Gilmore. She's not just anyone, she's a therapist. They have confidentiality rules like priests. They're not supposed to reveal anything from sessions. Does this whole operation you're tangled in seem like it's run by people who care about rules?" Gilmore looked down at the table. "No. But that's why I didn't consider her until now. So Dr. Martin took what she learned from you and passed it or sold it to someone who could use it. You think she did the same with Patton. She must have. I'd bet the person who paid off my debt got leverage on Patton, too, and pressured her into hiring me. It's plausible, definitely worth looking into." Since Sabrina Patton had said she would be leaving the office at noon, Gilmore pulled up her own contact entry on her phone, which listed a home address in Roland Park. It was too far to walk, so they returned to Gilmore's car. He started his navigation app, and the automated voice guided them to a wide street lined with spacious homes. The houses were set back from the road with tidy lawns, rows of old trees, and garden beds bursting with flowers and shrubs. The sheer quiet of the neighborhood felt almost oppressive after the tension of the morning. The neighborhood was lined with spacious homes, each boasting two-car garages and lengthy driveways, yet the street itself was crowded with parked vehicles. Reacher noted the luxury brands, BMWs, Audis, a few Jaguars, and several other high-end models. Patton's house stood out as slightly smaller than those around it. Its sky-blue wooden siding was accented by crisp white window frames, and a covered porch sheltered the front door. At the peak of the steep roof, a rooster-shaped weather vane pointed silently into the breeze. Gilmore knocked once, then waited. When no answer came, he turned to leave, but Reacher moved past him and delivered a sharp, authoritative rap on the door, the kind that demanded an immediate response, not a polite inquiry. From inside came the soft sound of footsteps approaching. The door opened just a few inches, restrained by a gleaming brass chain. Patton's face appeared in the narrow gap, her expression a mix of curiosity and alarm. Gilmore stepped forward, holding up her phone with what he hoped was a disarming smile. "We're here to return this," he said. Patton's eyes narrowed instantly. "Where did you get that? How do you know where I live?" Gilmore raised his hands in a placating gesture. "It's a long story." He pulled out his own phone, found the photo of the man who had settled his debt, and showed it to her. Patton's face went pale for a second. She looked as if she might be sick. "I did everything he asked," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Why is this happening? He forced you into hiring me, didn't he?" Gilmore asked gently. "How could you possibly know that?" "You're a patient of Dr. Alyssa Martin." Patton stiffened. "I don't want to discuss that." She began to close the door, but Gilmore wedged his foot in the opening. "I'm not here for the details," he said quickly. "Listen, I've been manipulated by the same people. I'm caught up in this too, and now there's something bigger going on, something that puts a child I care about in real danger. Please, can we come in and talk? Maybe we can help each other." Patton stood frozen, her knuckles white where she gripped the door. After a long pause, she gave a slight nod, released the chain, and stepped back. She smoothed her blouse nervously before leading them down a hallway into a bright modern kitchen at the rear of the house. French doors looked out onto a neatly kept backyard shaded by mature trees. The room was all glossy white cabinets, gray granite countertops, and stainless steel appliances. Without a word, Patton took 3 glasses from the dishwasher, filled them with chilled water from the refrigerator door, and lined them up on the kitchen island. Her gaze lingered on Reacher, scrutinizing him as if he were an exhibit. "And who are you?" she asked bluntly. "A friend," Reacher replied. Patton shook her head and turned back to Gilmore. "That whole act this morning, all your questions, you were fishing, trying to see if I knew the man in that photo." Gilmore nodded. "Do you have any idea what his name is?" "No." "How did he first contact you?" "He just showed up here out of nowhere, exactly like you did." She said, her voice edged with bitterness. "He knew things, private, humiliating things, and said he'd spread them everywhere online unless I cooperated. It would have ruined me. I honestly thought about ending things." "And you're sure he got that information from Dr. Martin?" Patton took a slow sip of water. "How else? I feel completely betrayed." "If you can't trust your own therapist, who can you trust?" She set the glass down with a quiet click. Reacher leaned forward slightly. Is there any chance someone else could have shared those details, a friend or family member? Absolutely not, Patton said firmly. If I had told anyone else, half of them would have stopped speaking to me a long time ago, and my family would cut me off completely, ever kept a diary, not since I was a kid. Did you borrow any library books about your situation, or buy any? No, I didn't search for it online either. I didn't ask any virtual assistants. Reacher looked at Gilmore, who gave a slight shake of his head. Reacher continued. You stopped seeing your therapist when this started. Actually, I stopped just before, Patton admitted. How did you pick Dr. Martin? My brother saw her about a year ago. The court ordered an evaluation after he got into some drug trouble. He said she didn't help his legal case, but she made him feel less like a lost cause. He felt more likely to stay clean if he ever got there, so I thought I'd try her. So you quit therapy, and then this stranger told you to hire Gilmore. That's right. Was that the first contact? Yes. Any way to reach him? None. No name, no number, no email, just the threat and the order. Has he contacted you since? Patton hesitated. Once, a few days later. He made me hire someone else, too. Another inexperienced lawyer. She glanced apologetically at Gilmore. No, a security guard, actually well qualified. I remember wondering why the strong-arm tactics were even necessary. He could have gotten the job on his own. What's his name? Arlen James. Gilmore thought for a moment. Doesn't ring a bell. He's part-time, works nights mostly at the Seagirt terminal. We should talk to him, Reacher said. Find out what his instructions are. He's probably there to allow unauthorized access, but we need to confirm that. You can handle that. I'm not going. Patton turned to Gilmore. What do they want from you? Information, Gilmore said. About what? An incoming shipment, the details of its arrival. Why? Gilmore stayed silent. Patton's eyes widened. Someone's planning to steal it. That's what it looks like. What's in the container? We don't know. Who owns it? Also unknown. Are you planning to stop it? That's the idea. You mentioned your nephew was in danger. How is he involved? I tried to back out. Threatening him is their way of keeping me in line. Patton was quiet, then leaned forward. Listen, I know how this sounds, but just think about it. Individual shipping containers aren't guarded. No one gets hurt if they steal what's inside, especially with their own man at the gate. The owners have insurance. It's a victimless crime, really. If we call the police, they probably can't stop it anyway. But they will investigate. They'll look at all of us. We could be called accessories. They'll dig through our lives. Her voice dropped. They'll find out what he's holding over me, and I cannot let that happen. And your nephew is still in danger. So my suggestion, we do absolutely nothing, walk away. Reacher's voice was flat. That's not going to happen. Why not? It's the logical choice. Nobody wins if we stir this up. It's not that simple. We can't just let this go, but we'll do everything possible to protect your secret. You have my word. Reacher stood up. Thanks for the water and your help. We need to get moving. He headed for the hallway. Gilmore followed. Patton called out, Wait. She paused, thinking, You're going to see Dr. Martin next, aren't you? Reacher didn't answer. You have to be. She's the connection to the man who blackmailed us both. Reacher gave a single nod. We need to speak with her. Give me 1 minute. Let me get my bag. Why? I'm coming with you. No, you're not. Yes, I am. You've already helped enough. I'm coming. Her tone left no room for argument. A sudden sharp memory flashed in her mind. The last time she felt this trapped was watching her brother being led away in handcuffs, the rain soaking his shirt. She wasn't going to just sit and wait for disaster this time. My life is probably about to be torched thanks to Dr. Martin, so before that happens, I'm going to serve that woman her own defeat on a silver platter. Patton gave Reacher another once-over, a new kind of respect flickering in her eyes, or at the very least I plan to be right there watching when you hand it to her. 22, Patton was adamant about taking the wheel. Gilmore was perfectly fine with that. He had no desire for his personal vehicle to be seen anywhere close to Dr. Martin's office, in case someone was keeping watch, and switching to his rental car would take too long. Reacher was indifferent. He slid into the back seat of Patton's silver Lexus, a vehicle bearing the city's signature collection of dings and scrapes from half a decade of urban driving, stretched out across the seat and conserved his strength for whatever lay ahead. The car was silent for the first few blocks until Patton shot a look at Gilmore. Should we have phoned ahead to confirm she's even in? This could be a complete waste of time. Gilmore shook his head. Calling would be a mistake. She has to assume we've figured out she's the one who betrayed us. She'd never agree to a meeting. I suppose you're right, and we don't want to scare her off. She could vanish or alert the people she's working with that I'm not playing along. That might put my nephew at risk. So what's the plan for actually getting in to see her? We should have mapped this out better. If she recognizes us, and she definitely will, she could just lock her door, call for help, sound an alarm. Reacher leaned forward from the back. I'll go in. Patton glanced at him. You? No way. No offense, but one look at you and she'd hit a panic button if she has one, or her receptionist would be dialing 911 before you finished a sentence. I'll pose as a new patient. Gilmore frowned. She'll never buy it. Why not? You don't exactly scream therapy candidate. I don't have to. She deals with criminals, addicts, veterans, and she won't want to risk losing referrals from the courts or the VA. She'll see me. I hope you're right. We can't let her walk away clean after what she did. If she's guilty, she won't walk. That's certain, but let's not jump to conclusions. We don't know her full role yet. Maybe she's being pressured, too. Maybe she's another victim here. I find that hard to believe. She sold us out. But fine, I'll keep an open mind for now, until we talk to her. But she's going to need one hell of an explanation to change it. Dr. Martin's practice was located in Canton, just north of the Patapsco River. One side of her street was bordered by a long, narrow park dotted with grassy areas and playgrounds, separated from traffic by an elaborate wrought iron fence. Facing the park stood a row of buildings, mostly 3 stories tall, their intricate brickwork and prominent keystone details hinting at early 20th century construction. They were painted in muted pastel shades with ground floors occupied by bars, restaurants, and boutiques. Vibrant awnings extended over the sidewalks displaying business names in crisp white lettering. Dr. Martin's office was at the end of a block situated on the 2nd floor above a real estate agency. Patton parked the car about 50 yards past the building. Reacher opened the door, unfolded his large frame, and stepped out onto the curb. Back in a minute, he said. Reacher returned almost immediately. He was gone for no more than 3 minutes. He emerged from the building at a brisk pace and strode directly to the car, stopping beside Gilmore's window. Gilmore rolled it down. Was she not there? Or with a patient? I don't hear any sirens. Reacher cut him off. Do you have a photo of Dr. Martin? I'm not sure. Why? You photograph everyone. Do you have one of her or not? Gilmore pulled out his phone and began scrolling through his picture gallery. Yes, here's one. Let me see it. Gilmore handed over the phone. Reacher studied the image for a moment, then passed it back. Why did you need her photo? To confirm something. Confirm what? That the person lying on the floor of her office is Dr. Martin. Why would she be on the floor? Did she take up meditation or something? She's not doing anything anymore. She's dead. Reacher slid back into the car and caught Patton's gaze in the rearview mirror. You should leave now, Sabrina. We're stepping over a line here. Dr. Martin was shot. We should call the police immediately, but we aren't going to. Instead, we're going to search her office. If we're caught, we'll face some very tough questions, the kind that could land us in prison. You don't need to be part of this. Patton twisted in her seat, her voice trembling. I can't believe she's gone. Are you absolutely sure? Reacher gave a slow nod. Patton bit her lip, her eyes welling up. I feel terrible. Just a minute ago I was saying awful things about her when I said I wanted her to get what was coming to her. Bad wishes don't kill people, Reacher cut in. This isn't your fault, I suppose. But you really should go right now. Every minute we wait increases the risk. A shiver ran through Patton. Is her body still there? You saw it? Reacher nodded again. Is it messy, bloody? She was shot, Reacher said quietly. Patton's face lost another trace of color. I can't be mixed up in something like this. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, but you do need to leave. When the police arrive, you don't want to be anywhere near this. I'm already in it up to my neck. No one had to drag me here. She shut her eyes briefly, steadying her breath. I can't go in there with her like that, but I can help from out here. I'll keep watch on the street, cover the building entrance. If the police show up before you're done, I'll signal you. Reacher considered it, then said, that would help, and I can drive you wherever you need to go after. But there's one thing, a favor. The doctor kept notes from our sessions. No one can see mine. Not the police, not reporters, no one while you're inside. Could you find them and bring them to me? Just don't read them. Promise me. Reacher shook his head. I can't take your files, Sabrina. If the police notice one is missing, that person becomes the top suspect. You'd have detectives all over you. But don't worry, this is a big city. Dr. Martin must have had hundreds of patients. Their files will be full of all sorts of things. Whatever's in yours, the police have seen worse. Maybe, trust me. Reacher turned to Gilmore. You ready? Gilmore pushed his door open. Give me 2 minutes. Wait here. He hurried into a pharmacy down the block and returned 6 minutes later carrying 4 plastic bags. After getting back in, he pulled out 2 shower caps and handed one to Reacher, then dumped the rest of the items onto the floor. Patton stared. What is all this? Shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, that kind of thing, Gilmore said. Why are you throwing it in my car? Because I don't need it. I'll toss it later, unless you want it. No, I don't. Then why buy it? For cover. I only needed the shower caps, but buying just 2 would look suspicious, too memorable if the clerk gets questioned. A bunch of everyday toiletries. That's forgettable. And I needed 4 bags. It would have looked odd if they were empty. Patton let out a tense, almost sarcastic laugh. How long were you seeing Dr. Martin anyway? 2 sessions, less than a week. Maybe you should have stuck with it a little longer. Inside the building's entry lobby, a small white security camera was mounted near the ceiling, aimed at the street door. A thin wire hung loose behind it. Gilmore nudged Reacher and pointed, Did you disconnect that? Reacher shook his head. It's a cheap piece of junk anyway, a DIY setup. You wouldn't even need to unplug it. You could just disable the Wi-Fi. Knock out every camera on the network at once. Reacher accepted the logic, but thought that if he were involved in something covert, he'd still prefer to physically unplug a device. They climbed the stairs, and Gilmore indicated another camera monitoring the hallway. That one's offline, too. Reacher headed for Dr. Martin's office. But as they neared the door, Gilmore paused. He tugged on a disposable shower cap and motioned for Reacher to do the same. Then he handed Reacher 2 plastic grocery bags. For your shoes. Step into them. Carefully, Reacher slid a bag over each shoe, avoiding any tears. They were a tight fit. Gilmore produced a roll of duct tape from his backpack, tore off a long piece, and passed it over. Secure the bags and the cap. It'll sting coming off, but that beats a lifetime of trouble if you shed a hair. Gilmore dug around again and pulled out 2 pairs of surgical latex gloves. Reacher attempted to put one on, but it ripped instantly. The second glove suffered the same fate. Gilmore shrugged. Guess just don't touch anything. Keep your hands in your pockets. Using his elbow, Reacher pushed the door open and entered the reception area. A desk held a phone and computer with an empty chair waiting for the receptionist. 2 slim couches with beige-textured cushions faced each other over a woven rug, separated by a glass and metal coffee table. Everything was arranged symmetrically before the window, flanked by 2 paintings of the English countryside. The blinds were drawn, and a faint, artificial floral scent lingered. Reacher asked, Was the receptionist always here during your appointments? Both times I came, Gilmore said, you couldn't get in without her checking your ID, and you couldn't leave without her trying to squeeze you for another session. We need to find her. Learn why she wasn't here today. Reacher approached an inner door, leaning down to work the handle with his elbow. Gilmore rummaged in his pack, withdrew his pistol, and followed Reacher inside. Dr. Martin's office featured a series of tall windows along one wall, 8 in total. Each was fitted with a Venetian blind tilted upward but not fully closed, allowing light in while blocking any direct view from the street or neighboring buildings. The room was divided into 2 distinct zones. The area farther from the door was the professional space: a dark blue rug, a chrome desk with a glass top, an office chair, and a row of 2-drawer filing cabinets against the far wall, above which hung 4 framed diplomas. On the desk sat a couple of worn folders between the doctor's computer and landline phone, alongside a half-full coffee mug on a coaster. Nearer the door, the setup was more informal, resembling a living room. A sky-blue rug covered the floor. 2 teal fabric couches faced each other across a wooden coffee table strewn with magazines, and a well-used leather armchair sat to one side. The wall behind it was lined with tall bookcases, shelves packed mostly with novels and poetry collections, interspersed with a few ornaments and statuettes. Reacher noticed a box of tissues tucked behind a Greek-style urn within easy reach of the chair. He wondered how frequently it was needed. Gilmore glanced at the seating. "The couches are for patients. Take your pick. The chair is the doctor's." The doctor's body lay on its back beneath the line of windows, feet pointing toward the desk, head toward the door. Her hair was a deep, rich auburn. Her hair, which had likely been tied back earlier, had come loose during the fall and now fanned out around her head like a tarnished, rust-colored halo. Her eyes were shut. She lay with her arms at her sides and her legs extended, dressed in white sneakers, light high-waisted jeans, and a navy blazer over a white blouse. A jagged hole, roughly 3 inches wide, pierced the center of her chest, the fabric around it stained a deep crimson. The room held a heavy, metallic scent in the air. Reacher and Gilmore stood silently beside the body for a long moment, as if compelled by some unspoken duty to acknowledge her passing. For Gilmore, it was a gesture toward a defeated adversary. Reacher's own judgment remained suspended. Gilmore slid his pistol into his waistband and muttered, "Hell, if we'd arrived just an hour sooner, but we didn't," Reacher replied. "Where's her handbag?" Gilmore scanned the room. No sign of it. The killer probably took it. "Let me check something." He moved around the desk, tapped the keyboard spacebar, and carried the laptop over to Martin's body. Crouching, he pressed her right index finger against a sensor embedded in one of the keys. Then he hurried back to check the screen. After a couple of clicks, he said, "Her calendar's clear, no patient appointments scheduled. So, was it the husband, a boyfriend, maybe a burglary that turned violent?" "She isn't wearing a wedding ring," Reacher noted. "Could be a boyfriend or a burglar, but I doubt it." "Why? Ever hear of William of Ockham?" "No. Who's that was?" "A philosopher from the 13th and 14th centuries. He's famous for a principle called Occam's razor, basically. If you have several possible explanations for something, you go with the simplest one unless you have proof otherwise. Doctors use a version of it. When you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. So look at what we've got. Dr. Martin was betraying her patients, exploiting them, wrecking lives. She handed someone a solid motive. That's why we came. Occam would say whoever killed her showed up for the same reason. We didn't come to kill her, and neither did they, most likely. How do you figure? Look at her chest. That's an exit wound. She was shot from behind. The shooter was deeper in the room than she was. If she'd been at her desk or in her chair, I could picture someone walking in and shooting her point blank. But this person had already moved past her. They were across the room, maybe searching the desk or the file cabinets. Dr. Martin either walked in on them, turned to flee, or maybe they were trying to force her cooperation and she saw an opening and ran. Our shooter panicked and fired. Then they rolled her over, probably to check for signs of life to see if she could be saved. When it was clear she couldn't, they closed her eyes. That hints at regret. At the very least, it suggests murder wasn't the plan, I suppose. All right, so we're looking for one of her patients. How do we figure out which one? Gilmore checked his watch. And how do we do it fast? We start with the files, look for any obvious gaps in the drawers. Whoever did this was methodical. They disabled the cameras and look at the wall. Reacher pointed near the door frame where a chunk of plaster about the size of a boiled egg was missing. They dug out the bullet and the casing. They didn't try to hide the body, which means the police will find it and investigate, so the smart move would be to take anything else that could connect them to the victim on it. Gilmore began with the drawer labeled A and worked his way systematically down and to the right. Reacher snatched a handful of tissues from the box on the shelf, using them to shield his fingers as he started at the end of the file drawer, working his way backward. They met near the front. "How many are you short?" he asked. "4. I've got 3 empty slots." He turned to the 2 folders left on the desk. The top one was labeled Youngblood. "This one's from my side," Reacher said. The other was for a patient named Anderson. Gilmore tapped it. "That's mine, so we're down to 5 possibilities. How do we sort it? Computers have contact lists, right? Like phones, some do. What's your thought?" Patton had the doctor's information. Maybe the doctor kept her patient's details in there for sending bills, appointment reminders, that sort of thing. "Smart." Gilmore slid open a file drawer. First gap is between Carragher and Charles. He moved to the computer, clicked into the contacts application, and scrolled. "Got one. James Chaplin. No one listed between Carragher and Charles except him. There's a note here. Okay, Chaplin's out. He passed away." Gilmore repeated the search for the other gaps. One patient had relocated to Cincinnati, another had switched to a different therapist, a third had stopped therapy entirely, a decision Dr. Martin's note clearly disapproved of. Gilmore straightened up, releasing the mouse. "One name I can't find. There's a space in the drawer between Young and K. Nothing in the computer between them either, so either there's no missing file, just a weird quirk in how the drawer was organized, or the person we're after is sharp. Sharp enough to guess their name would be in the contacts and deleted digitally after taking the physical file. No way to know which it is. You recovered my deleted photo. Can't you do the same for a contact? Not here, not without the right tools. We could check the doctor's phone, but it's not here, probably in her bag." Gilmore's phone rang, cutting him off. He answered on speaker, and Patton's voice rushed out, tense and hurried. "Police! They're outside the building." "Stay on the line," Gilmore ordered, already moving after Reacher, who was already at the office door. "Tell us exactly what they're doing." 24, Reacher halted in the doorway, his gaze sweeping the room one last time before he stepped into the reception area. Gilmore glanced back, then stopped short. He grabbed Reacher's arm, pointing toward Dr. Martin's desk. "Look at that." "At what?" "The computer. See the cable running from the back? It goes to a small box, about the size of a cigarette pack." "We don't have time for a tech lesson. It's an external drive for backups," Gilmore said, his words coming in a rapid, hushed stream. "Computers like this use a system called Time Machine. It automatically saves versions of files at regular intervals. But here's the beautiful part. It doesn't overwrite the old data when it saves the new. It keeps both. So if you're working on something and you mess it up, or change your mind, you can go back to yesterday's version, or last week's. Reacher could feel the pressure of each passing second. Does that include the address book? It should." Gilmore lifted the phone again. "Sabrina, update. Another patrol car just arrived," Patton reported, her voice tight. "It's parked right behind the first one." Gilmore looked at Reacher. "This could be crucial. What's the play?" "I'll get it," Reacher said, turning back toward the office. "You can't just yank the drive out," Gilmore said, pushing past him and hurrying to the desk. "It's not that simple. You have to eject it properly, or you could corrupt the data." Patton's voice came through the speaker again, edged with new urgency. "The officers from the first car are out. They're approaching the main entrance." Gilmore sank into Dr. Martin's desk chair, only to spring back up as if he'd landed on a nail. "This thing's dead," he muttered, giving the chair a frustrated shove. Patton's voice crackled through the phone speaker. "Second car's empty now. That's 2 more officers." Snatching the keyboard, Gilmore darted around the desk. He hurried to Dr. Martin's still form, pressed her finger firmly against the biometric sensor, and rushed back to the monitor. "They're on the sidewalk," Patton reported, her tone tightening. "Heading straight for your door." Gilmore dropped back into the chair, mouse clicking frantically. Reacher retreated to the reception area, nudging the window blind aside with a knuckle to peer down at the street. Patton's voice grew urgent in his ear. 10 yards out, 5, they're going in. In a flash, Gilmore was up and bolting for the hallway, nearly colliding with Reacher in his panic. He caught himself against the doorframe, wheeling toward the stairwell exit. "Move! They're inside! We can't go down! It's a trap! We have to head up!" Reacher's hand clamped onto Gilmore's shoulder, pulling him firmly back into the room. "We're staying put." Working quickly, Reacher engaged the deadbolt on the outer office door, killed the lights, and guided a resisting Gilmore back into the doctor's private office. He eased the inner door shut, the click of the latch barely audible. The heavy thud of footsteps began ascending the staircase, 2 sets, deliberate and unhurried. Gilmore's whisper was frantic. "Have you lost your mind? You want us caught in here with her, looking like this?" He gestured wildly at the plastic bags covering their shoes, the gloves, the absurd shower caps. "I am not spending the rest of my life in a cell because you." Reacher silenced him with a sharp gesture. The footsteps echoed down the corridor. Patton's voice returned, tinny through the speaker. "The 2 outside aren't leaving. They just turned a woman away from the entrance." Drawing a finger across his own throat, Reacher signaled for silence. Gilmore ended the call. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then stopped just outside the suite's outer door. Gilmore squeezed his eyes shut, rocking slightly on his heels, his lips moving in a soundless, desperate mantra. Then the footsteps moved again, climbing steadily to the floor above. A heavy silence descended, stretching for 1 minute, then 2, then 4. When the footsteps resumed, they were coming back down, slower now. A third stiffer set seemed to have joined them, dragging slightly as if reluctant. All 3 reached the second-floor corridor and approached the office door. Gilmore stopped breathing, but the footsteps didn't hesitate. They continued past, moving along the corridor and down the lower stairs, the sound fading until it vanished completely. Gilmore finally exhaled, a shaky whisper escaping. "How did you know?" He opened his eyes, searching Reacher's face. "You did know, right? That wasn't just a lucky guess." Reacher simply shook his head and pointed at the silenced phone. Gilmore fumbled it back to life and re-yelled Patton. She answered instantly, her voice edged with confusion. "Where did you go? Wait, something's happening? They're bringing someone out. It's not you. Who is? How did you get this phone?" "It's me, Sabrina," Gilmore said, forcing calm into his voice. "Oh, right, sorry." Her tone shifted, focusing. "Yeah, they've got some guy in cuffs. He looks like he's crying. Is that the killer?" "No idea who he is," Gilmore replied. "Has no connection to our situation. Just keep watch. Tell us when the coast is clear and we'll come out." A brief pause followed before Patton asked, "Quieter now. Is it bad in there?" "Let's just say the decor leaves a lot to be desired. She's really gone. She won't be keeping any more appointments. Did you find what you needed? We'll explain everything in the car." Gilmore ended the call and turned to Reacher, his earlier panic replaced by bewildered curiosity. "Seriously? How did you know? I was 2 seconds from running straight into their arms." Reacher's response was calm, logical. "Think it through. Nobody discovered the body and called it in, or the police would have beaten us here. She hasn't been gone long enough for a missing persons report. They were here for something else entirely." A wry, almost sarcastic twist entered his tone. "Honestly, with the get-up we're wearing, if they'd seen us, they'd probably have arrested us for fashion crimes before they even noticed the body. Sometimes the best hiding spot is right under their noses, especially when they're distracted by their own messy business. If the police had shown up at her office, it would have been because the killer placed the call, maybe for some tactical edge, or perhaps a sudden pang of guilt. Either way, he wouldn't have confessed outright and given away his position. He'd have dropped a vague hint about the crime and the location. I've handled dozens of anonymous tips. That's how it always plays out. The responding officers would have assumed the perpetrator might still be inside. They'd have been on high alert, weapons ready, securing both sides of the building. But these guys, their sidearms were holstered. I saw them clearly from the window. They were casual, almost bored. They were serving some minor warrant or something similar. They likely knew exactly who they were looking for, and knew he wasn't a threat. They weren't expecting any trouble at all. I suppose you're right. I wish I'd known that sooner. I almost had a panic attack right here. Patton's voice came through the speaker, clearer now. All clear, they've left, both vehicles are gone. Gilmore responded, thanks, we're on our way. He ended the call, turned back to the file cabinets, and slid open the drawer labeled with G's. Reacher watched him. What are you doing now? Checking my own file. We don't have time for this. Give me a second. I can't be this close and not see what she wrote about me. Gilmore extracted a slender folder. Its cover was still crisp and stiff, lacking the faded wear and creases of the older files around it. He flipped through the pages, his expression darkening, then turned to Reacher. Unbelievable. She wrote that I was unstable, paranoid, easily manipulated. What a joke. I always knew she was a useless therapist. He tossed the file back and gestured dismissively at the framed diplomas on the wall. I'd bet money those aren't even real. Probably ordered them online. She was a complete fraud. Gilmore shut the drawer, moved to his right, and pulled open another. Reacher's voice cut through the quiet. What are you doing now? Gilmore ignored him, selecting a folder and beginning to slide it out. Reacher saw the drawer label P, and his tone turned to ice. Stop! Gilmore's hand froze. Come on, Reacher. Sabrina will never know. What's the harm in a quick look? Put it back. Don't you want to know what her deal is? It's got to be something big, the way she acts. If she's hiding some weakness, she could become a liability. We should know. Drop the file, close the drawer, step away. Gilmore hesitated, then caught the look on Reacher's face. He released the folder, used his hip to bump the drawer shut, and began a sullen retreat toward the door. He muttered under his breath, "Since when are you her personal bodyguard? You barely know her." "How long I've known her is irrelevant," Reacher said. "You keep your word. You don't violate a trust. Clearly, you never worked in intelligence." Reacher took a step toward the door, then paused. "Wait, go back. You're still wearing gloves. Get the file for Arlen James." "Who?" "The security guard Patton was strong-armed into hiring. Let's see what his background is." "So it's fine to read his file, but not Sabrina's? What's the logic there? Just do it." Gilmore shook his head in exasperation, but returned to the cabinets. He opened the drawer for the J.S., thumbed through the files, but didn't pull anything out. "It's not here, it's missing? That can't be right. I would have seen a gap earlier. Look again. There's no point. It's not missing. There's no empty slot for it. It's like it never existed. Let me check the doctor's address book, too, just to be sure." He turned to the computer, repeated the routine with the keyboard and Dr. Martin's fingerprint. He clicked and scrolled, then shook his head again. Nothing. Maybe Sabrina got the name wrong. "Did you check the backup drive?" Gilmore nodded. Nothing there either. He pulled out his phone and redealed Patton. When she answered, he asked, "What was the name of the security guy you had to bring on after I left?" Reacher could just make out her faint reply, "Arlen James." Gilmore pressed, "You're absolutely sure about that?" "Positive. Why do you ask?" "We can't locate his file here, so I wanted to confirm we had the correct name. You're going through our files. You need to stop. You can't just—" "Relax. I only looked at my own file. I haven't touched yours. Neither has Reacher. Isn't that right?" Gilmore held the phone away, and Reacher called out, "That's right, and we have no intention of doing so." Gilmore brought the phone back to his ear, listened briefly, then continued, "Because we've met you, we understand our own involvement and the reasons for it. But this James is an unknown. Seeing how he fits into all this would help, and reading his file would be a lot faster than trying to hunt him down in person. That's the only reason you have my word." He ended the call, let out a long breath, and stood up. "Are we finished with the backup drive?" Reacher asked. "Or should we take it with us? We're done with it." "What about that other missing person?" "The fifth file. The name you were trying to match when the police showed up." A faint, knowing smile appeared on Gilmore's face. "Oh, that? I found that record. Was it helpful?" "Helpful is a relative term. If you mean did it give us the killer's name and address, then yes, I'd call it very helpful indeed. 25, Catherine Castlewood, Gilmore announced once he and Reacher were back in Patton's car. "She's the one who killed Dr. Martin, are you certain?" Patton asked. "What's your proof?" Gilmore walked her through their steps in the doctor's office. He explained the missing files, the deleted entry from the computer's address book, and how he'd managed to restore it after spotting the doctor's backup drive. "Catherine Castlewood?" Patton repeated, testing the sound of the name. "Who is she? We don't have much," Gilmore admitted. "Just an address and a date of birth, it seems. She hasn't been in the city long, only about 6 months. Her last known address was just listed as care of the VA, so she's likely a veteran. That's all we've got." As Gilmore and Patton spoke, a deep sense of disquiet settled over Reacher. An irritating, persistent itch was forming in the back of his mind, pulling at his attention, signaling that something was off. It had to do with Dr. Martin's computer. Mental snapshots from their search flickered through his thoughts like a disjointed slideshow, moving too quickly, blending into a confusing blur. He knew one of those images held the answer, but they were spinning too fast for him to isolate the right one, the one that would clarify whatever was bothering him. Patton took a moment to process the information. So Dr. Martin betrayed this Castlewood just like she betrayed us. Castlewood reached her breaking point. She killed the doctor and took her own file to bury her secrets and stay off the police's radar. But what about the man? Gilmore looked puzzled. What man? The man running the blackmail scheme. Why would Castlewood stop with the doctor? Wouldn't she want to finish the job? Take out the blackmailer too? I know I would. The whirl of images in Reacher's mind began to decelerate. Gilmore considered it. I suppose she would. She'd go after him next, maybe kill him. We can't let that happen. We need to reach him first, Patton asked. How do we find him? If Castlewood made Dr. Martin talk before she killed her? Then we have to get to Castlewood, make her tell us whatever the doctor gave up, and how do we find her? I have her address. It was in the record I pulled from Martin's computer. The images in Reacher's head slowed to a halt and one floated to the surface, sharp and vivid, though its importance eluded him for a second. Excellent, Patton said, starting the engine and pulling up a map on her phone. Give it to me. Then Reacher saw it. He said, wait a minute. Castlewood deleted her own entry from Dr. Martin's address book. Correct? Gilmore nodded. So what happens when you delete an entry? Gilmore shrugged. Nothing really. It's just gone. It just vanishes, Gilmore said. So what happens on the screen? What appears? The next alphabetical entry, exactly like if you ripped a page from a real book, which should have been K. That was the name in the file right after the gap where Castlewood's used to be. Correct, K. I saw that on the computer, too, during my initial cross-check. Then why was the address book displaying Dr. Martin's own contact when you first woke the machine? Why wasn't it open to K's? Gilmore fell quiet for a beat. You're right, he admitted. It was on the doctor's entry. I don't know why or how. It shouldn't have been. Patton offered. Presumably Dr. Martin didn't need to look up her own address. Maybe a software hiccup. Gilmore suggested. Maybe she never updated. Or maybe Castlewood wanted Dr. Martin's details. She might have thought sending an email to a dead woman would make her seem innocent, or showing up at the doctor's house making sure the neighbors noticed, because who emails someone they know is dead or drives across town for a visit? I believe Castlewood did want that information, Reacher said. Trying to construct an alibi is plausible, sure, but here's what I think happened, Doctor. Martin confessed that whatever ties her to the blackmailer is hidden at her home, not her office. Castlewood demanded the address. Dr. Martin refused. She tried to run. Castlewood shot her, likely not intentional, more a reflex. Then when Castlewood rolled the doctor's body over, it wasn't to help her. It was to see if she could still speak. Seeing she was dead, Castlewood probably panicked. Then she remembered the computer. She'd already used it to erase her own record, so she knew she could pull Dr. Martin's address from it, too. That's why the doctor's entry was still on the screen. Finding it was the last thing Castlewood did on that machine. Gilmore nodded. That works. The pieces line up, Patton said. If you're right, Castlewood won't go home. She'll head to Dr. Martin's house, and if she finds the link to the blackmailer there, she'll go straight for him, then we'll have no trail to either of them. She grabbed her phone. What's the doctor's address? We need to move. Gilmore shook his head. We're already behind. Castlewood killed Dr. Martin over an hour ago. We still have to try? Maybe she won't go directly to the house. She just killed someone. Maybe she's in shock. Maybe she needs a stiff drink first. I know I would. Reacher said, only one way to know for sure. I suppose. Gilmore reached for the door handle. I'll run back in and get the address. No need, Reacher said, and recited an address in Fells Point to Patton, who tapped it into her phone. Gilmore spun around, visibly startled. How did you remember that? It was on the screen for a second. Do you have a photographic memory or something? No, nothing like that, Reacher said. But the street number 20301 is a palindromic prime. A what? A prime number that reads the same forward and backward. It's the sort of detail I notice. Reacher had expected Dr. Martin's home to be in a neighborhood similar to Patton's, something quaint and polished, with a tidy lawn and room for a couple of luxury cars. What they found was nothing like that. Martin's address sat among a cluster of converted industrial buildings, hers the only one still faced in raw brick. The others had been painted a bright white, as if pretending to be in London or Paris. The structures pushed right up to the sidewalk, with no yard space at all, and the lot was an awkward triangle from the adjoining street layout that left one side of the building straight and the other sharply angled. An optimist might think the place gained extra space, Reacher mused. A pessimist would swear it had lost some. The whole scene felt oddly exposed, like a stage waiting for a final grim act. They made a single, slow pass along the long side of the triangular block. The primary entrances appeared to be located there. The door to Dr. Martin's residence was unusually broad and tall, as if built to move large equipment in and out. Flanking it were two grand windows, each divided into 8 classic lated panes, with 6 more windows visible on each of the 2 upper floors. Patton circled the block and parked at the curb, giving her a clear line of sight down both streets. During the drive, Reacher and Gilmore had hammered out a basic strategy. Patton would keep watch. Gilmore would approach the front. Reacher would cover the rear. Gilmore would knock. If someone answered, he'd talk his way in. If the place was empty, he'd circle back, and they'd force entry from the more concealed side. It was a straightforward plan, and they had to trust it would work. Reacher hesitated, 1 foot on the pavement. Sabrina, you really don't have to stick around for this if we have to break in and the cops show up. I'm staying, Patton stated flatly. If Castlewood arrives, it'll turn ugly. She doesn't leave witnesses. We know that. Patton turned her head, her gaze locking onto Reacher. I said I'm staying. So stop wasting time. She could already be inside. Reacher took the slanted side of the building, which lacked a proper backyard. The street here was tighter, more of an alleyway, lined with clusters of trash cans. Every first-floor window had its blinds tightly shut. The doctor's door on this side was smaller, scaled for people, not machinery. Next to it was a shallow alcove, its original purpose a mystery, but it offered perfect cover. Gilmore appeared in under 2 minutes, coming from the alley, not from inside the house. He was breathing heavily, his mouth set in a grim line. Reacher stepped out. The door's solid. A window is our best shot. Forget it, Gilmore said, shaking his head. We're not going in. We're too late. Castlewood's already been here. We need to leave now. She's been here? How do you know? Someone was home. You talked to them. I couldn't. The guy's dead. If there was anything here linking the doctor to our blackmailer, Castlewood already has it. You actually saw a body? His feet? Yeah. I glanced in the window on my way to the front door and saw them sticking out of a doorway. Let's move. Gilmore turned toward the main street. Time to go. Reacher caught his arm. Go where? Castlewood's house. She won't be there. I know that, but we might find a photo, maybe something with her license plate number. If we don't find her, we'll never find the guy threatening my nephew. Let go. We need to hurry. Reacher held firm. How many people live in this city? How many cars? You think you'll just miraculously see her drive by? Gilmore stopped pulling against Reacher's grip. He was quiet for a beat. I could call my contact in Wiesbaden. See if he knows someone at the Pentagon who knows someone in the Baltimore PD. Or what about that guy you annoyed, the one with the taxi surveillance? We could track him down, make him help. Reacher released his arm. Those are some real Hail Mary plays, don't you think? Castlewood might already be 100 miles away, but we're right here. We should check inside first. It'll take 5 minutes. You think Castlewood found the link and just left it lying around? Does she strike you as the forgetful type? I think we don't know for certain the man you saw is dead. He could be unconscious. He might be hanging on by a thread, but maybe he can still tell us something. He might have some valuable information for us, and if he doesn't, there could be something else here. Something Castlewood missed, just like we found on that backup drive in Dr. Martin's office. Gilmore stayed silent. Reacher stepped over to the window beside the door and examined the lock. We should figure out how Castlewood got inside, Gilmore finally said. Use her method. She used the front door. How can you be sure? She had a key. She did. That's why she took the doctor's purse. Reacher looked back at him. You got any credit cards on you? Gilmore let out a short breath and pulled out his wallet. What if there's an alarm system? There is one. I can see the sensors on the inside of the frame. And look up there. Reacher pointed above them. A siren was mounted on the wall between the third-floor windows, but it's not active. How do you know that? Someone was here when Castlewood arrived. People only set alarms for empty houses, or at night when everyone's asleep. She could have gotten here first when the place was empty. The guy might have walked in on her later. Then either it was never turned on or she disabled it. She could have turned it back on when she left to mess with anyone following her. Like us. If she did that, I'll be genuinely impressed. Reacher held out his hand. Better be ready to run. Gilmore opened his wallet. He hesitated for a second, selecting a card, then handed it over. You sure a card will work on that kind of lock? It won't if they installed it correctly, Reacher said, but most people don't. Let's find out. He took the card and slid it vertically into the gap between the window panes right in the center. It went in smoothly at first, then caught after about 1/4 of an inch. He pushed upward, wiggling the card back and forth. It slid in another 1/4 inch. Pressing his face close to the glass, Reacher guided the card between the two halves of the latch that connected the top rail of the lower pane and the bottom rail of the upper one. It slid farther until it pressed against the connecting arm of the latch. There was a bell-shaped piece at the end. If it had been screwed down tightly, the latch wouldn't budge. But if the arm was just resting in place, Reacher tightened his grip on the base of the card and pushed hard. The arm didn't move. Even if the latch wasn't fully secured, Reacher knew the physics were against him. The arm acted like a lever, and he was pushing right at the fulcrum, the worst possible spot. He adjusted his hand so the edge of the card pressed against the side of his finger. He pushed again. The arm shifted, just 1/8 of an inch, another 1/8. Then the bell at the end caught against the curved edge of its receiver. For a moment there was a standoff, friction balancing his force. Then his force won. The arm sprang upward. It smacked against the glass and the credit card shot up, getting wedged between the window rails. Reacher moved to grab the lower pane, but Gilmore tapped his shoulder. He had put on another pair of latex gloves. Let me do it, he said. You don't want to leave fingerprints. Reacher stepped aside. Gilmore took his place and peered through the glass to locate the alarm sensors. He eased the lower pane up 1/8 of an inch. He glanced up at the alarm. It stayed silent. Its strobe light remained dark. No sound came from anywhere. No light. He heaved the pane up another 1/8 of an inch. Still no sound. Nothing flashed. Holding his breath, he wrenched the pane up a full inch. The credit card rattled free and fell to the ground. Gilmore jumped back. He picked up the card, then continued wrestling with the pane until the gap was wide enough to climb through. He pulled his gun from his backpack, turned to Reacher, and said, Let's make this fast. Watch your step. We don't have anything to cover our hair or our shoes. I can't stand being in here a moment longer than necessary. And whatever you do, don't touch a single thing. 27. Gilmore perched on the windowsill, swung his legs over, and slipped inside. Half a minute later, the back door creaked open. Reacher entered a long, rectangular space that ran the full depth of the building. 6 decorative iron pillars, each painted a different color from red to violet, held up the ceiling. The floor was smooth, polished concrete. The brick walls showed through in rough patches beneath a thin, peeling coat of whitewash. To the left, the dining area held a long, scarred wooden table surrounded by 8 clear plastic chairs. Further on, 3 sleek chrome and leather sofas were arranged around a fireplace suspended from the ceiling by its own steel chimney. To the right, a kitchen was fitted into a wide alcove, a curve of bright yellow cabinets and flat black appliances. A rough concrete wall continued to the front, interrupted by 2 doors hanging on visible overhead tracks. The closer door was open, revealing a small half-bathroom. The farther one was mostly shut, locked from closing completely by a pair of men's feet lying flat on the floor, bare toes aimed at the ceiling. Reacher reached the door first. He pushed it open with his elbow and stepped into a square office. He looked down at the body. This man wouldn't be telling them anything. He was unquestionably dead, shot in the temple at close range. The skin around the entry wound was burned and speckled with gunpowder. The other side of his skull was gone entirely. Fragments were stuck to the wall, and a spray of drying blood and brain matter was streaked across the desk and the laptop sitting there. The man didn't need to speak for Reacher to recognize him, however. He'd seen that sharp face and those cold, narrow eyes before, not in person, but on the screen of Gilmore's phone. Reacher heard Gilmore's footsteps on the hard floor stop suddenly in the doorway. He turned, and for the second time that day, they stood in silent contemplation of a corpse. When Gilmore finally spoke, his voice was thick with shock. "What on earth is he doing here?" "Seems he lived here," Reacher said. He bent down, pulled a wallet from the dead man's jeans, and flipped it open to the driver's license. His name was Zachary Weaver, and yes, this was his address. "Well, that explains a great deal, doesn't it?" Gilmore said, stepping into the room. Weaver and Dr. Martin were a couple. No wonder she refused to give her address to Catherine Castlewood. Dr. Martin dug up the information. Weaver used it. Quite the pair, a therapist and a blackmailer. Not exactly a storybook romance. Reacher pointed to a tattoo circling Weaver's right wrist, a continuous strand of barbed wire. It wasn't badly drawn, but the lines were fuzzy, and the blue ink looked faded and watery. That's prison ink. He was probably sent to her by the courts, but that's not the point right now, is it? Gilmore was quiet for a long moment. Then his eyes widened. "My God," he breathed. "With this guy dead, the chain is broken. Dead men can't carry out threats. My nephew is safe. I'm in the clear. You're free as the breeze. You could walk out that door right now." Gilmore didn't move for a full minute. Then he slowly backed out of the room. "You're right. Come on. Let's get back to the car and tell Sabrina, then we can go anywhere at all." Reacher listened as Gilmore's footsteps clicked away toward the back door. With a slight shrug, he crouched down again to search the rest of Weaver's pockets. He spotted a phone, but nothing more. Crouching low gave him a better view under Weaver's desk than standing ever could, and the same angle revealed something tucked beneath a leather armchair jammed awkwardly against the wall near the door. It was a soft, fluffy lump, like a dust bunny a vacuum had missed. Given the otherwise immaculate condition of the entire first floor, clean enough to star in a commercial for a premium cleaning service, it stood out. Reacher reached under and retrieved a clump of hair the color of rust. One end appeared naturally uneven, but the other was uniformly cut, and recently there was no question about it. Straightening up, he heard Gilmore turn and head back from the main room. A moment later, Gilmore appeared in the doorway. "What's the holdup? Let's go." Reacher shook his head. "You two head out. I'm not finished here." "What are you talking about? You said the chain is broken? I need to find the link connecting this guy to whoever is after that shipment. Why bother?" "We don't know exactly what's in it, but I'd bet it's nothing good. I don't want it falling into the wrong hands." "That's not our problem," Gilmore argued. "That's on the CIA or their contractor. Let the people who brought it here deal with it. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I don't like leaving things to chance." Gilmore spun away, took 2 furious steps toward the exit, then stopped and crept back. Fine, neither do I, not anymore. So how do we do this? We think like Castlewood. Reacher opened his hand to show the hair. This was under the chair, distinctive color. I've seen it before, Gilmore said, pausing. It's Dr. Martin's. Castlewood must have brought it as leverage. Probably made Weaver believe the doctor was still alive and that he needed to cooperate to keep her that way. Which means Castlewood didn't just come here to kill Weaver. She wanted something from him. Gilmore thought for a moment. She took her own file from the doctor's office. Maybe she discovered Dr. Martin kept a copy here, or that Weaver had one, Reacher added. Either way, she'd want it for the same reason, to keep the police from linking her to the now murders, and to prevent whatever secret she told the doctor from getting out, and to avoid any liability if the conspiracy she was dragged into ever came to light. What conspiracy was she forced into? No way to know unless we find that file. Or Castlewood herself. The office held no file cabinets, so Reacher moved behind the desk. It was a massive mahogany piece, too large for the room, with a green leather inset top that was scratched, scuffed, and worn through in spots. The intricately carved wood was chipped, dented, and scarred, a piece that had seen better days long before Weaver's blood and brains were sprayed across it. The desk featured one large central drawer and 3 in each pedestal, with the lower ones on each side tall enough for hanging files. Each had a keyhole at the top. On the floor, roughly in the center, lay a set of keys on a ring with a fob shaped like a baseball bat, about 3 inches long, holding at least a dozen keys. Reacher glanced to confirm Gilmore still had his gloves on, then waved him over. Gilmore hurried around. Where do you want to start? Reacher pointed to the right there. More scratches around that keyhole. He favored that side more than the other. Gilmore pulled open the lower right drawer. It moved without resistance. The interior was split into 3 compartments, each marked with a handwritten tag. The first read "On deck," the middle one "At bat," and the farthest back struck out. Behind each divider sat a stack of folders, around 20 up front, all slim, 2 in the center, and at least another 20 in the rear. Gilmore selected one from the front section. A name was scrawled across the tab, inside a single sheet of paper. He lifted it so Reacher could see simultaneously. The handwriting matched the label, beginning with the same name, followed by what they assumed was a condensed version from Dr. Martin's complete records. The subject was a local magistrate who had sought therapy due to an attraction to what he termed youthful girls. Gilmore made a sound of contempt and jammed the folder back into place. He grabbed another. This one outlined a businessman with a habit of indecent exposure near the statue of former Mayor Schaefer in the public gardens. Gilmore exhaled sharply and returned that one as well. Reacher said, "Skip to the middle section. Those are likely the active cases. You and Patton should be in one. Arlen James, too. See if Castlewood's in the other." Gilmore removed the first file from the center. A company name was written on the cover, Maryland Wholesale Fashion, LLC. Inside were summary pages for 3 individuals, a welder, a fitness instructor, and a truck driver. Gilmore skimmed each and said, "What's your take? Someone stealing a load of clothes seems pretty mundane." "Extremely mundane," Reacher agreed. "Assuming apparel is all they deal in, maybe they're storing something else in that warehouse? I'm hoping they are." Gilmore switched to the second file, Safe Harbor Retirement Homes. It contained 4 summaries: a nurse, a taxi driver, a doctor at a downtown clinic, and an insurance claims clerk. Connecting these dots isn't difficult, but here's what I don't get. There's no sign of Castlewood or us. Why would she have taken both our files? Maybe she didn't. Check the rest of the desk. There could be more. Gilmore went through each drawer methodically. He found no additional files, but he did discover 3 cell phones, all powered down. He arranged them carefully on the green leather desktop, avoiding the streaks of drying blood, and said, "Burners, I'd guess. Let's see what Weaver used them for." He picked up the leftmost phone and pressed a button on its side. The screen flickered to life after a moment, displaying a numeric keypad. Gilmore disregarded it. He carried the phone to Weaver's body and held it near his face. The device didn't react. Straightening up, he said, "All right, Face ID was off. No issue. I can bypass the PIN, Give me 2 minutes, I'll check his computer too. Those files had no dates. They might be old, who knows? Maybe he finally entered the modern era. Go ahead, Reacher said. I'll search the rest of the house. He might have kept the current files somewhere else. Steve McLaren knocked on Morgan Strickland's door, but this time he waited for an answer before entering. Strickland was behind his desk, wrestling with his phone. He glanced up and said, "1 second, Steve. Trying to send a text." McLaren watched his boss struggle. Strickland's thumb kept hovering over the delete key. It was almost as if Strickland had read his thoughts. "God, I hate this," Strickland muttered. "Hard enough with 2 hands," McLaren said. "You know you don't have to type it yourself anymore, right? You can dictate it. Let Siri do the heavy lifting." Strickland shook his head. "I don't trust that virtual assistant nonsense. I don't understand why anyone uses them. It's like willingly planting a listening device in your own pocket. The claim that the system isn't constantly listening always struck me as hollow. If that were true, why do prosecutors keep demanding the audio recordings for homicide cases? You just have an issue with anyone or anything offering you assistance," Steve observed. Strickland gave a non-committal shrug. "I'm self-reliant. I carry my own weight. I don't even use that predictive text feature, and don't get me started on automatic spell check. You're aware you can disable those, right?" "Fully aware, and they are disabled." "Good. Look, Morgan, I came by to apologize. I lost my temper after the assessment reviews. I'm sorry." Strickland set his phone aside. "No apology needed, Steve. Your intentions were good. I know that. Honestly, you raised valid points. Those candidates weren't top tier. We should aim higher. But they might not be a total loss. Here's a thought. We establish a separate division for personnel at that skill level and target a different client segment. Something less intensive, executive protection perhaps. It could open a new revenue stream, diversify our portfolio. That's an angle I hadn't considered. We should definitely look into it." "Agreed. Let's put our minds to it. Brainstorm some possibilities. It's late now. How about tomorrow morning at 9? I thought Violeta Vardanyan had a 10 o'clock appointment." "Will that be enough time?" Strickland shook his head. "Vardanyan's tied up. She's running behind. What about the Thursday meeting with Hewson? That shouldn't conflict. She should be here by then, plus or minus 30 minutes. I might shift the meeting back an hour or two to be safe, but I don't want to delay further. Hewson is unreliable on his best days. There are other contacts at the Pentagon, you know. People with drive. I understand your history with him, but if he becomes an obstacle? I hear you. And..." Strickland's phone vibrated on the desk, blaring the opening riff of Enter Sandman. He glanced at the screen. "Speak of the devil. It's Hewson. I need to take this. See you at 9. He waited for McLaren to leave and closed the door before answering. Hewson's voice was tense. "We had an agreement. No revisions. What are you referring to?" "The contract, we said no changes. Then consider them necessary corrections. If your draft had been accurate from the start, don't get cute, Morgan. You have no concept of the complications on my end. I can't just hand this to any lawyer. Discretion is critical. There are maybe 2 people I can trust. Fine. My apologies. Here's the solution. Find someone discreet to make the corrections. Then on Thursday, after you've signed, you can vent at me all you want. Consider it a complimentary stress relief session. Morgan, I'm serious. So am I. Our partnership needs to function smoothly. Come at 10 as scheduled. I'll move Vardanyan to noon. That gives us private time and gives me time to devise a contingency plan if she proves difficult." Strickland thought silently. After a pause, Hewson replied, "All right, see you Thursday." Reacher returned to Weaver's office 15 minutes later, wishing for a shower, not because he'd touched anything unclean. He'd been careful not to touch anything at all. But searching a person's private space always left him feeling soiled. It was a persistent, irrational discomfort, one he'd felt even during his MP days when it was his duty and the subject was clearly guilty. It was an annoying reflex, hardwired and inescapable. Gilmore remained at the desk, Weaver's laptop open before him. 2 phones were lined up to its left, one to the right. "Find anything?" Gilmore asked. Reacher shook his head. You? I've learned about his taste in adult entertainment and his favorite sports teams. His final 1,000 Amazon purchases were logged, along with his preferred vacation destinations. Yet there was no trace of Castlewood and no mention of me, Patton, or Arlon James. In fact, there was nothing referencing any of his blackmail targets, past, present, or potential. I suspect he kept that entire operation strictly offline, which, in a twisted way, is logical. Paper can't be hacked, and it burns easily, unless, of course, you take a bullet to the head before you get the chance to light the match. In that scenario, I guess the medium becomes irrelevant. So, the computer was a dead end. Not completely. I did uncover one intriguing item, a password-protected file, and that's significant. Typically, yes. Back in my Wiesbaden days, whenever we had to search a suspect's laptop, those encrypted files were always our first stop. They're like the safes in hotel rooms. People stash their most valuable secrets inside, convinced they're secure, while every housekeeper on staff knows the default code. And you were one of those housekeepers? Exactly. So I cracked it open. And what do you think? I found PIN codes for a whole list of phones. Not just the ones here, every device he'd ever used and presumably discarded from all his past schemes, too. But here's the odd part. Only 3 active ones were listed. One PIN unlocked the Maryland fashion phone. He gestured to the burner on the far left. Another opened the safe harbor phone. He pointed to the next in line. But when I tried the PIN for the shipment heist phone, it didn't work. He indicated the phone sitting apart from the others. So I got in the old-fashioned way and realized it was a completely different device. He used it to communicate with his wife, Dr. Martin, whenever they needed to discuss an active operation or a blackmail victim. He even asked her about me after the guy he sent to the coffee shop died en route to our meeting. All right, but what about a PIN for a 4th phone, the one that must reference the Castlewood file? No sign of it. They must be using another method to communicate. Where is the shipment heist phone now? It's not here. We have the PIN, so we know it exists, but the physical device is missing. What about the phone I found in Weaver's pocket? Gilmore shook his head. I checked it. He used that one for everyday legitimate matters. It's completely clean. Then Castlewood must have taken the missing phone along with the files. She must have. But listen, I found one more thing. I'm not sure if it helps, but I'll lay it out for you. In that document, alongside the PINs, were login details for several online messaging accounts. It looks like Weaver started using them in tandem with the burners about 6 months ago. He pointed to the phones again. See, these are smartphones. You can configure them so your messages, your texts, essentially sync seamlessly with a computer. Is that advantageous? For most people. It's just convenient. But for Weaver, it was a game changer. It meant if he left the house and needed to stay on top of all his active jobs, he wouldn't have to carry a bag full of separate burners. And that's huge, because if the police stop you with a sack of untraceable phones, you're definitely taking a trip downtown, no doubt about it. Okay? Gilmore noticed the look on Reacher's face. He tapped the spacebar to wake Weaver's laptop and said, "Come over here. I'll show you." Reacher moved around slowly. Gilmore opened a document, copied a string of details, switched to a browser, and clicked and pasted his way through what Reacher assumed was a complicated login sequence. Eventually, a series of speech bubbles filled the screen, gray on the left, blue on the right. Gilmore pointed to a blue bubble near the bottom. See this one? That was sent this morning, right after I confirmed to Weaver that the shipment details hadn't changed. He was updating his contact based on my intel, Reacher said. Then where's your message? It doesn't appear here because I use a basic phone, not a smartphone. They operate on different systems. Gilmore leaned closer to the screen, his posture stiffening. Hold on, what is this? He pointed toward the bottom of the display. These last 2 messages, they just appeared. They weren't here when I first accessed the account. Reacher's eyes tracked downward. A blue alert was followed by a gray response. The blue one read, "Urgent. Medical emergency on a China-bound vessel has altered the docking schedule. Package delayed 24 hours. New window opens 1000 Thursday." The gray reply was brief. "Understood. Update if anything changes. The timestamp showed the blue message had been sent just 4 minutes prior, the acknowledgement a minute after that. Reacher glanced at Gilmore. You didn't send that update, did you? Of course not, Gilmore said, shaking his head. It's completely false. Reacher studied the text. Weaver's contact must have been in a real hurry. The typos are almost as bad as mine. A soft chime like crystal being lightly struck came from the computer. Gilmore reached over, manipulated the touchpad, and a fresh thread of messages loaded. This exchange was between Weaver and Arlon James. A message from Weaver's account sent 6 minutes ago stated, "Critical. Arrival delayed 24 hours. Make sure you're on duty Thursday morning." James's reply, which had triggered the alert, said, "Will do. Probably too late to change the official roster, so I'll swap shifts with a friend." Reacher settled on a clear edge of the desk. If a message is sent from a phone linked to this same account, would it appear here on this computer? Gilmore gave a slow nod. Then it has to be Castlewood who sent those updates. That's why she took the phone, and the file with you and Patton in it, because she's in it too. How can she be in our file and still have her own? Could Weaver have been blackmailing her into 2 separate schemes simultaneously? There is no other file. Only yours is missing. Gilmore fell silent, his gaze darting back and forth as if scanning invisible text. Then he let out a low whistle. Good grief, it all adds up. She took her personal file from Dr. Martin's office to protect herself from any police scrutiny. She took Weaver's file to conceal her connection to the shipment heist, or at least the conspiracy behind it, and she took the phone to feed false information to Weaver's contact and to Arlon James, so the robbery would fall apart. She's tidied up everything. All the loose ends are knotted. The CIA or their contractor can recover their item, whatever it is, without interference. The thieves will arrive a day late and find nothing to take, when you think about it. Castlewood's something of a mastermind. I almost want to shake her hand. Later, back in the car, Patton listened intently as Gilmore recounted what they had discovered inside the house. When he finished, she asked, "So that's it? We're really in the clear? Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Gilmore said, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "Can you believe it? The nightmare is finally over." Patton shook her head slowly. "It feels strange. I've prayed for this moment. I thought when it finally came I'd be ecstatic. I imagined myself dancing around and popping open a bottle of champagne, but I'm not. I just feel hollow. Maybe it's because 2 people had to die to get us out of this. I don't know. 2 terrible people had to die. They were still human beings. We shouldn't forget that." "They were still terrible," Gilmore muttered almost to himself. Patton's hand moved toward the ignition, then hesitated and withdrew. "There's one thing I still don't get. How did Castlewood end up tangled in the same conspiracy as us?" Gilmore shrugged. "The same way we did, I suppose. Dr. Martin likely discovered some weakness during their sessions. Weaver exploited it to force her cooperation." "Okay, I can see that happening, but what exactly was her role? Why did they need her?" "You, me, Arlon James. Our parts are pretty clear. What was she supposed to do? Does it really matter now?" Patton gave a half shrug. "Maybe, maybe not. I'd still like to know." "So would I," Reacher thought. He felt that familiar, persistent itch at the back of his mind starting up again, nagging at him, refusing to be ignored. Patton glanced between them. "So, do either of you have somewhere you need to be tonight?" Gilmore shrugged. "I was considering heading out of town, but I suppose that can wait until morning." "I'm leaving," Reacher stated flatly, his hand already on the door handle. "Hold on," Patton said quickly, starting the engine. "Come back to my place for a while. I'll make dinner, or we can order something. What we went through today, even if we each thought we were dealing with it alone, it was significant. We made it. We should at least acknowledge that." Neither man objected. Patton pulled away from the curb, navigating the familiar road home with a distracted air, driving so slowly that 2 cars had to swerve to avoid her. The ride was silent until they turned onto her street, which was noticeably more congested than usual, lined with parked cars and crawling with traffic. Up ahead, a man in a Mercedes signaled to turn left into what appeared to be the last available parking spot. Before he could complete the maneuver, a Maserati coming from the opposite direction accelerated and slid into the space. The Mercedes driver laid on his horn, rolled down his window, and shouted about having seen it first. The other driver merely laughed and gave him a crude gesture. Patton shook her head in disgust. "This whole street is going downhill. It started about a month ago when some new guy bought the biggest house on the block. He's single, but he throws constant parties. Dozens of people show up in their expensive cars and hog all the parking, leaving nothing for the actual residents." "Can't the residents just park in their own driveways or garages?" Gilmore asked. Reacher had zero interest in neighborhood parking dramas or the antics of party guests. Just hearing about it made him itch to be back on the road, destination irrelevant. He had been on the verge of saying he'd walk to the bus station instead of staying for dinner when that faint, persistent itch in the back of his mind intensified. He still couldn't pinpoint the source, but he knew it was tied to Baltimore, the city itself, something that had happened there, or something looming. The location felt crucial, so he decided to stick around until the vague feeling crystallized into something concrete. He just hoped it wouldn't take long. Patton carefully maneuvered her Lexus around the front end of a Ferrari blocking part of her driveway, parked, and led them inside. Gilmore made a couple of strained attempts at casual conversation while Reacher remained mostly quiet. Patton did her best to lift the atmosphere. She put on some music, ordered Thai food, and opened a bottle of wine. Then another and a third. They sat lined up at her kitchen breakfast bar with Patton in the middle, and she began sharing pieces of her life story. She talked about growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, dreaming of being a dancer, and about her string of unsuccessful auditions in New York, San Francisco, and finally Baltimore. She mentioned a summer spent in Paris, another in Milan, and a brief, ill-fated attempt at stand-up comedy. Eventually, she said she had reluctantly accepted that a corporate job was a necessary temporary fix to refill her bank account and secure practical things like health insurance and a retirement plan. Reacher had tuned out by the end, but he noted one thing. Throughout her entire narrative, she had meticulously avoided any mention of what had led her to Dr. Martin's couch. His attention snapped back when Gilmore began talking about his Army service. They shared the common ground of 4 years at West Point, but their backgrounds diverged sharply from there. Gilmore was born in the United States. Reacher was born on a military base in Germany. Gilmore had a stable childhood in Pittsburgh because of his mother's career, a rooted existence Reacher had never known. From a young age, Reacher's life was defined by constant movement, his family's home shifting with each new overseas assignment for his Marine captain father. This nomadic childhood stood in stark contrast to Gilmore's experience, who had spent nearly his entire career rooted at a single stateside base. As the evening wore on, the conversation drifted away from Gilmore's service history. Patton picked up the thread, but her focus turned squarely to Reacher. She wasn't particularly interested in his global postings. What captivated her were the choices he made after leaving the service. She kept returning to what she perceived as his deficits, the absence of a permanent address, a vehicle, or any real accumulation of belongings. Reacher attempted to clarify that he didn't view his life as one of loss, but of profound gain. He didn't press the point too hard, however. In his experience, people either understood his way of living or they never would. It was a fundamental divide, the desire for roots versus the craving for freedom, the comfort of structure against the thrill of flexibility. Trying to sway someone from one camp to the other was a pointless exercise. Even if it were possible, Reacher wouldn't have bothered. Choosing your own path was the entire point of the endeavor, wasn't it? Patton was the first to call it a night. She disposed of the leftover food, left her wine glass in the sink, and made her way upstairs, mumbling something about spare rooms and fresh towels. Gilmore followed not long after. Reacher waited until the house fell completely silent, then checked the time. The clock on the microwave read 2:11 a.m. His own internal clock insisted it was 2:08. Either way, there would still be buses running. He wasn't sure of the exact distance to the Greyhound station, but the prospect of a long walk through the quiet streets was appealing. The idea of lingering for awkward hungover farewells in the morning held no appeal whatsoever. He left the borrowed phone on the kitchen table, collected his coat, and moved toward the front door. His hand closed around the cool metal of the handle, then he stopped and turned back. That persistent nagging thought was still scratching at the back of his mind, perhaps even more insistently now. Leaving town wouldn't silence it. He was certain of that. So he found his way to Patton's living room. He folded his coat into a makeshift pillow and placed it on the longer of the two couches. He removed his shoes, positioning them for a quick escape if needed, then lay down and closed his eyes. But sleep, which usually came to him as easily as flipping a switch, proved elusive. A restless energy kept him on the surface of consciousness. And when he did manage to drift off, he was troubled by fragments of dreams. One scene replayed itself with particular clarity, though upon reflection he realized it wasn't a dream at all, but a recent memory, the Mercedes and the Maserati vying for a single parking space on the street outside. After what felt like an hour of this mental loop, Reacher sat up abruptly, irritated. He had zero interest in luxury cars, petty parking squabbles, or suburban disputes over party guests. These were alien thoughts, trespassers in his mind that needed to be evicted. To purge them, he went to the kitchen for a drink of water before returning to the couch. He lay back down, closed his eyes, and finally began to slip away. He fell into a deep, dreamless sleep and didn't surface again until just before 6 in the morning. When he awoke, the image of the two cars was waiting for him. Two cars, one space, only this time he understood exactly why they were there. Reacher sat up. He heard the soft sound of footsteps descending the stairs, and a moment later Patton appeared in the doorway. She was wrapped in a bottle green nightgown of lightweight silk, which she held tightly around herself. Her hair was piled loosely atop her head, and her face was pale, accentuated by the dark shadows under her eyes. She stared at Reacher for a beat, as if startled to see him still there, then asked, "You want some breakfast? I can whip something up." Before Reacher could respond, Gilmore lurched into the room. He was dressed, but his hair was wet, darkening the collar of his shirt. He offered a guttural sound in lieu of a greeting, pushed past Patton, and collapsed onto the smaller sofa, fixing the others with a bleary, red-eyed glare. "Just coffee," Reacher said, "but first I need an answer. Does Catherine Castlewood have a job at the port? Is there a way you can check?" Gilmore mumbled something unintelligible and turned his face into the cushion. Patton said coffee's easy, but why the sudden interest in Castlewood? Reacher leaned forward. This whole situation with her and the stolen shipment, pieces of it don't add up. Since when does life add up? Patton threw her hands in the air. Just put me out of my misery. Gilmore rolled back over, squinting. What pieces? We assumed she's tied to the robbery, same as the two of you, Reacher said. Gilmore pushed himself up on one elbow. She has to be. There's no other way to explain her actions. Tied to it, sure, but in the same capacity, that's where the picture gets fuzzy. How so? Consider the file she stole from Weaver's desk. What was the point? To keep the police from linking her to the crime. Then why take the entire folder? She only needed the single page with her name on it. The rest was irrelevant. Maybe she was paranoid someone else would talk if the cops started digging. Who? The only people who knew about her involvement were Martin and Weaver. They're both dead, and she knew that for a fact because she's the one who killed them. 2 murders, Patton mused, her tone shifting from weary to sharply analytical. You know, that's been nagging at me too. It feels excessive, doesn't it? If she was just trying to escape a blackmail scheme and a botched robbery, getting arrested wouldn't be the end of the world. She could plead coercion. That was my backup plan, frankly, if everything went south. Gilmore said, "Maybe Castlewood is just more of a go-getter than you are. Or maybe she's a sociopath. She was seeing a therapist, remember, so were you. So was I. That doesn't make us sociopaths, at least I'm pretty sure it doesn't." Patton let out a long breath. "Here's another angle. You theorized she took the phone to send those fake messages and call off the robbery. No robbery, no crime to pin on her. Simple." Gilmore sank back down. Maybe she was being overly cautious, or maybe she wasn't thinking clearly. It's easy for us to judge from the comfort of this couch. Yesterday she was in the middle of it all, or perhaps her plan changed as she went. She went to Weaver's for the file. She wouldn't have known her name was only on one page, so she took the whole thing. Then the phone presented itself as an afterthought, a lucky break. Maybe she didn't like the idea of a bunch of thieves and blackmailers walking off with a fortune, so she decided to stop them. Reacher shook his head. The whole file still bothers me, so do the fake messages. If she genuinely wanted to stop the robbery, wouldn't it be better if the thieves got caught too? The smart play would be to take only her page, since with Martin and Weaver gone, nothing else could connect her, and then leave the rest of the file right where the police would find it. Hell, she could have pinned it to the wall, anything to ensure the authorities saw it and acted. Gilmore rubbed his temples. So what's your theory? Why take it? To ensure the police never learned about the robbery at all, so they couldn't interfere. You think she wants the robbery to happen? I do. Why? There's only one shipment coming in. But who's to say there's only one thief trying to steal it? Patton considered the possibility. So Castlewood was operating independently from Weaver's group, not as part of it? Reacher gave a slow nod. That's the direction my thoughts are heading. Gilmore leaned back, skepticism clear on his face. Two separate thieves targeting the same shipment, that feels like an awfully convenient coincidence. Not really, Reacher countered. If rumors started flying that you had $1 million stashed in your house, you'd have a line of crooks at your door, word travels. But we're talking about a CIA operation here that's supposed to be confidential. Other people are always in the loop, Reacher pointed out. You mentioned the agent who filed the paperwork, Customs and Border Protection staff, the folks working the docks. A little cash in the right pocket can make any tongue wag. Gilmore straightened in his chair. So Weaver buys the intel on the shipment and sells it to his contact, the guy getting my text updates, and he also sells the same information to Castlewood. I suppose Dr. Martin could have identified Castlewood as a potential buyer based on things she said during their sessions. But how was Weaver even communicating with her? He'd need to send her updates too, just like he did with the other guy. That would require another phone, and we didn't find one. There's no record of any messages from him to her anywhere, not even online. Reacher shook his head. Flip the script. What if Castlewood was the one who came up with the plan? Maybe she accidentally mentioned it to Martin, or maybe she deliberately fed the idea to Weaver, and he was the one who sold it to someone else. You really think someone planning a major crime would just tell their therapist? Gilmore asked, incredulous. You told her about your own situation. Reacher reminded him flatly. Names, dollar amounts enough to get you in way over your head, and you only saw her twice. A heavy silence settled over the room until Patton cleared her throat. Speaking from personal experience, once Dr. Martin got a whiff of something, there was no secret you could keep from her. No matter how hard you tried, you wouldn't believe the things I confessed to her. And what did we find in those files yesterday? Judges admitting to being pedophiles, businessmen confessing to being perverts. People clearly don't hold back around her. And think about this, it might all come down to why she was seeing the doctor in the first place. What if the crime she was planning was just a side issue, like maybe she was in therapy because her life spiraled after some childhood trauma? In that case, she'd have less reason to hide her future plans. Actually, forget side issue, the plan could have been the main event. It could have been her twisted idea of redemption, her way of setting things right. Gilmore stifled a yawn, looking unconvinced. I guess it's possible. All right, Reacher said, moving on. So Castlewood either let the information slip to Dr. Martin, or she bought it from her. Either way, we need to know if she worked at the port. How do we check that? Hold on, Patton said. She sprang from her chair, left the room, and returned a minute later with a laptop. I've got remote access. Some of us still work from home now and then, even post-pandemic. She booted up the computer, waited for the connection, and began typing. After a few moments of scrolling, she shook her head. Nothing. No one named Castlewood on the payroll. Never has been. Can you search using her home address? Reacher asked. I suppose so, Patton said. But how? Gilmore interjected. I don't remember it, and neither of you actually saw it on Dr. Martin's computer screen? A faint, triumphant smile touched Patton's lips. Not an issue. It's still saved in my Maps app from when we almost drove to her place. She pulled out her phone, transferred the address details to her laptop, and ran the search again. This time she nodded. Well, would you look at that? We have a Catherine Kennedy listed at that exact same address. Kennedy, Castlewood. Could it be the same person? How do we confirm it? When was she hired? Reacher asked. She started about a month before Gilmore did. Would her position have given her access to shipment schedules and details? Absolutely, without a doubt. Is there a photo of her in your system? Patton nodded. The same one that's on her employee ID. Can you get prints of it? Possibly. Why? We need to show it to her neighbors first thing in the morning before they head off to work. We need to find out which name they knew her by. I can transfer the image to my phone, Patton said, already clicking through the files. That works just as well. Patton tapped her screen, scrolled, then lifted her phone for the others. The image had the stark, unflattering quality of a booking photo. It showed a woman staring straight ahead, her expression flat, dark hair pulled severely back with almost no makeup. She appeared to be in her late 40s, but her face told a story of difficult years. A network of fine lines fanned out from the corners of her eyes, strands of silver threaded through her hair. Most striking was a vivid 2-inch scar, angry and red, slashing across her left cheek. Gilmore's jaw went slack. Good God, he breathed out. Forget the neighbors. I know exactly who that is. 30. Out of long-ingrained routine, Sabrina Patton carried her laptop to the kitchen. She set it on the counter and began the precise ritual of measuring water and scooping coffee grounds. Reacher followed and leaned against the doorway, observing. Gilmore trailed in a moment later, sinking heavily onto the same stool at the breakfast bar he'd occupied the previous night. He fished a remote from a woven basket and clicked on the TV, tuned to a news channel. The broadcast was essentially a rehash of the headlines Reacher had skimmed at the cafe, all focused on the escalating tensions in Armenia. The discussion had shifted. An invasion was now treated as a foregone conclusion. The debate centered only on whether private military firms would handle the entire operation or if the regular army would still have a part to play. Reacher turned his head away in disgust. The segment ended with an interview clip of the defector from the Nagorno-Karabakh separatist group. She provided intricate details about her faction's assistance to Iran's uranium enrichment efforts. She was polished, likely in her 30s, articulate and versed in nuclear technology, a perfect camera-ready witness. A world apart from the grimy, evasive lowlife's Reacher had been tasked with questioning in his past life. Patton waited for the coffee to brew, retrieved 3 mugs from the dishwasher, and filled them. She glanced at Gilmore. Cream? Gilmore's voice was a dry rasp. Please? Patton opened the refrigerator, then shut it almost immediately. How about black? This time Gilmore only managed to grunt. Patton passed a mug to Reacher and set the third at her spot at the bar. She switched off the TV, adjusted her robe, settled onto her stool, and sighed. Another war brewing. It's just depressing. Agreed, Reacher said. But that's a world away. Our problem is here and now. We need a strategy. That shipment hits the dock at 10 o'clock. The clock is ticking, and we can't waste a minute. Here's the play, Sabrina. You handle Catherine Castlewood's neighbors. Show them the photo. Get a confirmation if possible. Consider it done, Patton replied. Gilmore shook his head. It's a waste of time, I told you. It's her. I got a good long look. She's the one who came asking after my coworker when I first started poking into the shipment details. He pulled out his phone, selected a picture, and held it up. Same woman. Look at the scar on the cheek. It's a perfect match. Patton gave him a sidelong glance. Nathan, is there anyone on this earth you haven't secretly taken a picture of? Gilmore averted his eyes, she added. I know Dr. Martin is gone, but there are other therapists. Reacher cut in, his tone leaving no room for debate. I still want that positive ID from a neutral party. No problem, Patton said. I'll canvass her block. Good. But watch who you approach. We have no idea where Castlewood is right now. She could be home. You don't want a surprise meeting. Don't worry about me. I'll be discreet. And if things go south, You've never seen how fast I can move in a pair of running shoes." A flicker of dark humor touched her eyes, a sudden shift from the grim mood to something sharper and more defiant. Reacher turned to Gilmore. "Nathan, get hold of your contact in Wiesbaden. Give him the update. Emphasize the new threat level to the shipment. Press him on whether he thinks there's enough now to officially bring in the authorities." Gilmore checked his watch, calculating the time difference with Germany. "Yeah, I'm on it. I'll ask him," Gilmore said. "Sabrina, can we verify if Arlen James is on duty today?" "Of course." Patton reached for her laptop on the counter and flipped it open. She tapped a few keys, scrolled, and after a moment announced, "He's scheduled to be Seagirt Terminal, early shift." "Just James and one other person." Gilmore lifted his gaze. "What about tomorrow?" Patton checked again. "Tomorrow, Seagirt, late shift?" "So he didn't act on Castlewood's message. There's no way to know for sure. It's last minute. If he traded shifts with a friend or something that wouldn't appear in the system, that kind of swap is informal. Management frowns on it, but it happens." Gilmore slumped forward, folded his arms on the bar, and buried his head in them. "Too much wine? Not enough sleep. I'm getting too old for this line of work." Reacher leaned over to peer at Patton's computer screen. "Is there a photo of James in there?" Patton clicked her mouse a couple of times, then swiveled the laptop around. The screen displayed a picture of a man with a close-cropped haircut and a broad, amiable face. "That's him," she said. "Do you need a copy?" "No, I'll remember him. Nathan and I will track him down. We'll bring him up to date, then head to the location where the shipment is supposed to meet its contact. Why, right now, all we can do is observe. We're looking at two possible outcomes, one harmless, one not. If Castlewood was using those fake messages to extricate herself from trouble and send Weaver's thief on a pointless chase, then no one will attempt a theft. The CIA will collect their cargo without interference. But if she sent the message to clear a path for herself, she'll try to steal whatever the CIA is bringing in. If the CIA can stop her, great. We'll let them handle it. If they can't, we'll call James. Have him secure the exit, delay Castlewood as long as possible while we scramble for some kind of backup. Does that sound workable?" Patton shrugged. "I suppose." Gilmer lifted his head. "Not really, but it's the only plan we have. If the Patapsco River is like a finger pointing toward Baltimore's heart, then the Seagirt Marine Terminal is a rough patch on the inner curve, nestled between the knuckles. The Francis Scott Key Bridge spans the river to the south like a band, and the harbor tunnel runs beneath it to the north like a hidden artery. Gilmore knew both routes well, but that morning he took Reacher through the Fort McHenry Tunnel and approached the terminal from the west. He had insisted on a quick detour to his apartment to swap his personal car for the rental. They exited I-95, took Keith Avenue to Broning Highway, and then Gilmore drove straight up to the main vehicle gate. During the drive from Patton's, they had agreed subtlety was pointless now. Gilmore rolled to a stop, and they immediately spotted Arlen James. His shoulders were even broader than his personnel file photo implied, and he moved with a light step for a man of his solid build. Reacher and Gilmore scanned the area around the gate but saw no other guard. "Let's go," Reacher said, opening his door. "No time to waste." Gilmore followed Reacher to the security window. James ambled over on his side of the fence and stepped into the guard booth. He gestured for them to slide their ID cards from their lanyards and pass them through the slot. He gave Gilmore's a cursory glance but took his time with Reacher's, inspecting it front and back, even checking its dimensions. Finally, he handed the cards back and activated the gate. Gilmore drove through and pulled over. They got out, and Reacher led the way back to the guard booth. James hopped down from his stool. "What's this about, guys?" Reacher said. "Got a minute to talk about what?" James tensed, his voice edged with wariness. "Take it easy. We're not here to bribe you, and we're not from Human Resources, if you say so. Are you working alone today?" James nodded. "The other guy called in sick at the last minute. It's fine. I don't mind handling it. Solo." Reacher and Gilmore exchanged a look. Reacher said, "All right, I'm going to tell you something now, and it might be surprising, possibly even a shock. All right, I need you to think before you move, got it?" James shrugged. "Sure, just tell me what's going on." Here's the situation. We understand why you're here. Maybe not every detail, but the big picture. James leaned back in the vinyl seat but stayed quiet. A man made you an offer recently. He promised to solve a problem for you or keep a secret. All you had to do was take this job, keep your head down, and one day he'd call in a favor. That day is now, am I close? Not even. Gilmore leaned forward, his voice dropping. It's fine. No shame in it. Happened to me too. But the rules are different now. James frowned. Different how Reacher cut in. The man who recruited you was named Weaver. He's gone, died yesterday. It was a homicide, so whatever leverage he had over you is gone. You could walk out right now. No one would blame you. But we're asking you to stick around a little longer. Maybe just an hour? A soft chime came from James's pocket. He pulled out his phone, his brow furrowing as he read the screen. Reacher watched him. Everything all right? James slid the phone away. Yeah, just a friend asking about covering a shift tomorrow. Guess that's not happening now since I'm leaving. But why should I stay today if I'm free to go? Weaver wanted you here because he was planning a robbery for this morning. You probably already guessed that. We believe a competing crew took him out. They stole his phone and sent a fake message saying the target shipment was delayed until tomorrow. They sent one to you, too. We saw it. You replied using the number 2 instead of writing out 2. They're creating a clear path to hit that shipment today. We're going to observe, see how it plays out, and if we're right, we'll need you to stall them here for a bit. James was silent for a long moment, the hum of the diner filling the space. So the shipment isn't delayed? It's arriving today on time? That's right. How can you be sure? Gilmore answered. Tracking it was my piece of the puzzle. James looked from one man to the other, a new suspicion dawning. Okay, but why do you two care who steals it, or if it gets stolen at all? Reacher's expression turned grim. Because of what's inside, we think it's classified material, possibly something hazardous. We don't want bystanders getting caught in the crossfire. James gazed out the window at the gray parking lot, his mind racing. He finally looked back, his decision made. All right, I'll stay until you're done. And if you need me to, I'll shut this whole place down. Morgan Strickland finally wrestled the folding cot into a vague semblance of a sofa. He considered it less furniture and more an instrument of mild torment, and he never used it himself. It did, however, have one strategic benefit. It made meetings in his office blessedly brief. Strickland circled to his desk and sat, stealing a few minutes before Steve McLaren was due. He scribbled some notes about his impulsive idea from the previous night to launch a new subsidiary. He didn't want McLaren to know it was a last-minute thought, but it wasn't just about saving face. The idea might actually have merit. A new revenue stream could be solid. Diversification was smart, and most importantly, finding a reason to retain the underperforming recruits would be a major win from his perspective. McLaren's knock came at 8:55. Strickland waved him in and pointed to the cot. McLaren sat and was still shifting, trying to find a tolerable spot, when Strickland's phone buzzed once on the desk. Strickland picked it up, his expression hardening as he read the screen. McLaren noticed. Another text? Need me to draft a response? Strickland shook his head. No, he said, standing up abruptly. But I'm going to have to postpone our talk. Is there an issue? Not yet, but there will be if I don't go and fix a few things that are coming unraveled immediately. The Seagert Marine Terminal sprawled out like a massive rectangle with one corner neatly sliced off. The terminal stretched along the waterfront, with one long side and a short side open to the bay. The opposite long side was crowded with squat, sprawling warehouses and storage sheds under corrugated roofs. The diagonal boundary ran parallel to a narrow access road, separated by a formidable security fence. The fence stood 8 feet tall, its steel mesh panels darkened by years of rust from the salt air, the concrete posts stained from leaching rebar. The top was angled outward and strung with vicious coils of razor wire. 2 freighters were docked that morning, tethered bow to stern beneath a row of massive white cranes. The cranes' booms reached out over the ship's holds, and in the hazy morning light, they seemed to stoop like ancient beasts picking clean the carcasses of their prey. The ground around them was battered and scarred from decades of containers being dragged, stacked, and hauled onto waiting trucks. Reacher and Gilmore slid back into their rental car and navigated across the terminal, weaving between the towering stacks of containers that filled the yard. Some stacks rose only 3 boxes high, while the tallest climbed 7. They varied in width and depth, a chaotic cityscape of metal in every color, some gleaming and new, others faded and battered. Reacher recalled Gilmore's intelligence contact, mentioning thieves using these ports, living out of containers and launching operations from them. Surveying the makeshift fortresses all around, Reacher found it entirely plausible. They were perfect little strongholds where someone could vanish for weeks. For all he knew, people were hiding in them right now. Castlewood could be. With Gilmore at the wheel, they crept forward until they neared the diagonal corner of the lot. Here, the container arrangement shifted. A line of boxes jutted out from the fence at a sharp angle, 3 containers long, 3 high, and 1 deep, another stack, also 3 high, bent back at a right angle, creating a sheltered gap at the far end between the metal wall and the fence. It wasn't meant to block water. It was a barrier against observation, plain and simple. Gilmore parked the car behind the second-to-last freestanding stack, drew his pistol, and shouldered his pack. Reacher took the lead on foot. He approached the narrow gap and stepped into the shadowy enclosure. It wasn't empty. A single shipping container sat toward one side, painted a deep, rusty red. The security seals on its doors were gone. Gilmore moved up beside him. "Is that it?" he murmured. "Are we too late?" "Only one way to know for sure," Reacher said. "I'll check inside. You keep watch in case this is the wrong box." Gilmore began to turn away, but Reacher caught his arm and pointed to a ladder welded to the side of the nearest container. "Up there? Are you serious? Dead serious? It's a classic blind spot. Nobody ever looks up. Trust me on this." Gilmore gave him a look of pure skepticism, as if he'd just been offered some swampland in Florida, but he shoved his gun into his waistband and started climbing anyway. Reacher waited until Gilmore had vanished onto the top of the stack, then moved silently toward the red container. He closed the distance, 10 feet, then 5. His hand went to his pocket, finding the flashlight he'd carried since the warehouse job 2 nights prior. He pulled it out, took another cautious step, and reached for the door's locking handle. Then Gilmore's hushed voice came from above and behind him. "Stop! Company coming! 30 seconds!" Reacher shoved the flashlight back into his pocket and sprinted to the long stack of containers near the fence. He found the ladder at the far end and began to climb. The stack rose 3 containers high that left him roughly 10 seconds per level. Better to call it 9, accounting for the sprint across open ground. Gilmore had managed it in less time, but Reacher was slower, heavier. The ladder rungs felt small and awkward in his hands, the gap to the container wall barely wide enough for his boots. His right foot slipped once, then again. He forced himself to slow down, to move with deliberate, steady control. He reached the top of the first container, his internal clock already ticking 3 seconds behind schedule. Picking up speed, a new sound cut through his focus, a heavy grinding vehicle engine growing louder. Reacher pushed the noise aside. Concentrating on the climb, he made it to the second level, now a full second off pace. His left foot skidded, costing him another precious moment. He pushed harder, moving faster, until his hands gripped the edge of the final container. He hauled himself over and rolled onto his stomach. Gilmore was already prone at the far end of the row, his backpack set beside him. Ahead, 2 massive metal beams moved slowly through the air, held parallel like vertical girders, their tips towering even higher than the container stack. They seemed to float, but clearly were attached to something on the ground the approaching vehicle Reacher had heard. From his position, he couldn't see what it was. The containers blocked his view, which meant the driver couldn't see him either. Reacher rose into a crouch, ran along the center line of the containers, and dropped down next to Gilmore. He shifted forward a few inches, and the machine came into view. It was a massive forklift, painted a glaring orange, its body as large as a semi-truck cab. 4 enormous tires, each as tall as a sedan, supported it. Thick forks extended from the tall beams he'd spotted earlier and balanced on them. Broadside and 6 feet off the ground was a blue shipping container. The forklift slowed, executed a tight left turn, and aligned itself with the gap at the end of their stack. It inched forward, clearing the sides by mere inches, and moved all the way into the enclosed space. With another twist to the left, it halted. After a moment's stillness, its engine pitch changed. The blue container began a slow descent until it met the ground with a hollow boom that echoed a second later. It now rested roughly parallel to an existing red container. The door of the red container swung open, and a woman stepped out. She was dressed entirely in black boots, jeans, a hoodie, and gloves with her hood down around her shoulders. Her dark hair was pulled into a ponytail, streaked with gray. Gilmore retrieved a compact pair of binoculars from his pack and trained them on her. "It's her," he whispered. "Castlewood." He passed the binoculars to Reacher. "Check the scar." Reacher looked and gave a curt nod. "Confirmed. She's ahead of the CIA. Where are they? Does she have backup? Should we intervene?" "Not yet," Reacher said, his tone shifting from tactical focus to a dry, almost sarcastic edge. "Maybe this is all part of the grand plan. Maybe the CIA boys want a nice, tidy arrest caught red-handed. We'll watch for now." Castlewood opened the second door of the red container, then hurried with a slight limp favoring her left leg toward the blue one. She pulled a knife from her jeans, sliced through the security seals, worked the lock, and swung both doors wide open. She darted back to the red container and disappeared inside. Almost immediately, another engine roared to life, a smaller, more compact forklift with lower masts, and it began to back out. Castlewood was behind the wheel of the forklift. She executed a sharp turn, aligned the vehicle, and guided it directly into the blue shipping container. Reacher and Gilmore listened from their vantage point, hearing a mechanical whir followed by two distinct thuds. The forklift then reversed out, now bearing a wooden crate roughly 4 feet wide, 5 feet long, and 5 feet high. Castlewood swung the machine around and steered it into the adjacent red container. In a flurry of movement, she dashed back to secure the blue container's doors, handed an envelope to the waiting truck driver, who offered a casual salute in return. The driver then hoisted the blue container, expertly navigated his rig through the tight space, and departed the enclosed yard. Castlewood sprinted to the red container, ducked inside, and emerged a few minutes later operating the forklift, now conspicuously empty. She parked it to the side, killed the engine, and hurried back into the container's shadowy interior, pulling her hood up as she vanished. Another engine roared to life. A bronze-colored Toyota pickup, its wheel arches caked with dried mud, reversed out. The wooden crate was now securely strapped in its bed. The driver hood, still raised, hopped out briefly to slam the container doors shut before leaping back into the truck. She sped through the gap in the fencing and accelerated toward the terminal exit. "Call James," Reacher said, his voice low. "Tell him to lock the perimeter down now." Reacher hauled himself to the top of the ladder, swung a leg over the edge, found a rung with his boot, and began his descent. He forced himself to move with deliberate, steady control. His left foot skidded once on the slick metal, but he reached the ground without incident. Gilmore joined him moments later and immediately started for the exit gap. Reacher caught his arm, pointing back at the red container. "We checked that first," he said. Castlewood might have been putting on a show, thinking she had an audience. Reacher pulled out his flashlight, yanked open the right-hand container door, and stepped into the dim interior. The stale odor of exhaust fumes lingered in the air. A small dark puddle of oil, likely dripped from the forklift, glistened on the floor. A crowbar lay discarded near the left wall. A pair of bolt cutters was wedged behind a structural brace at the far end. A crumpled candy wrapper was tossed in the nearest corner. Otherwise, the space was utterly vacant. Reacher strode across, snatched up the crowbar, and hurried back outside. Gilmore, who had been cautious on their inbound approach, showed no such restraint on the return trip. Dock workers scattered from his path, hurling colorful insults his way. They encountered no other vehicles, though Reacher did spot a black panel van moving in the opposite direction through a parallel lane of containers to the north. James had clearly mobilized his team. The Toyota was idling just inside the main gate. Gilmore pulled up behind it, and Reacher was out before the car fully stopped. The crate remained in the truck bed. The engine was off. Circling to the driver's side, Reacher saw the figures slumped over the steering wheel, the hood still obscuring their face. James stood guard by the door, his sidearm drawn. She gave the name Castlewood, James reported, but that's all she's saying. Clammed up completely. Reacher moved to the rear of the pickup. He dropped the tailgate, vaulted into the bed, and quickly loosened the straps securing the crate. He tossed them aside and wedged the crowbar under the lid. With a sharp crack, the lid yielded almost immediately. He shoved it aside, peered into the box, and then jumped back down to the asphalt. Gilmore had climbed out and was approaching. "Well?" he asked. James stepped closer, his brow furrowed. "What was in it? What did she take?" Reacher's expression was flat. "Nothing. The crate's completely empty." Gilmore shook his head in disbelief. "That's impossible. There was no time for a stop to unload it. Could they have switched it out somehow?" James pressed. "No," Reacher said, already moving back to their vehicle. "It was a decoy, a distraction. Arlen, you stay with the driver. Nathan with me. We're going back to that container right now." Gilmore spun the car around in a tight J-turn and slammed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle even harder than on their frantic inbound run. The dock workers, wiser now, were already scrambling clear of their path. They made it out with plenty of time to spare, and the car was showered with soda cans and garbage as it raced past. Gilmore paid no attention. He kept his speed up until they neared the opening between the shipping containers they'd scaled before. "Pull up right here," Reacher said. "Block the center. Nobody passes." Gilmore slammed the brakes, and as they rolled into the gap, they spotted another vehicle already inside, the same black panel van Reacher had glimpsed moments earlier. It was parked closer to a red container than to the perimeter fence. Exhaust fumes billowed from its tailpipe. The passenger door hung open, and a man in a plain olive-drab military-style uniform was on the far side, dragging a woman across the ground by her ankle. She was dressed entirely in black, her hood pulled up, though wisps of graying hair had slipped free. Hearing the car, the man dropped her foot and went for his weapon. Reacher was faster. He'd already snatched the pistol from Gilmore's waistband and pushed his door open. The guy spun, aiming at the windshield, then faltered for a split second, confused. Shifting his focus from Gilmore to Reacher, Reacher didn't wait. He fired, but as he squeezed the trigger, the car jolted over a crack in the concrete, sending the shot high instead of hitting center mass. The bullet tore through the man's throat. The impact staggered him back a step before his legs buckled. He dropped heavily, arms splayed, blood jetting from the wound in rhythmic, fountain-like spurts. Gilmore braked hard. Reacher leaped out, moving toward the van with the gun raised. The van's rear tires screeched, smoking against the pavement. For half a second it seemed stuck, then it jerked forward, aiming straight for the fence. It veered slightly to miss a concrete post, accelerated, and smashed through the corroded wire mesh. Reacher sprinted after it, reaching the torn boundary just in time to see the van disappear down a narrow alley. When he turned back, Gilmore was standing by the car staring at the two bodies. "What the hell was that?" Gilmore said. "You just shot a CIA agent with my gun." Reacher shook his head. He wasn't CIA. The arterial spray had slowed to a trickle. The man was clearly dead, but Reacher checked for a pulse on the unharmed side of his neck anyway. Finding none, he turned to the woman and tugged back her hood. The left side of her face was visible, marked by a fresh cut near her temple and an older scar across her cheek. Gilmore stepped closer. "Castlewood? She's here? Not in the truck after all? Decoy cargo, decoy driver, so she really was just a thief. I have to admit, I'm a little let down." Reacher felt Castlewood's neck, then yanked down the zipper of her hoodie. Underneath, she wore a Kevlar vest. "She's breathing," he said. "Took a round, probably." The vest stopped it, but the impact knocked her down, and she hit her head when she fell. "All right, then, who's the guy? If he's not CIA, what's his story?" "One of the original thieves. We definitely messed up Castlewood's plan, and the rest of her crew got away with the prize." Gilmore started back toward the car. "Then we shouldn't stick around for when the CIA does arrive. Take it easy. The CIA isn't coming. They were never involved. How? I broke my second rule from Army days. Never trust the intel. The shipment wasn't being smuggled by the CIA. It was being run by someone formerly with the agency, someone who left recently enough to still have current shipping codes. Castlewood was company? We knew she was some kind of veteran. The VA was the one who sent her to Dr. Martin. Right, they were. So what's next? I say we walk away. My concern had been about sensitive materials falling into dangerous hands, but the reality was a simple robbery between criminals. I have no particular loyalty to one group of bad actors over another. Do you? Not really. All right. Once we're at a safe distance, I'll make an anonymous call. Let the authorities handle the cleanup. What about the man you shot? We can't have the police tracing that back to us. Is the firearm registered? Gilmore averted his eyes. It is not. Any sentimental attachment to it? None. It's just a tool. Then we clean off any prints and place it in Castlewood's grip? She didn't pull that trigger. She's responsible for 2 other deaths. 3, if your theory about your colleague is correct. That's a different situation, but you're right, she's no saint either. Gilmore turned, his gaze falling on Castlewood's still form. Here's another piece that doesn't fit. The initial team seemed to have believed her false message. Otherwise, why weren't they here from the beginning? Reacher replied. I believe they did accept it. Then what prompted their sudden arrival? What made them reconsider? It wasn't a what. It was a who. I'm not following. You had a personnel file at Dr. Martin's office. Patton had one. Who was missing? Gilmore was silent for a moment. Arlon James. Recalled Patton mentioning she didn't understand the maneuvering to get James the position since he was actually qualified. I suspect the individual Weaver sold the information to lacked a computer specialist. He lacked an HR person. He needed Weaver to recruit you and Patton to fill those roles, but he already had someone who could handle security, so he only used Patton to install James, not to find him. Then, when we arrived this morning and informed James that the delay message was a fabrication, he contacted his superior. His superior dispatched the team in the van. Damn it. And James has seen us. He can provide our descriptions. We need to move. Gilmore rushed toward the vehicle. Reacher said, Relax. James will have vanished by now. Gilmore slowed his pace. Do you think James knew what was stolen? Aren't you even a little curious? What could possibly justify all this chaos? It wasn't a what that was taken. The voice was a woman's, raspy and strained, coming from behind them. They turned to see Castlewood's eyes open. She said it was a who. Castlewood fought to sit up. Reacher extended a hand, but she swatted it aside, then noticed the corpse nearby. Your doing? Reacher remained silent. Castlewood gestured toward the breach in the fence. That's their escape route. Impressive work, gentlemen. She drew a sharp breath, grimaced, and managed to stand, favoring her left leg. Clutching her side, she stared at Gilmore. You work in scheduling. You told them where and when to be. Her eyes shifted to Reacher. I don't know you, and I don't want your help. Stay away from me, both of you, after delivering a final withering glare to each man. Castlewood began walking, maneuvering past Gilmore's rental car toward the main terminal gate. Reacher passed the gun to Gilmore and moved toward the body. Turn the car around. We need to intercept Castlewood. I'll be right there. Gilmore opened the driver's door. How do you plan on keeping her quiet? Reacher began searching the dead man's pockets. We need to speak with her first. She said who was taken. You saw the dimensions of that crate. It could have held a child or a petite woman. If this is a trafficking operation, we're not simply driving away. Part of Morgan Strickland's rehabilitation after the incident in Iraq involved therapy. In their initial session, his counselor explained that the psychological healing would be a tougher, longer journey than the physical recovery, and ultimately more critical. Strickland was facing a transition out of active duty, out of being a soldier entirely. The therapist emphasized that his survival might depend on his ability to forge an entirely new sense of self, a truth that settled over him with a weight far heavier than any desert sand. Back then, Strickland dismissed the whole idea as nonsense, 2 decades later, he had to concede there was a grain of truth in it. Honestly, even after everything he'd built with his company over the years, part of him still hadn't fully adjusted. That morning proved it. While the real work was happening at the port, he was stranded at the base, forced to rely on updates from others. He couldn't concentrate. He couldn't strategize. How could he write an after-action report when he hadn't been part of the action? Frustrated, he yanked and shoved his couch until it folded back into a cot, then threw himself onto it. Lying still was impossible. Every nerve felt electric, the not knowing eating away at him. If this were an overseas op, his tech team could have patched their comms to cover the port, but stateside, too many regulations, too many obstacles. He grabbed his phone, glaring at it, silently demanding it to ring. After what felt like 10 hours, though only 10 minutes had passed, it finally buzzed. The caller offered no name. Just a flat statement. We have the woman, one friendly, KIA out. A wave of relief washed over Strickland. He wasn't sure how his team had taken a casualty on what should have been a simple grab, but strategically, the loss was manageable. The financial impact would need a closer look later. For now, he just hoped the guy on the phone hadn't been dumb enough to leave a body behind. Up ahead, Castlewood was 100 yards out, moving toward the gate. Gilmore fought the impulse to speed up. He had time to intercept her, and drawing a crowd was the last thing he wanted. He didn't need her diving into a maze of containers, and he really didn't need any of the dock workers he'd already annoyed deciding to play hero. That would end badly for everyone. Reacher had collected the dead man's pistol and emptied his pockets, a spare magazine which he kept, a cell phone set aside for Gilmore, a key ring, and a worn leather wallet. Inside was $120 in cash. Reacher pocketed it, considering it a fair take under the circumstances. There were also 3 credit cards, a bank card, and a company ID. Reacher held it up. Strickland Security Solutions, Inc. Ring any bells. Gilmore shook his head. Probably a bunch of clowns, you think? They had closed the gap to just a few yards. Gilmore eased past Castlewood, then rolled to a stop, blocking the lane between the container stacks. Reacher leaned back and popped the rear door open. Castlewood sidestepped it and kept walking, one arm pressed to her side. Reacher lowered his window and called out, "Let us give you a lift to the exit. It'll be faster. You're hurt. That's obvious. Then you can meet your friend, get your truck, and be on your way." Castlewood halted. She stood frozen for a beat, then turned and marched back to the car. She slid into the back seat, her fingers brushing the scar on her cheek, then pulled the door shut. Fine, go. Instead of driving, Gilmore hit the door locks and killed the engine. He pulled the gun from his waistband, turned to face Castlewood, and said, "I've got one question first. Don't lie, I'll know, and you should know this is a rental under a fake name. I could put a bullet in your head right now and not even have to vacuum the seats." Castlewood met his stare without flinching. Her voice was calm and low. "What's the question?" "All right. Did you kill my partner?" she said. "No, I didn't. You showed up at our office looking for him, and you were furious. Then he ends up dead. How do you explain that?" I was agitated, not furious. Someone had been digging for details about the shipment I was handling. Clearly, that was part of a plan to intercept it. I believed he was the one gathering intelligence, but it was actually you using his credentials, wasn't it? Gilmore gave a slow nod. "You killed him because you thought he was watching you." "That's not true. I intended to speak with him. I was aware there was a breach. I suspected Dr. Martin. I assumed she had enlisted Zach Weaver to bring this man on board, and they'd managed to insert him into the scheduling department. I wanted verification. So consider it logically. Eliminating him before I could question him would have been pointless. You were already aware of Dr. Martin and Weaver?" "Only Dr. Martin. I did presume she must have been connected to someone who could handle the rough stuff, however. I didn't picture her getting her own hands dirty. Were you her patient?" Castlewood paused before answering. Were you?" Gilmore replied, "For a short time." "Long enough, it seems." Castlewood turned to Reacher. "What about you?" Reacher said. "What's your guess?" Castlewood said, "I'm guessing no, I'm not picking up much receptivity to self-improvement. So, who are you?" How are you mixed up in this? Reacher said, "Stay on subject. You killed Dr. Martin. Why?" Castlewood was quiet for a beat. "That was unintentional. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not grieving her death. Under different circumstances, I would have gladly put a round in her skull, but yesterday was purely about collecting intelligence. I believed she had figured out my plans and relayed the specifics to an accomplice. I was pushing for that accomplice's name, but she refused to give him up, not even when I made threats. And trust me, after what I disclosed in our sessions, she knew exactly what I was capable of. I worked for the agency in Iraq, remember? I've done things that haunt me. If she could stay silent knowing all that, I figured there had to be a deep emotional bond in play. A spouse, a partner, a child, someone she lived with, perhaps, so I demanded her address. She panicked, so I knew I'd hit a nerve. She tried to choke me, and when that failed, she tried to bolt. You couldn't let that happen. It would have taken her only a second to alert him if she'd gotten out of that office. He could have vanished. I couldn't take that chance, so I fired. I didn't intend to kill her. I was aiming to wound her, but, well, this isn't some movie, so you went to her residence. Castlewood nodded. You located her partner, Weaver, and you shot him as well. He shot himself, actually. I led him to believe his wife was still alive to secure his cooperation. I obtained what I required. Then he realized I had been deceiving him. He had a concealed weapon I'd overlooked. That was a careless mistake on my part. He reached it and used it. What you required being the name of the person they betrayed you to? What? No. I already knew that. Who is it? A piece of work named Morgan Strickland. You've likely heard of him. His organization has been splashed all over the news. He's itching to invade Armenia with his band of weekend warriors. So what was the purpose of pressuring Weaver? I needed to know his method of communication with Strickland, to send Strickland misleading information to deceive the man. You make it sound like I'm cutting corners on a school assignment. You need to grasp the scope of this situation. Strickland essentially commands a private militia. I'm opposing him with one other person, plus a crew member on the ship that we paid off. I can't confront him directly as much as I'd like to. I have to outthink him, and I would have succeeded if it hadn't been for you fools interfering. You had a concealed compartment in the container, the red one, naturally. I knew Strickland might not fully buy my story about the delay, but I hoped it would at least sow a seed of doubt in his mind, make him hesitate. Then, if he was surveilling the location at the original time and suspected the crate was a decoy, he would inspect the container. If the space appeared empty, he might be more readily persuaded than usual. He might pursue the crate with a bit more urgency. That would give us the window we needed to exit and disappear. It must have been a cramped area. Minuscule at the far end away from the open doors. I couldn't make it any larger without the dimensions giving us away. You were planning to cut the fence. I noticed the bolt cutters. It seemed a logical escape route, but everything fell apart when I spotted you entering. I assumed you were one of Strickland's men. I watched you pick up that crowbar, so I thought you were going for the crate. We emerged, you had vanished, and then boom, Strickland's crew arrived, tipped off by you, as I now realize. Thanks for that. So, how about we conclude this delightful conversation and get going? A woman has been taken, she's in danger, and I need to retrieve her. And she'd be safer with you? Clearly. Why is that? Softer pillows? A better class of people? What? Hold on, are you implying you are all right? Step out of the car, repeat that. Let's see what happens. She must be incredibly valuable for you to smuggle her in solo. I thought your kind usually transported groups of women at once. Economies of scale and all that. There must be a fortune on the line. Castlewood let out an exasperated sigh and tilted her head back, as if appealing to a higher power despite the car roof obstructing the view. I'm attempting to prevent a war, and this is the nonsense I have to endure. Which war are you trying to stop? The invasion of Armenia, obviously. The special military operation Strickland is so aggressively championing. Gilmore shifted closer. Look, maybe this Strickland character is a jerk. Maybe profiting from war is ethically questionable. But do you genuinely want Iran to obtain weapons-grade uranium? Is that going to create a safer world? Castlewood rolled her eyes. Listen, there is no uranium. Iran has no connection to this. They're merely a convenient scapegoat. The Nagorno-Karabakh separatists aren't even involved. They're completely in the dark. You need to understand, the entire justification for the invasion is a fraud. Strickland manufactured the whole thing from start to finish. He fabricated the press reports. The eyewitness accounts, the social media posts, everything. It's all a pretext so his company can rake in more money. How can you be sure? Because I know Strickland. I've been observing his methods for over 20 years, Reacher said. Who's the woman he took? Why is she so crucial? Her name is Violeta Vardanyan. She's his star witness for the court of public opinion, and every single word she's spoken on camera so far has been a lie. 34 Gilmore started the engine and proceeded toward the exit, now driving with a sharper urgency. The Toyota remained in its previous spot, still obstructing the gate. The empty crate was still in its truck bed. 4 semis were queued on the opposite side. There was no trace of Arlon James. Castlewood got out of the car. The lead semi began blaring its horn. She paid it no mind, crossed to the Toyota, and opened the driver's door. The woman dressed identically to her was still inside. Her hood concealed her face. Her right arm had been forced through a gap in the steering wheel, and her wrists were bound together with plastic ties. Castlewood asked, "Are you all right?" The woman replied, "Just get me out of here." Castlewood produced her knife and severed the restraints. The other woman rubbed her wrists, pushed back her hood, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her left ear, and climbed down. Now, with an unobstructed view, Reacher could see she was a decent double for Castlewood. Not identical, but close. She was an inch shorter. Her shoulders were slightly narrower. Her hair was the same length, but a lighter shade, a chestnut brown with no hints of gray. The woman asked, "Is Violeta okay?" Castlewood shook her head. "Damn it, did Strickland take her? It appears so. What are we going to do? We get her back before it's too late. How? Excellent question." "Where are the keys?" she asked, her voice tight. "The guard took them right after he tied me up," came the reply. "He's gone left, as soon as the guys in the car realized they'd been tricked by the crate." "Who are they?" "No names," she said, "but it seems we're stuck cooperating for now, at least until we're clear of this place. Reacher, Gilmore, Castlewood, and her double, a woman named Ellie Taylor, made quick introductions and split the tasks. Castlewood and Taylor would clean the Toyota. They couldn't move it, and their fingerprints were everywhere. Reacher and Gilmore would watch for new guards, cops, or any angry dock workers. The women worked fast, swarming over the pickup, scrubbing every surface they might have touched with alcohol wipes from the glove box. Around them, the port was a storm of noise and motion. Workers swarming, cranes groaning, forklifts beeping, metal crashing, and tires squealing. In that chaotic sea, their little group by the gate went entirely unnoticed. Once satisfied the Toyota was clean, Castlewood and Taylor climbed into the back of Gilmore's rental. Taylor asked, "How do we get out? We could open the gate, but those trucks are blocking it. Untangling that mess would take hours." "No problem," Gilmore said. He turned the car around far more calmly than before and headed for the terminal's far corner. He drove slowly, the dock workers barely glancing their way. Most were now fixated on a rumor about a forklift driver and a supervisor's wife. Gilmore cruised past, looping around the end of a container row and into the enclosed space. Taylor spotted the body near the red container. She gasped. "Did you?" "Don't ask," Castlewood cut in, her tone flat. "He earned it. That's all that matters." Gilmore nudged the car to the right, bumping through the torn section of fence left by the van. At the street, he paused. "Which way left?" Reacher said. "What?" "It's a rule. When in doubt, turn left." Gilmore turned left. They drove in silence for 100 yards, as if the port itself might be listening. Then Reacher spoke. "There's a simple way out of this, you know." Castlewood's response was immediate. "We're not leaving Violeta. She messed up, yes, but she was manipulated. She came here to make it right. I promised to protect her, and I will. We have to help her, not just for her sake, but for the contractors and the Armenians who'll die if this invasion happens. It's wrong." Reacher kept his voice even. I'm not saying we leave her, I'm saying kidnapping is federal. Call the FBI, let them handle it, they have the resources. Ignoring them is a mistake. Castlewood shook her head. We can't. Why not? Strickland has friends in high places. Taylor and I were at the agency when I discovered what he was doing. I reported it up the chain. 2 nights later, a group of thugs was waiting for me in my building's parking lot. She pointed to the scar on her cheek. See this? They didn't rob me. They didn't touch my car or my apartment. They just cut me a warning. So I quit. We both did. Now we handle this ourselves. What makes you think Violeta's even alive to help? If I were Strickland, she'd already be in the Patapsco with her throat cut. That's possible, Castlewood admitted, but I'd be surprised. The campaign Strickland has carefully constructed puts Violeta front and center, but that very visibility is starting to draw uncomfortable questions from journalists and political figures. He won't pass up an opportunity to parade her before them, to have her reaffirm her story, perhaps even aggressively defending its most questionable elements. Her cooperation guarantees her safety refuse, and she might buy herself a day or two while he attempts to change her mind. You might wonder how I can be so sure her initial account was fabricated. Couldn't she have been truthful then and lying now? Absolutely not. The moment I watched that first video, I knew it was nonsense. I found her in Turkey, where she was living, and I spoke with her. I showed her Strickland's true nature, how he was exploiting her. It took work, but I earned her trust. She agreed to come to the United States to tell the real story. Now we have to locate where Strickland is holding her. If she stands up to him, I dread to think of the consequences. Just to be clear, the man is a world-class jerk. You don't know where he runs his operations. I know the public details, corporate registrations, tax filings, but the real work happens in the shadows. He probably thinks it makes him seem more intriguing. Then let's piece it together. The men who came this morning had to originate from within a 30-mile radius. How can I be sure? The timeline between our chat with Arlon James, the security guard, and their arrival dictates it. A 30-mile radius covers a lot of ground, though. That's nearly 3,000 square miles. Finding a needle in a haystack would be easier. It's not quite that hopeless. A portion is ocean. We can refine the search. He'll keep her somewhere private, isolated, a place he controls to prevent any unwanted witnesses or overheard cries, and it will be a location with abundant limestone. Perhaps a quarry, a mine, or a contractor's storage yard. Limestone? What makes you say that? The man I shot had tiny white chips lodged in his boot treads. It looked like limestone to me. James had the same pale dust on his pant cuffs, and it was sprinkled around the wheel wells of their van. Are you a geologist now? No, but I've seen limestone before, and this matched. Do you have a better lead? Castlewood was silent for a beat. It's worth checking, she finally conceded. Taylor tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, pulled out her phone, and began a search. A minute later, she looked up. Found something. She showed Reacher and Castlewood a 3-year-old news article about a military contractor leasing a decommissioned quarry for vehicle storage between assignments. A photo depicted a line of weathered, desert-tan Humvees parked at the base of a cliff. Castlewood zoomed in, studied the image, and shook her head. No, Ellie, look at the door logos. They're like some tacky medieval crest. The text is too small, but I recognize the design. That's United Allied, run by an insufferable guy named DeZerby out of Florida. No connection to Strickland, Gilmore chimed in. Could Strickland have taken over the site from them? Taylor retrieved her phone. I'll check, she said, her fingers already moving across the screen. Castlewood absently brushed the scar on her cheek with her fingertips, then turned to Reacher. You thought I was running some kind of illicit operation? What gave you that idea? Reacher met her gaze. You brought a woman into the country concealed in a shipping container, then spoke about her being taken as if she were merchandise. She wasn't in that container the entire journey from Turkey, Castlewood replied, a hint of weary defiance in her voice. There were layovers, safe houses. It was a circuitous route, chosen to avoid scrutiny. She paused, her expression turning inward for a moment. You see the worst in people first. It's probably kept you alive. But sometimes the method is ugly because the alternative is unthinkable. The last few hours were all we needed to set up the diversion, Castlewood explained. You're a real saint, Reacher replied, his tone dry. What did you believe I was involved in before you learned about Violeta? We were under the impression you were attempting to defraud the CIA. Defraud the CIA? What kind of nonsense had you been listening to? Gilmore identified the coding system on your customs paperwork. We concluded it signaled a clandestine operation. Castlewood turned to Gilmore. You recognize that code? Gilmore gave a single nod. How? Castlewood pressed, former military intelligence. Ah, that would explain it, I suppose. She shifted her gaze back to Reacher. And you? Military police, also retired. Well then, perhaps you're not complete amateurs after all. Maybe this plan has a shot. Morgan Strickland was on his office floor, concentrating on drawing slow, deep breaths. He pictured serene landscapes, a technique drilled into him during a long-ago hospital stay. He forced himself to continue the agonizing exercise for 25 endless minutes until a sharp rap at the door finally broke the silence. He rose, smoothed his wrinkled shirt, and positioned himself behind his desk before calling out permission to enter. The door swung open, and a woman was practically shoved into the room. She moved stiffly, fear evident in her posture, propelled by someone still lurking in the hallway. Strickland emerged from behind his desk. He gave the woman a cursory glance. "One moment, please," he said, stepping around her and into the corridor. The van driver from the port operation was waiting there. The same man who had called in the disastrous report. Strickland's voice was low and controlled. "The man we lost, you retrieved his remains?" The driver swallowed visibly, his Adam's apple jumping. He took a shaky breath. "That wasn't feasible, sir. I had to leave him at the location." "Wasn't feasible?" Strickland's fist tightened at his side. "There was no other option. We were under continuous heavy fire. Staying another minute would have compromised my primary objective, the secure extraction of Violeta Vardanyan." A foolish, almost proud expression settled on the man's face. Strickland wondered if it was meant to convey resolve to him. It looked utterly ridiculous. Guarantee his objective? Strickland thought. The man probably needs a map and a compass to find his own breakfast. The urge to wipe that idiotic look clean off his face was nearly overwhelming. He visualized the guy zipped into a black bag. He forced a wave of artificial calm. It wasn't entirely this fool's fault. He was third string. All the capable personnel already assigned elsewhere. He couldn't know the grand scheme or the small fortune his incompetence had wasted that morning. Strickland mentally drafted the cover story for when the police discovered the body. The dead operative would take the fall, labeled a rogue element in some unrelated plot. A shame for his family, but failure had its price. Strickland turned back. "Let me be certain I understand. Catherine Castlewood had both of you pinned down under sustained fire by herself." The driver shook his head. "No, sir. Castlewood was already hit. 2 other men were shooting. She must have hired backup." "Castlewood was hit? You're certain?" "I saw her fall. Fall as in eliminated." "No doubt about it, sir." Tim fired multiple rounds into her and was moving to retrieve the body when these 2 other guys showed up. A faint, cold smile touched Strickland's lips. If Castlewood was gone, a significant obstacle had just been removed. He reached out and gave the man a firm, dismissive pat on the shoulder. "All right, then. Well done. You're dismissed." When Strickland re-entered his office, Violeta Vardanyan was standing motionless in the middle of the room, staring vacantly at the bare wall. Her face was a blank mask, devoid of any emotion. A wave of relief washed over Strickland. Despite the morning's chaos, the core of his plan was still intact, right on schedule. The extra day before the Pentagon meeting with Mark Hewson could prove crucial for smoothing over any last-minute issues, and Violeta Vardanyan was not making it easy. Her current demeanor was a far cry from their previous encounter near the Turkish-Armenian border. Strickland couldn't help but wonder what kind of influence Catherine Castlewood had exerted. He studied Vardanyan's impassive face, looking for any hint of her thoughts, but found nothing. Forcing a smile, he circled his desk and took his seat. "Violeta, my apologies for the unusual travel arrangements and the commotion at the dock. I'm relieved you arrived safely. While you're here as my guest, I'll ensure all your needs are met." Vardanyan offered no response, her eyes fixed on the blank wall. "You'll be comfortable," Strickland continued, "but I require two things in return. First, you'll meet with another key individual, Mr. Hewson from the Pentagon. He has the final authority to greenlight our operation, but only if he's convinced by your account. You must tell him the exact story you told me regarding the separatists and Iran. Secondly, you'll record another video statement. You'll have a day or two to prepare, just like before." Silence hung in the room. Vardanyan didn't so much as blink. "Is there a problem, Violetta?" Strickland asked. She finally turned her gaze to him. "The problem is yours, not mine. I am done being your puppet. I will not do either of those things." Strickland drew a slow breath. "Consider your words carefully. Defiance isn't productive. The correct response is a simple yes in gratitude for the considerable funds you've already received. Find yourself a different ventriloquist's dummy. No one else will suffice, Violeta. The world recognizes your face and your voice. It has to be you. The performance must continue." Vardanyan looked away again, her voice firm. "I refuse." Strickland rose, his tone dropping to a low, menacing register. "You will comply, Violeta. You can agree now in this warm, pleasant office, or you can agree later somewhere decidedly less comfortable. Think about your options. Choose wisely. It doesn't matter where you take me or when you ask. My answer is no. Are you certain I would truly regret seeing you experience any discomfort? Save your threats for someone who fears you. I will not lie for you again. So be it." Strickland retrieved his phone, selected a number from his favorites, and spoke when the call connected. "Is the next room prepared? Good. I'll bring her down in a few minutes." Gilmore swung the car into a mostly empty corner of a Target parking lot, bringing it to a halt. "This is insane. We can't just circle the city indefinitely. We need an actual strategy," Reacher said. "Contact the FBI." Castlewood immediately countered, "No." "Then we keep focusing on locating where Strickland took Vardanyan," Reacher stated. Taylor tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and lifted her phone. "I might have found another lead on her." Screen was an older news article from 4 years prior, sparse on details. It mentioned the sale of a depleted limestone mine to an ex-military entrepreneur from Kansas, though it withheld his name. The article speculated the vast underground chambers might be repurposed for vehicle or equipment storage, but the reporter seemed skeptical about the venture's future prospects, almost dismissively so. The vague nature of the piece, however, made it strangely compelling. The article concluded with an unverified claim that the former owner had to sell because bringing the property up to modern standards was too expensive, hinting at numerous code violations. The most alarming alleged flaw was having just a single entry and exit point, a potential death trap in a fire. A single photo accompanied the piece depicting the entrance carved into a curved section of cliff. It actually showed 2 doors side by side, likely leading to one connected interior space. One was a standard door for people, and the other was a massive vehicle bay, the kind used for industrial trucks. Castlewood remarked, "That article doesn't prove much. Honestly, I'm hoping this isn't the spot," Taylor replied. "Just look at that setup. Trying to storm it would be a slaughter. It's practically designed for one." Castlewood took the phone, zooming in on the image. She studied it intently, then leaned back, closing her eyes briefly as if processing a thought. Taylor retrieved the phone to see what had caught her attention. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered, handing it to Reacher. He examined the photo. "I see 2 men shaking hands. Looks staged for the camera. Probably the buyer and seller. One guy's missing an arm and wearing an eye patch. That must be the veteran. What's the issue?" "Strickland's Humvee hit an IED in Iraq." Castlewood stated flatly. "He lost his left arm and his left eye." Taylor added, "And take a wild guess where he was born, Topeka, Kansas." A grim acceptance settled over Castlewood. "Sorry, Ellie, it's the place. I just can't picture Strickland using it as a fancy storage locker, unless he's keeping nukes in there, or a platoon of tanks. Wonder how much he's changed it since buying it." Taylor took her phone back and pulled up a mapping application, entering the old mine's address. The screen displayed a 3D model of the location from the article. The solitary entrance remained, but the doors were now painted a dull olive green. A scraggly tree clinging to a ledge above had grown taller, and a few new antennas dotted the cliff face. The paved area outside the vehicle door had been expanded to allow more parking. Exterior changes are minimal. The real mystery is what's inside now. Can't tell a thing from this picture, Castlewood said. Can't tell a thing, period, Taylor countered, a note of frustration edging into her voice. Because getting inside isn't happening. The four of us couldn't shoot our way in, and we can't talk our way in either. Strickland knows you and me, and one of his guys made Reacher and Gilmore this morning. Reacher's tone shifted from contemplative to sharply dismissive. Impossible is just a word people use when they haven't thought it through, how long to get there from downtown. Taylor checked the map. About 25 minutes, more or less. Reacher turned to Gilmore. That coffee shop where we met, you know the address? Gilmore nodded. Good. Hand me your phone. I need to call Patton. Patton answered immediately. Nathan, what's happening? It's Reacher. Oh. A thread of anxiety tightened her voice. Is Nathan all right? He's fine. He's right here. Where are you? In a deli near the office. I wasn't hungry, but I thought it was smart to steer clear of the port for a bit. The whole Seagirt terminal was crawling with police cars earlier. Not surprising. Listen, I need a favor. Nathan is going to text you the address of a coffee shop. Go there and find a young barista named Kevin. Tell him the man his boss is hunting is at the old Kinsella limestone mine. Say he's got 4 friends with him, all just as big. They'll only be there another 30 minutes before they come into the city, and they're planning to start a very costly kind of trouble. Everywhere they went, they'd leave a flyer with the boss's picture and a note explaining he tried to stop them but failed. Gilmore drove out of the lot, following his phone's GPS toward the abandoned mine. The actual landscape matched what the photos had hinted at. Getting to this place was a defender's perfect scenario, which meant it was a waking nightmare for Reacher and his team. The sole way in was down a perfectly straight, 1-lane dirt road built for hauling trucks. For the final half mile, there was absolutely no place to hide. Even if there had been any vehicle kicking up the thick white plumes of limestone dust from that road would announce its arrival from a mile away. Gilmore stopped the car about 3/4 of a mile from the entrance, turning it around to face the way they came. He left the engine idling, prepared for a quick escape. His pistol rested on the seat beside his leg. After scanning the target with his binoculars, he passed them to Reacher. It looks even more imposing in real life, Gilmore remarked, like a concrete bunker or a submarine pen. And night wouldn't help us. They've got LED floods everywhere. I'd bet my last dollar the place is crawling with infrared sensors, too. Reacher handed the binoculars to Castlewood. She studied the setup for a long moment, then rubbed her knee with a wince. I can spot 3 possible approaches, she said. The problem is, every single one requires gear and support we don't have and can't possibly get our hands on. Taylor tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice tinged with doubt. Is it even worth the attempt? Maybe we should pull back, regroup and devise something new sometimes. Discretion really is the smarter move. Castlewood shook her head. There's no time for that. If Violeta is in there, we'll get in, Reacher stated, his voice flat and certain. Are you positive this diversion of yours will work, I'm sure? Who is this boss you contacted? His name's Kelleher, a local jerk with a small-time empire. What's his link to Strickland? There isn't one. I just had a disagreement with some of his guys a few days back. Put a dent in their operations. Kelleher's been trying to get even since. I figured this was a good way to turn his annoyance into something useful for us. If you're so sure, then where is everyone? They'll come. When? Soon enough. 5 minutes passed, then 10. No one emerged from the mine entrance, and no one approached it from the outside. The tension in the car was as thick as the dust outside. Reacher shifted to face Castlewood. Tell me about Vardanyan. How did she get tangled up with Strickland? You can't skip to the last chapter of that story, Castlewood replied. You have to start at the very beginning with Strickland himself. All right. That's a long story. Got anything more pressing to do right now? Reacher asked, a dry, almost sarcastic edge cutting through the earlier tension. They were sitting in a car, staring at an impenetrable fortress, waiting for a gamble to pay off. Story time seemed as good a way to pass the minutes as any. Castlewood stared out the window at the barren landscape, then turned back, her expression resigned. I've known Morgan Strickland for over 26 years. We went through basic training together, served on multiple deployments together. I was back in our barracks in Iraq when the word came down that he'd been hit. He was on a patrol? That was the official line. It wasn't true. So what happened? First, you need to understand Strickland. He's sharp, innovative, relentless, but above all, he was a man in a desperate hurry. You've served, you know the Army. You know how dangerous that mix can be. Strickland was constantly clashing with authority. He had ideas, good ones, most of the time. Sometimes they even got used, but it was never fast enough for him. He was always nagging our commanding officer to cut through the red tape. He became a serious nuisance. People started calling him BBFM behind his back. Bigger, better, faster, more. How did he handle the nickname? He ignored it. Just kept pushing right up until '03 when our unit was stationed at a forward base linked to Camp Ashraf near the Iranian border. It was early days, and the rules of engagement were still treated like sacred text. The biggest one was that we could not engage the enemy unless they presented a clear and present danger that was interpreted to mean they had to be visibly armed, a policy that probably sounded brilliant to some bureaucrat in a Pentagon office or a politician worried about their image during a congressional hearing. The situation on the ground was a complete catastrophe, playing right into the hands of the insurgents. Their mortar teams had us pinned down every single night, a relentless barrage we were powerless to stop. The man firing the mortar stayed safely hidden, but his spotter would stand out in the open, bold as brass, using a cell phone to call in our coordinates. He was the one orchestrating the destruction, and we all knew it, but because he wasn't holding a rifle, our hands were tied. We had to just watch him mocking us from a distance while his partner turned our barracks into Swiss cheese. I recall the news reports. It created a ton of resentment back home, and it got a lot of good people killed for no good reason. So, as you can imagine, being hamstrung by such a ridiculous rule drove Strickland up the wall. He hatched a plan. We had the tech to track the spotter's cell phone use in real time. His argument was that if we could prove a spotter was on the phone with a mortar crew during an attack, it was reasonable to assume he was adjusting their fire. That would make his phone a weapon system. Then you could engage. Exactly. Strickland pushed the idea up the chain, and predictably it got buried in bureaucracy. The higher-ups were more concerned with political appearances and daily briefings, while our guys were getting blown apart each evening. So Strickland went to our commanding officer, Hewson. He argued that if this method was precise enough for General McChrystal and Special Forces to run their nightly raids, it was plenty good for us. Hewson finally agreed and gave the unofficial go-ahead, figuring command would rubber stamp it eventually. This doesn't sound like it ends well. You'd be right, several things spiraled out of control. First, a soldier filed a formal complaint. The new tactic worked and saved lives, but let's be honest, it was against the rules. Hewson, I'm convinced, buried that report. Then, a week later, a spotter was confirmed calling in a strike. A sniper got the authorization. Conditions were perfect, clear day, no wind, point-blank range. Missing was a 1 in a million chance. But that day was the millionth. Maybe the ammo was bad, maybe the shooter was exhausted. We'll never know. He missed his target, but hit a civilian sedan passing by, carrying an entire family of 8. The car flipped, crashed into an apartment building, and exploded. The final death toll was 32 innocent people. Then all hell broke loose. Not right away. Hewson scrambled to contain the fallout. His career was on the line after all, but the civilian deaths and the attempted cover-up didn't sit right with the soldier whose earlier complaint had been ignored. She decided to go outside the chain of command and blow the whistle. Strickland got wind that she'd taken a Humvee and was racing to Camp Victory to speak directly to General Jacoby. He took off after her in another vehicle. What exactly happened next is murky. It appears Strickland caught up to her convoy. Whether his aggressive pursuit spooked her or it was just brutal luck, her vehicle hit a roadside bomb, she was in the lead, and took the full force of the blast. She was killed. Strickland survived with the injuries you already know about. Command should have moved faster. They should have authorized Strickland's plan from the start. They absolutely should have. But since they didn't, Houston should have shown more restraint and not jumped the gun. And as for the rest of us, we all knew the rules were being bent. I knew I could have spoken up, but I stayed quiet. Did we save lives? I'm certain we did. But how many? There's no ledger for that. Was it enough to justify the 32 civilians and that brave whistleblower who lost everything? Gilmore raised a hand, cutting off the conversation. "Listen," he whispered. A low rumble grew in the distance, the unmistakable sound of multiple engines. They were getting louder, fast. Gilmore grabbed his binoculars and peered down the road. 4 pickups, 2 SUVs, he reported. Less than a minute out. Castlewood shifted to the middle of the back seat. Reacher leaned the passenger seat nearly flat, watching the approaching dust cloud. When the sun flashed off the lead truck's chrome grille, he ducked down. The cloud swallowed their car, dimming the light inside as the convoy roared past. After a tense 30 seconds, Gilmore shifted into drive, executed a slow U-turn, and started toward the mine. Reacher risked a glance through the windshield. Up ahead, the vehicles, 3 Fords, a Chevy, and 2 Grand Cherokees, had fanned into a rough semicircle at the mine entrance. Men were spilling out, a mix of ages from 20s to 60s, with no common look except for the weapons in their hands: bats, axe handles, nightsticks. One even wielded a nail-studded 2x4. Gilmore drove smoothly, trying not to draw eyes. 50 yards out, he coasted to a stop, slipped out, and traded places with Taylor, who then nudged the car forward, tucking it near the left end of the semicircle beside a beat-up blue F-150 with a Roadrunner decal slapped over a massive dent. The crowd's noise swelled, not chants, but a raw, threatening rumble. They surged toward the mine doors like a restless tide, then fell back, only to advance again. The air felt thick, volatile, as if soaked in gasoline waiting for a spark. A younger man stepped up and jabbed the mine's vehicle door with his bat. "We know you're in there. All 5 of you come out now." "Out! Out!" another voice echoed. An older man rushed forward, smashing an axe handle against the metal. "Out! Out!" More joined in, pounding on the door. Then Reacher saw it. The personnel door was swinging open. "Go," he said. He slid from the car and sprinted forward. Gilmore was already veering left. Castlewood, close behind, the door kept opening. A figure in black riot gear burst out, shield in one hand, baton in the other, and immediately began swinging at the crowd. More armored men poured out. Reacher kept his focus on the doorway, now starting to swing shut. A man in the mob recognized him, shouted something garbled, and threw a wild punch. Reacher deflected it without breaking stride. The gap was narrowing, halfway, 3/4 closed. He lunged, arm outstretched as the space slipped away. The door was nearly shut. He wouldn't reach it in time. Slowing to avoid crashing into the heavy frame, he was caught off guard when it suddenly flew open again with even greater force, nearly striking him in the face. Reacher caught the edge, steadying it. Another uniformed man burst out, breathing heavily behind his visor, his protective vest hanging loose. He gave Reacher a bewildered glance before plunging into the chaotic crowd, using his baton to carve a path toward his colleagues. Reacher slipped through the doorway first, with Gilmore and Castlewood close on his heels. After the frenzy outside, the interior felt unnervingly serene, like stepping into a silent cathedral. The space was vast, with a high, cool ceiling and walls of pale gray. The floor was smooth and coated in a fine layer of dust. This was the entrance to the main hall road, originally constructed for massive trucks to descend to the lower levels, making it the mine's oldest section. Scars from pickaxes were still visible on some surfaces, remnants from the era of manual labor, alongside initials carved into crevices by miners long gone. Overhead, outdated cable conduits from Strickland's lighting upgrades still spanned sections of the ceiling. He had installed a security barrier here, repurposing the original reception booth on the left into a guard station and adding another on the right side of the vehicle entrance. A guard was on duty in the left booth. He drew his sidearm and rushed out, shouting, "Stop! Step back! You are not author!" Castlewood's fist connected with his face before he could finish, a brutal, perfectly executed punch that carried her full momentum. The man staggered backward, swayed against the wall for a moment, then crumpled face first to the floor. Castlewood retrieved his weapon and checked his pulse. Meanwhile, the guard from the opposite post had also drawn his gun. He stepped into the roadway, raising it in a two-handed shooter's stance. Reacher began moving toward him. "Stop, no closer," the guard ordered. Reacher raised his hands and took another step. "Just hold on. We only want to talk." The guard aimed squarely at Reacher's chest. "I said no closer." Reacher slowed slightly but continued advancing. "You're not understanding. There's a full-blown riot out there, and—" In a sudden burst, Reacher closed the final 6 feet in one stride, seizing the guard's right wrist. He gave it a sharp twist, breaking the two-handed grip, and forced the gun upward toward the ceiling. Spinning the man around, Reacher locked his right forearm across the guard's throat and began to squeeze. The guard's windpipe compressed. He gasped for air, panic setting in. He dropped the gun, clawing desperately at Reacher's arm, trying to stomp on his feet and kick backward at his knees. He writhed and twisted violently. With a grim efficiency, Reacher extended his left arm, bent it at the elbow, and trapped his own right wrist, pulling back to intensify the pressure. The guard thrashed wildly for a few seconds, like a hooked fish in its final struggle, before his body went slack. His head lolled forward, his lips taking on a bluish tint. Reacher lessened the hold slightly, and after a moment the guard's breathing returned, harsh and uneven. As soon as his strength began to return, he started to struggle again. Reacher tightened his forearm once more, briefly, then spoke calmly into his ear. "Listen carefully. You have a choice to make. Do you want to live or die? Nod once if you want to live." The guard gave a single, jerky nod. "I need information," Reacher said. "A woman arrived here today, Violeta Vardanyan. Is she still on site?" Reacher eased the pressure just enough to allow speech. The guard's voice was a ragged scrape. "I don't know. You saw her arrive?" "Yes." "Did you see her leave?" "No." "Where are special visitors usually taken?" "Conference room?" The guard croaked, gesturing weakly toward the far side of the broad roadway. The place had the stale, quiet air of a tomb, making the distant echo of the riot outside feel like a memory from another world. Reacher asked, "Where do they take visitors who are here for a meeting? Not a tour." "Not my department," the man replied. "Take a guess. Probably Mr. Strickland's office." The guard suddenly twisted and slumped, attempting to slip free from Reacher's hold. Reacher anticipated the move, tightening his arm to pin the man in place before applying more pressure to his throat. The guard's struggles grew feeble, his lips taking on a dusky hue before he went still. Reacher hauled the unconscious man across the street and shoved him into the guard booth, a tight rectangle with a solid door and a sliding window. Inside was a bare plywood counter, a simple office chair, and a 2-drawer filing cabinet. A clock on the wall was running a minute behind. Next to it hung an old-fashioned status board. The left side featured permanent names and gold lettering on a black field, with sliding tokens to indicate if someone was in or out. The right side was a whiteboard with 7 names scrawled in fading blue marker, plus a set of initials VV in the top corner. Reacher called out the door, "Take a look at this." Only one permanent name was marked in, Morgan Strickland. "Senior management is scarce today," Gilmore observed. "They're probably all out in the field," Castlewood said. "Ready to unleash and bring in more contracts for Strickland security. 7 handwritten names," Gilmore noted. "Our 2 napping friends here and the 5 outside brawling with the crowd." "Sounds right," Reacher said. "Then we have the initials," VV Castlewood said. "Violeta? It has to be. That's not a random coincidence. Maybe the person writing it was being cautious or cryptic. Or maybe they just can't spell," Gilmore added. Reacher laid out the situation. Until the guys with the helmets and batons return, if they return and aren't hauled off to the emergency room, we have the numbers. Strickland has the home field advantage. He knows the layout, but he doesn't know we're here, so he has no reason to hide. Not yet. The guard suggested meetings go to his office, so let's start there. If we can find it, everyone agree. Gilmore and Castlewood nodded. All right, Reacher said. Secure and silence these two, then we move. The primary level of the abandoned mine sat 70 feet underground. The access road had been graded at a gentle 5-degree slope, a concession to the heavy limestone trucks of the past, making the trek from the entrance to the first open chamber just over 800 feet. The walls and ceiling of the tunnel were hand-cut, leaving a rough, pitted surface of pale gray stone that reminded Reacher of photographs from the Apollo moon landings, where the road finally leveled out. A space between the first set of support pillars served as a parking area. Judging by the tire tracks and the fine gray dust, it was normally used for Humvees, though none were present that day, likely already shipped overseas, awaiting a potential conflict in Armenia. Instead, a group of older pickup trucks, ranging from pristine to nearly rusted out, occupied one side. Parked apart was a dark blue Tesla with the license plate MS1, Morgan Strickland's personal car, Reacher assumed. Beyond it, set into the limestone wall, was a door marked Conference Room 1. Reacher pushed the door open, flicked on the lights, and scanned the space. He immediately signaled for the others. The room was dominated by a long rectangular table flanked by sleek metal chairs, but Reacher's attention was elsewhere. 2 walls were plastered with oversized promotional posters, grinning recruits in uniform, captured mid-swing on a rope, climbing through a mock window or charging up a synthetic dune. Reacher dismissed the corporate cheerleading with a glance. It was the third wall that held his focus. It was neatly segmented into 3 parts. A detailed map of the complex occupied the center. A list of specifications and amenities ran down the left side, and on the right, a comparative chart pitted Strickland Security's capabilities against those of the U.S. Army. Reacher felt a sharp, familiar irritation rise, the urge to tear that chart down and shred. It was strong, but he held back. Instead, he zeroed in on the map. Gilmore moved beside him and snapped a photo with his phone. The layout revealed that half the compound was dedicated to training zones. The remainder was divided into locker rooms, a mess hall, administrative offices, and mechanical rooms. Castlewood edged between Reacher and the wall. We're looking at 2 possibilities, she said. Either Violeta is cooperating with Strickland, or acting like she is, or she isn't. If she's playing along, she'll be somewhere comfortable. The guard mentioned the offices. Strickland drives a fancy car. Maybe his workspace is just as plush. Reacher kept his eyes on the map. And if she's not cooperating? Somewhere unpleasant, then, Castlewood replied. What's your guess? A machine room? Somewhere hot and loud, or maybe a tight space where she can't stand up straight? Gilmore chimed in. Or a latrine. That's a classic. Reacher shook his head. Let's assume she's smart. We stick to the plan and check the offices first. 3 offices stood in a row, Strickland's, then McLaren's, then Moyes's. According to the guard posts board, the latter 2 should have been empty. But Reacher listened at each door anyway. Hearing nothing, he knocked. When no reply came, he moved to Strickland's door. Silence again, and no response to his knock. He threw his weight against it with his shoulder, but it barely budged. Adjusting his approach, he turned, raised his right leg, and drove his heel hard beside the lock. The frame splintered, sending wood fragments flying into the room as the door swung wide. Inside, a desk held an iPad and a large monitor. An old in-out tray, a chair, and a narrow cot completed the scene. No Violeta Vardanyan. Just to be certain, he forced the other 2 offices. McLaren's was austere and orderly. Moyes's was a chaotic mess. Neither held their target. Looks like she's not cooperating, Reacher stated flatly. Castlewood's voice tightened. I really hope she's okay. Gilmore pulled up the map photo, and they moved swiftly through the complex, methodically checking every conceivable spot where someone could be held. They were quick but thorough, searching in on and under anything that could serve as a hiding place, drawing on their respective expertise. Reacher in finding people, Gilmore in hiding them. Castlewood in concealing what was left of them. Yet after an hour, they regrouped outside Strickland's office with nothing to show. Castlewood noted, "We haven't seen Strickland either, which is strange. Do you think they're even here? Maybe he moved her? His car's still outside," Gilmore pointed out. Reacher's gaze drifted toward the distant training zones. "It's more likely they're both here, somewhere we haven't looked." "Like where?" Castlewood asked. "The training zones," Reacher said. "Why take her there? Lots of reasons. The desert zone, you could bury someone up to their neck in sand. Reaching the training zones meant taking a sharp left, but Reacher halted before the turn. Gilmore moved up beside him, pointing. "It's that way." "I know," Reacher said, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "But what's that doing there?" About 50 yards away, the tip of a metal chair leg was just visible behind a limestone pillar. Gilmore shrugged. "No idea. Is there supposed to be anything down there?" Pulling out his phone, Gilmore checked a photo of the map. "No. It should be empty all the way to the boundary wall." Castlewood offered. "Maybe someone's hiding, skipping out on a shift or something." "Let's find out," Reacher said. They found not one but two chairs at the corridor's end, positioned outside a strange rectangular cage. It was 60 feet long, 20 wide, and 8 feet tall, with walls of steel mesh over insulated panels. A handleless metal door stood beside a keypad. Castlewood stared. "What the hell is this place?" "Looks like storage," Gilmore said. Reacher shook his head. "Not ordinary storage." He pointed to heavy-duty electrical conduits snaking from the roof into the room through a ceiling hatch. "That's serious power for serious equipment." He then gestured to the chairs, and it's guarded regularly. "See how the chair legs have worn grooves in the floor." "So where are the guards now?" Castlewood asked. "Is it abandoned?" "It looks new," Reacher said. "My guess?" "They were called away when the mob hit the main gate." Gilmore's eyes widened. "Maybe Vardanyan's in there. One way to find out," Reacher replied. Gilmore pointed at the keypad. "What about the code? Could take forever to crack. Maybe." Reacher crossed to the door, gripped the keypad, and tore it from the wall. 4 wires protruded. He selected 2, touched the bare ends together, and a loud click echoed from the lock. "Or maybe not." He drew the guard's pistol from his waistband, held it ready, and shoved the door. It swung open a quarter of the way before slamming back against something. Reacher jammed it with his foot and pushed harder. The door hit a solid object, followed by a pained groan. He forced it wider and stepped inside. A wave of chilled air hit his face. He ignored it, focusing on a man backing away from him, wearing a heavy coat, one sleeve hung empty, and a patch covered a missing eye. "Strickland," Reacher said. Strickland remained silent. Gilmore and Castlewood entered behind him. Gilmore looked around, bewildered. "What is this? An infirmary?" The long walls were lined with metal cots, 15 on each side. Each had a crisp white pillow and a taut red blanket. 4 cots were empty. One held a woman. The other 25 held men. Castlewood took a step. "Morgan?" She pivoted toward the woman. "Oh, my God, Violeta, are you okay?" Reacher's voice was flat. "It's not an infirmary. Look again." His tone shifted from grim to a cold, almost sarcastic clarity. "All the men in here are taking a very permanent nap. They're dead." Gilmore scanned the beds. Every man's eyes were closed, their chests still. Their skin had a waxy, pale sheen. Some bore bullet wounds to the head, others were marked by shrapnel. The shapes beneath the blankets hinted at missing limbs. And from the sliver of fabric visible between the blanket tops and their chins, it was clear they were all wearing uniforms. A forgotten coffee cup sat on a small table near the door, still faintly steaming, a bizarre contrast to the silent rows. The 24th slab appeared to be the same faded green as the others, but the final one on the far wall was a deeper, sun-starved shade. The woman lying on the bed fixed her gaze on Castlewood. "Are you okay? I saw you get shot. I watched you fall." Strickland's expression soured. "Looks like the rumors of your demise were a bit premature. What a shame." Castlewood tapped her chest. "Bulletproof vest. I'm good." Her eyes darted nervously across the lines of silent forms before turning to Reacher and Gilmore. Meet Violeta Vardanyan. We're going to prevent a war together. Like hell you are, Strickland spat. Castlewood ignored him, focusing on Vardanyan. Let's get you out of this place. I can't, Vardanyan replied, her voice tight. That bastard tied me down. Castlewood moved in, her knife flashing. She yanked the blanket aside and sawed through the ropes binding Vardanyan's left wrist and ankle to the iron frame, then repeated the process on the right side. Reacher's attention never left Strickland. Why are all these bodies stored here? Strickland offered only a contemptuous silence. Where did they come from? Reacher pressed. Strickland sneered but said nothing. Reacher took a deliberate step forward. Who are they? Who are you? Strickland shot back. I'm the one asking the questions. What's the story with these people? Yeah, well, I'm the one choosing not to answer. A shiver ran through Castlewood. It's an icebox in here and these bodies are giving me the creeps. Can you grill him outside? Reacher's stare was unwavering. Take your coat off. What? The lady's cold, hand it over. No. Castlewood shook her head. It's fine. I don't need it. Reacher slid his gun into his waistband, his focus never breaking. You can give it up willingly, or I can take it, your call. After a tense pause, Strickland muttered, Fine. He unzipped the heavy coat, shrugged it from his shoulders, and let it drop to the concrete floor. Reacher kept his eyes locked on the man. Catherine, how much rope is still attached to that bed frame? Castlewood examined the knots, maybe 2 feet at each corner if you rework them. Reacher's glance shifted to the now empty bed. The blanket was gone, wrapped like a shawl around Vardanyan's shoulders. He looked back at Strickland. Go lie down on her bed. Strickland stood motionless and silent. If I have to put you there, Reacher said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous register that was almost conversational, I'll break both your legs. He stepped aside, clearing a path. Strickland hesitated, then shuffled forward. He paused at the foot of Vardanyan's former bed, feinted toward it, and instead threw himself onto the adjacent empty slab. Gilmore, who was closest, moved to intercept and haul him to the correct spot. In a blur of motion, Strickland sat up, his hand darting behind his back and reappearing clutching something bright orange with 2 protruding spikes. He lunged at Gilmore's chest. Gilmore twisted away, but the spikes caught him in the side, tearing through fabric and piercing skin. His body seized back, arching violently as a jolt racked his frame. His eyes lost focus, rolling upward. Strickland dropped the device, grabbed a fistful of Gilmore's shirt below the collar, and launched himself toward the door, using Gilmore as a stumbling shield. After 2 dragging steps, he released his grip. Gilmore collapsed, limbs splayed. Strickland bolted for the doorway. Reacher was already in motion, arm outstretched, fingertips just an inch from Strickland's back. Then his foot caught on Gilmore's leg. He stumbled, fought for balance, and regained it. But the delay was enough. Strickland vanished through the doorway, yanking the door shut behind him. Reacher wrenched it back open. He plunged through the opening and spotted Strickland sprinting at full speed toward his office. Reacher's hand went to the gun tucked in his waistband, lifting it and drawing a bead on Strickland's retreating back. For a long second he held the aim, then deliberately lowered the weapon and stowed it away. Castlewood was framed in the doorway watching him. You didn't fire, she observed. Why? I was thinking about you and Dr. Martin, Reacher replied. This isn't some movie, thank you. For what? For not killing him? After what he did to Violeta Vardanyan and what his men did to you, Reacher's voice was flat. Castlewood gave a slight shrug. It's complicated. I'm listening. Her fingers brushed lightly over the scar on her face. That soldier who filed the complaint in Iraq, it wasn't just the rules of engagement. There was a personal element. She had feelings for Mark Hewson. She believed Hewson was interested in me. Was he? Possibly. Nothing ever happened between us, but her jealousy was real. You know the saying about a woman scorned. I've always believed that jealousy was a major reason she broke the chain of command to hurt Hewson because of me. So I've carried this guilt, feeling partially responsible for Strickland getting wounded. That's one reason I've kept tabs on him since he left the service. Once Gilmore was steady on his feet, they began moving toward the main road cutting through the mining complex. Castlewood checked her phone. Text from Ellie. The coast is clear out front. A group of guys, including the security team, had to head to the hospital. We shouldn't have any trouble leaving. Gilmore frowned. What about the guards we tied up at the entrance? We can't just leave them. They've seen us. I'll bring them down here, Reacher said. Show them the scene, then ask if they want to be here when the police arrive. Gilmore shuddered. That should do it. No one in their right mind would want to be connected to that nightmare. Reacher turned to Castlewood. Tell Taylor you're on your way out. Aren't you coming? She asked. Not yet. Why? Developed a fondness for underground tunnels. I want to know what Strickland is doing with those bodies. The whole setup is wrong. Castlewood looked at Vardanyan. Violeta, did Strickland say anything about what he was doing in that room? Nothing specific, Vardanyan answered. Only that it was an awful place. He thought locking me in there would make me talk. Talk about what? He wants me to speak to someone tomorrow morning, repeat my eyewitness statement, then record another video. Who is this person? Someone from the Pentagon. A man named Mark Hewson. Castlewood halted mid-stride. Vardanyan looked concerned. What did I say something wrong? No, Castlewood said quietly. It's just not the name I expected. He's coming here? Vardanyan nodded. Castlewood let out a low breath. Well, shit. A heavy silence settled over the group until Gilmore broke it. Reacher? You're right about those remains. Something is seriously off. Why is Strickland keeping them? Where did they even come from? He must have had that room constructed for a purpose. And why are they all in uniform? I don't know, Reacher said, but I'm going to find out. I'll help, Gilmore offered. You don't have to. I know, but you helped me, and there's safety in numbers. Castlewood exchanged a look with Vardanyan, who gave a small, firm nod. Castlewood turned back. We're staying too. Really, you guys don't? Reacher began. I looked the other way back in '03. Castlewood cut in, her tone shifting from reflective to resolute. I learned my lesson. We're staying. Reacher decided to begin at Strickland's office, hoping the man himself would be there to provide some direct answers. But when they arrived, the door stood open. The lights were off, and the room was empty. Reacher flipped the light switch, and they gathered around the desk, which promised more than the sparse cot in the corner. Castlewood picked up an iPad from the surface. I'll see what's on this. Gilmore circled to the far side and settled into the chair, his hands moving to the computer keyboard. Reacher started with the inbox tray. The top tray was empty, but the lower one held a stapled stack of papers. He flipped through them, printed pages, some annotated with hurried handwritten notes. It was a draft contract between the Department of Defense and Strickland Security. Reacher began to scan the dense paragraphs and legal terms. The entire document struck him as surreal. Here was this dry, obscure piece of paper in a basement room in Maryland, utterly meaningless without signatures, yet with a few strokes of a pen, it could mean soldiers deployed halfway across the globe, and inevitably it would mean more deaths on foreign soil. What Reacher really wanted was a connection to the bodies already here, but he couldn't find one. He flipped to the final page, the one covered in handwritten notes. Suddenly, the whole picture snapped into place. That son of a bitch, Reacher muttered. Castlewood glanced up from her tablet. Did you find something? Reacher turned the document around, holding the last page toward them. See this final section? It's titled Special Compensatory Consideration. Any guesses what that means? Castlewood shook her head. Gilmore shrugged. No idea. Vardanyan, seated on the cot, remained silent. Reacher said, It means if any of Strickland Security's contractors are killed on a mission for the U.S. government, the company president, Morgan Strickland himself, gets a personal payout. Not the dead man's family, not the company Strickland, individually. That's disgusting, Castlewood said. Gilmore asked, How much per body? $1 million, Reacher replied. Castlewood leaned forward. Is this clause something new? Has to be, Reacher said. The contract isn't signed yet. That explains the cold storage room, Castlewood realized, and why the bodies are in uniform. They must be casualties from Strickland's last operation. Some minor skirmish in Haiti, I think, Back then, those bodies weren't worth a dime. Now the contents of that room are worth $25 million. That's why Strickland is fabricating the case to invade Armenia. He's planning to pass those men off as fresh casualties over there. Gilmore frowned. Would that actually work? Even refrigerated, those bodies won't look recent. Any competent medical examiner would know. Define competent, Reacher countered. Sure, any doctor could tell the difference under normal circumstances in peacetime with their license on the line, but overseas, in the chaos of a conflict, with a share of that $1 million incentive floating around, I can see it working. Once the shooting starts, he'll ship them over. And I can absolutely see Strickland trying it. I told you the man's inventive. What about when the bodies are sent home? If even one family gets suspicious and demands an autopsy, these bodies aren't coming home, Reacher cut in. They're contractors, not U.S. Army. There's no obligation to repatriate. It'll be in their contracts. The company has the right to dispose of remains as it sees fit. That's bleak, Gilmore said. Strickland won't get the chance this time, Reacher stated flatly. I'll make sure of it. I don't care how creative he thinks he is. Gilmore shook his head. I can't believe anyone at the Pentagon would approve this. I bet Catherine would believe it, Reacher said. Why? Castlewood asked. The signature page is prepared for Mark Hewson. My guess is he's supposed to sign it tomorrow when he comes to see Vardanyan. That's the plan, anyway. So how do you stop it? Gilmore pressed. I'll find Strickland and convince him not to sign. What if he doesn't listen? I can be very persuasive. How will you even find him? You want to search this whole complex again? What if he's already slipped out? I don't need to search, Reacher said. I know where he'll be at 10 tomorrow, right here, ready for his meeting with Hewson. I can just wait for him to come to me. Castlewood offered a faint smile. Well, I have something to keep you entertained while you wait. Look at this. She angled the tablet on the desk so both men could see and hit play. They record video of the recruits during their assessments, and they are painfully bad. The screen showed a recruit creeping into an empty garage, clutter scattered haphazardly around the space. The man kept glancing nervously from side to side as he advanced, though his weapon remained aimed at the floor. He inched forward, looked in the wrong direction, and collided with a tower of paint cans. The whole stack tumbled over, sending cans clattering and rolling across the concrete. Startled, he flinched and squeezed the trigger, shooting himself squarely in the foot. His entire boot was instantly soaked in crimson. Luckily for him, it was only a paintball gun. Gilmore shook his head. What a performance! He really embodied the spirit of a failed evaluation. Castlewood wondered aloud. I bet he's not in security anymore, probably managing a fast food grill now. She reached to stop the video playback, but it continued longer than she remembered. A grating window popped up displaying a bright green 70 and the word pass. You've got to be kidding, he passed. How does that even happen? What kind of outfit are they operating? She snatched the iPad and began navigating through its menus. After a moment, she stiffened, her expression darkening, and set the device back down. This is serious. Look at the grading log. The system initially passed him automatically. Then someone named S. McLaren overrode it and failed him. After that, Strickland stepped in and put the passing grade back. Gilmore looked puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Strickland's in charge. You'd think he'd want competent people working for him. He does want them, Reacher said, his jaw tight, the cords in his neck standing out like cables. But a casualty is worth $1 million to him now, competent or not. And someone who's incompetent is far more likely to become a casualty. Oh, no. Gilmore's face twisted as if he'd tasted something sour. He's intentionally selecting people who'll get killed just to boost his payout. That's vile, Castlewood added. And the guy we just watched isn't even the most hopeless case. Check this one. She selected another clip. It showed a trainee approaching a door inside a simulated house. Instead of pulling it open, he pushed against it, wrestling with the handle for several seconds before realizing his error. Then, overcorrecting, he yanked so violently that the door swung back and smacked him in the face. He fell, dropped his weapon, scrambled to his feet, and fled without even retrieving it. Gilmore rubbed his temples. Are all these from the same training group? Seems that way, Castlewood replied. Where do they dig these people up? It's a circus. And how did they get into the program? These last two must have written some truly creative resumes. Let's find out. Their full records are here. Castlewood swiped through several screens, then turned away, shaking her head in disbelief. I can't even. Gilmore took the iPad, read the information, and set it down heavily. Good grief. He turned to Reacher. These men didn't apply. They were recruited. Strickland reached out to them personally. Want to guess what his sales pitch was? Reacher didn't need prompting. He took the tablet and read for himself. Strickland offered them a redemption story. Every one of these recruits had attempted to enlist in the Army and had been washed out of basic training. Reacher drove his fist into the side of the desk, leaving a dent in the metal surface. Castlewood said, I'm done feeling conflicted about Strickland. He's contemptible. Reacher was forcing his breathing to stay even. He is. But there's a bigger question. How did Strickland know exactly who had failed? Basic Gilmore suggested. Someone must have handed him a list, Castlewood said, sold him a list, and I have a strong suspicion who, Reacher agreed. Hewson, I'll get confirmation when I catch up with Strickland. If we're right, both of them are in for a world of hurt. Castlewood's voice turned icy. Hewson's day will be especially bad. If they're partnered that closely, you can bet it was Hewson who buried the warning I sent from the agency. He's the one who sent those thugs to silence me. Suddenly, Vardanyan sprang up from the cot. Everyone, we might have a situation, Castlewood asked. What's wrong? Vardanyan explained. I was alone in here for a while this afternoon. Strickland left me when he went outside to speak with the man who ambushed us at the port. I was just standing there staring at the wall. She gestured toward the wall behind the desk. That one. It just clicked. That wall was blank before. Look at it now. A poster was taped there, a 4-by-3-foot display of the Strickland security emblem, a circle featuring an eagle crossed arrows, and a globe that struck Reacher as a clumsy hybrid of Army and Marine Corps imagery. It was held in place by strips of masking tape at each corner, the glossy paper resisting, curling inward as if it had been rolled until recently. Reacher gripped one edge and ripped it down. Behind it was a square hole cut neatly into the wall, the cavity behind it empty. Gilmore said, cut a hole, stash something inside, then replace the drywall, tape the edges, plaster, paint. No one would ever spot it. And if you need what you hid, it takes seconds to retrieve. It was a go bag, Reacher said. Strickland's running. Castlewood pulled out her phone, put it on speaker, and hit a speed dial key. Taylor answered immediately. Do you have visual on the mine entrance? Castlewood asked. I've had it covered for the past hour and a half. Have you seen Strickland leave? Negative? Anyone at all? No. Listen carefully. Strickland is on the run. He's dangerous. Stay sharp. Understood. Castlewood lowered the phone. He's still in here somewhere. We should pull back and stake out the exit. Grab him when he comes out. He can't hide down here forever. Gilmore shook his head. If it were me, I'd be waiting right inside the exit, maybe in the guard booth. Pick off anyone trying to get past. Reacher's voice was flat. If I were him, I'd have built a second exit when I bought this place. I'd already be long gone. Castlewood looked between them. So is it safe to leave or not? Hold on, Gilmore said, turning back to the computer. I saw a camera icon earlier. He clicked through a few menus, then nodded. Got it. Let's see if we can trace his movements. Reacher and Castlewood moved around the desk to view the screen, divided into 12 rectangles, one for each security feed. He's not on any live views, Gilmore said. Let's check the recordings. He pulled up the most recent files. The top 3 showed the 4 of them walking from the storeroom to the office. The 4th showed Strickland himself captured in the training area's central corridor. He was walking briskly toward the camera, a black pack secured on his back with a sternum strap. He passed directly beneath the lens and vanished from view. We could wait, Gilmore suggested. See when he reappears. Reacher was already moving. We need momentum. I'll go find him. You handle the guards at the entrance. He made his way along the diagonal corridor leading into the training area's heart. To his right, behind an 8-foot wall, lay the urban zone. To his left, behind a manufactured snowbank, was the mountain zone. Reacher moved slowly, smoothly, minimizing sound. The guard's pistol was in his hand. The mountain snowbank ran unbroken, but the urban wall had a gap every 40 feet. As Reacher neared the second opening, a crunch echoed from the other side, the sound of a footstep on loose gravel. He froze, listening. It came again. He peered through the gap. On the other side stood the shell of a ruined house. For a moment he considered stepping through, but instinct told him otherwise. Instead, he backtracked 5 feet, tucked the gun into his waistband, jumped, and caught the top of the wall. He hauled himself up, lying flat to scan the area. Nothing moved. No sign of Strickland. Then the crunching sound returned. Now from inside the house itself, parts of the roof were missing. 2 windows were shattered. There was no way to tell if it was occupied. Reacher lowered himself down silently and drew the gun again. He moved cautiously to a window that was still whole, ducked beneath it, and advanced to the next one, which was shattered. The floor was littered with glittering fragments. Selecting the biggest piece, he lifted it like a looking glass and angled it through a crack in the frame. The view inside resembled a kid's room, a small bed, a woven basket overflowing with stuffed animals, and a shelf packed with books. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open. A robotic figure lurched into view, designed to mimic a young man. It wore black cargo pants, a Kevlar vest over a dark tee, and a motorcycle helmet reminiscent of an outlaw biker. Gripping a pistol with both hands, it raised its right arm and fired 2 sharp cracks. Real bullets, not the paintballs from the training videos. One round shattered the glass in Reacher's hand. He let the pieces fall, counted silently to 3, then rose and returned fire. His shot struck the robot square in the visor. It jerked, sparked, and a brief tongue of flame shot out before it toppled backward out of sight. Turning, Reacher began backtracking toward the partition wall. He'd covered half the distance when every light in the zone abruptly died, plunging the entire area into absolute darkness. Instinct took over. He sidestepped left, fired 4 rounds in a wide, low arc, then dove to his right where he remembered the opening in the wall should be. In the flash of his own muzzle, he glimpsed another robotic figure, this one dressed like a kindly grandmother, holding a tray of lemonade glasses. A smoking hole gaped in the center of its chest, where one of his bullets had found its mark. Reacher hit the corridor floor, rolled, and sprang back to his feet. He moved forward about 15 feet, then pulled out his flashlight. Proceeding with the same deliberate slowness as before, he advanced until he reached the central cavern. There, he clicked the light off and stood motionless in the dark, listening. Only the faint, persistent hum of distant machinery reached his ears, yet a familiar, uneasy prickle began creeping up the nape of his neck. It was pitch black, but he felt watched. It had to be Strickland. He must be holed up in some kind of command center to orchestrate the sounds and the robots, probably equipped with night vision or thermal cameras, too. Reacher's fingers settled on the trigger as he listened intently, trying to pinpoint the control room's location. He heard nothing but the hum. Then an old piece of advice echoed in his mind. No one ever looks up. He switched the flashlight back on and held it high above his head. At first he saw only darkness. Then he discerned a long, sleek shape hugging the ceiling, like a stealth craft or an inverted boat hull playing the beam around it. He spotted a metal walkway fixed to one end. It was painted a flat, non-reflective black, rendering it nearly invisible. He traced the gantry to the far wall of the cavern, where it connected to a black metal ladder descending into the shadows of a narrow recess. Reacher marked the spot and crossed to it, but he didn't climb. A tactical problem presented itself. If that overhead structure was the control room and Strickland was inside, the only way up was across that 50-foot gantry, completely exposed. If Strickland was armed, he could pick Reacher off with ease. So Reacher turned and sprinted back toward the corridor dividing the urban zone from the mountain simulation. Keeping his flashlight trained on the wall, he counted the openings until he found the one he'd tumbled through earlier. This time he stepped through deliberately. He crossed to the broken window, tucked his gun into his waistband, and stripped off his shirt, wrapping it around his left hand for protection. He carefully cleared the worst of the glass shards from the window frame, climbed through and moved to the doorway. There, he wrestled the Kevlar vest off the remains of the robotic target he had earlier dispatched. Reacher made no attempt to put the vest on. He already knew it wouldn't fit his frame. And besides, that wasn't his plan. He carried it back to the main space and climbed the ladder slowly, navigating the tight rungs with care. At the top, he began his crawl along the metal walkway, moving on his knees and using only his right hand for balance. In his left, he held the vest out ahead of him like a protective barrier. The initial shot struck the vest when Reacher was still 15 yards from the walkway's end, the impact shuddering through his arm. Crouched in the doorway of the control room, Strickland kept firing. Another round hit the vest, then another. Reacher didn't pause. He kept crawling forward until Strickland finally rolled back inside and slammed the door shut, fumbling for the lock on the walkway. Reacher twisted onto his back, drew his knees to his chest, and drove both feet into the door. It burst open, smashing into Strickland and sending him sprawling. The gun skittered away across the floor for a brief moment. Both men were on their backs, feet nearly touching, separated by only a couple of yards. They began to scramble up. Strickland, being smaller and lighter, was quicker. He was already halfway to his feet, seeing he couldn't outpace him. Reacher shifted strategy. He planted his hands and heels, then propelled his entire body forward, parallel to the ground. He stretched his legs out, driving with everything he had until the soles of his boots connected violently with Strickland's knees. The human knee is a marvel of evolution, intricate and efficient, yet fundamentally fragile. It's no match for 250 pounds of force arriving at speed. Strickland's knees buckled backward with a sickening series of cracks and pops, bones fracturing, tendons and ligaments tearing. He pitched forward, landing face down across Reacher's chest. Reacher rolled him aside and stood up. Strickland was screaming a raw animal sound. Reacher waited for the cries to subside slightly before speaking. "Who sold you the list of basic training washouts?" Strickland offered no reply. "Who sold you the list?" Reacher repeated. Strickland only moaned. "I already know who it was," Reacher said. "I just want to hear you confirm it." When Strickland shook his head, Reacher lifted his right foot and held it poised above the man's shattered knee. "You talk, or I stomp. Your choice." Strickland remained silent. Reacher began to lower his foot. "You think this is pain? Just wait." "No." Strickland's voice broke, edged with tears. "It was Hewson. Mark Hewson. He sold me the list." Reacher gave a single nod. "Good. Now let's get you down from here. Right?" Strickland gasped with relief. "I'll need morphine, a medic, a stretcher, splints, ropes, a block, and tackle? All that equipment?" Reacher's tone turned dryly sarcastic. "Sounds like standard Army procedure. I thought you private sector guys were supposed to be more streamlined, more agile. I'm sure we can devise a much faster method." He took hold of Strickland under the arms and hauled him up. He tried to be careful, but it was impossible to avoid jostling the ruined legs. The grating of bone on bone made Strickland shriek once before he blacked out from the agony. Reacher continued anyway. He carried Strickland out onto the walkway, hoisted him up and over the safety rail, and held him there, suspended over the void. Reacher's grip was firm. Strickland wasn't heavy, and patience had never been a commodity Reacher lacked. "Wait?" Strickland regained consciousness, looked down into the abyss, and began to thrash wildly, his voice rising to a terrified screech. "Stop! What are you doing? Welcome back," Reacher said. "This is a pivotal moment for you. Let's take a second to really appreciate the significance of what's coming next." "What?" Strickland's voice cracked. "What's about to happen?" Reacher said, "This is karma cashing the check for all those lives you were willing to auction off for $1 million apiece." Then he opened his hand. For 2 long seconds, there was only silence, followed by a wet, heavy sound like a soaked towel slapping onto concrete. 42. Mark Hewson was scheduled for a 10 a.m. visit to the Kinsella mine. His plain black sedan pulled up outside the entrance at a quarter till, with 2 bodyguards in sharp gray suits, the fabric straining slightly over their holsters. Reacher wore the biggest uniform he could dig out of Strickland's supply room. It was close enough. He swung the heavy door open just as the lead guard came within 2 steps. The man stepped through, gave the mine entrance a quick, practiced glance. He'd been here before. Nothing seemed out of place except Strickland's Tesla, parked just inside the vehicle gate facing down the slope instead of the usual Humvee. The guard didn't give it a second thought. What did he care? What car his boss rode in for a few hundred feet? He returned to the sedan, signaled, and Hewson followed with the second guard. Hewson's Navy suit was a little snugger than it had been in his Army days. His sandy hair had thinned on top, wire-framed glasses perched on his nose, a black leather briefcase gripped in his left hand. Gilmore, also in one of Strickland's uniforms, stepped up beside Reacher, and together they snapped into identical sharp salutes. "At ease," Hewson said. A beat later, he added, "You two new?" "Yes, sir," Reacher replied. "Where are the regular guys already deployed, sir?" "Already? Strickland isn't one to waste time, I guess. Is he here? He's expecting me." "Yes, sir. He's ready. I'll take you to him." Hewson gave a curt nod and told his guards to wait in the car. Gilmore was already holding the rear door of the Tesla open. Hewson slid inside. Gilmore took the driver's seat, and Reacher circled around to the passenger side. The electric motor hummed almost silently as they descended into the mine, the tunnel's harsh blue-white lights washing over the rough rock walls. Gilmore took the incline slow, drove straight for a moment, then made a sharp right turn. "We're not heading to Strickland's office?" Hewson asked, a note of confusion in his voice. "Not today," Reacher said. "We're using a different room." "Why?" "We've got a video camera set up in there. If you're satisfied with what Violeta Vardanyan has to say, we can record her new testimony right on the spot. Saves a trip." Hewson nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. "Efficient. I like that." "Your boss knows I do." The storeroom door was slightly open. Gilmore eased the Tesla to a stop nearby and got out. Hewson exited the back seat. Reacher moved around the rear of the car and waited behind him. With a gesture, Gilmore indicated Hewson should go first. Hewson pushed the door, took half a step inside, and saw Castlewood. He froze solid. Reacher planted a hand in the center of his back and shoved. Hewson stumbled forward, his briefcase clattering to the floor, nearly collapsing onto the bed where Vardanyan had been the previous day. Strickland's body occupied it now, the sheets stiff with dried blood, a dark, crusty outline around what was left of him. Gilmore followed Reacher in and shut the door. Reacher picked up the fallen briefcase. He gestured around the room at the still forms in the other beds. "So, what's the going rate for all this?" $26 million. Hewson's eyes darted from one pillow to the next, from one lifeless face to another. His mind seemed to short-circuit, unable to process the scene. He was silent for a moment, then the words tumbled out in a stammer. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that Morgan? What in God's name happened to him? Who are these other men? Who did this? $26 million? You agreed to the contract? You know the price." "No." Hewson thrust his hands out, palms forward, shaking his head violently. "I never signed that. I wasn't going to. It was Morgan's idea. I never agreed." Reacher hefted the briefcase, feeling its weight. He asked, "So if I check in there, I won't find a newly signed document?" Hewson replied, "No, actually yes, but that's just for appearances. It was a negotiating tactic. I was leading Morgan on. I never intended to actually hand it over. You did, however, sell him the list. The basic training washouts." Hewson remained silent. Castlewood pressed on. "I have a question for you. When I reported that Strickland was attempting to start an unjustified war, that report ended up on your desk, correct? You buried it. Then you sent men to assault me." Hewson took a step backward, his mouth agape but wordless. Castlewood continued, "After everything we went through overseas, I never told anyone. You know that, right? So I believe I've earned the courtesy of an honest answer now. Did you sell Strickland that list?" Hewson's voice dropped to a whisper, a shiver beginning to run through him. "I told them to intimidate you, that was all. Never to harm you. I'm sorry for what they did. Then make it right. Answer the question. You sold him the list?" Hewson threw his hands up in exasperation. "You're seriously upset about those men? You're looking at this all wrong? They were failures, washouts. Their lives were going nowhere. We were offering them a fresh start. An offer. They didn't have to accept it, Reacher said. So, this was all about the opportunity for redemption, Hewson said. Exactly. His eyes darted nervously from one body to another, briefly focusing on each visible fatal injury. Reacher drew his pistol. He chambered a round, then ejected the magazine, slipping it into his pocket. He tossed the now empty gun onto a vacant bed. He said, "How about I offer you a second chance? I'm going to count to 3. If you reach the gun first, you can shoot me. If not, well, you understand the situation. 1, 2. Hewson didn't wait for 3. He wrenched his gaze from a corpse with a gunshot wound to the face and lunged desperately for the weapon. Reacher moved simultaneously in the opposite direction, intercepting him. His left fist, driven by his full strength, weight, and momentum, hammered into Hewson's chest. The impact caved in Hewson's ribs as if struck by a sledgehammer, crushing his heart. The force lifted Hewson clear off the floor. His body flew backward, landed hard, and slid across the concrete until the back of his skull cracked against the heavy iron wheel at the base of a metal bed frame. Outside, one of Hewson's guards was seated in the town car, door open, listening to the radio, when Reacher emerged from the mine entrance. The other guard stood nearby, smoking, idly scuffing his boot through a dark crimson stain on the gravel driveway. Reacher said, "Gentlemen, I have a question from your employer. He wants to know what portion of your share you're willing to split with Gilmore and me." The guard with the cigarette said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Reacher said. "Easy, stay calm. This is strictly business. No room for sentiment. There's just been a restructuring, that's all. Strickland has brought Gilmore and me into the operation, the same way Hewson brought you two in. So the question is, can we agree on terms that work for everyone? Or do we need to find a way to streamline the personnel?" The man took a step toward the mine entrance. Reacher shifted to block his path. The guard said, "I want to speak to the boss. He needs to straighten this out. All he needs is a number, a percentage. So what's it going to be? The number is 0. We're not splitting a damn thing with you clowns. If Strickland wants to bring you in, it comes out of his cut, not ours. So there is a profit to divide." Reacher drew his gun. "Thank you. That's all I needed to confirm." 43. Reacher and Gilmore changed back into their own clothes while Taylor retrieved the rental car from the parking area and brought it to the main entrance. A strange, heavy quiet had settled over the mountains, broken only by the distant cry of a hawk. Reacher used Hewson's phone to call 911, reporting a serious accident at the abandoned mine site. He wasn't particularly concerned about the final disposition of Strickland's, Hewson's, or the guards' remains, but he reasoned there were 25 other families out there who deserved some form of resolution, some answer to the silence that had swallowed their sons. Gilmore dialed Patton on his cell and quickly filled her in on everything that had unfolded since her coffee shop visit. After he finished, her voice came through, tentative. "So it's done, Gilmore confirmed. "Truly finished this time?" "Truly finished. I don't feel any lighter," she admitted. "Neither do I." "Got anything lined up for tonight?" "Not a thing. What about Reacher?" "Hang on." Gilmore scanned the area. "I was about to ask him, but he's gone. He was right here." "Come over to my place," Patton offered. "I'll order in no Thai food this round, and we'll go easy on the wine." "Sounds perfect." "Excellent. Bring Reacher if he's around. I'll try. See you soon." Ending the call, Gilmore noticed Castlewood and Taylor were already in their vehicle, with Vardanyan wedged between them in the back. He walked over, pulled the door open, and asked, "Where's Reacher?" "You just missed him," Castlewood said. "What do you mean?" He took off. She nodded toward the unpaved road. "While you were talking, said he felt like walking, but he left this for you." She lifted Strickland's duffel from the floorboard and passed it to him. "Said you'd know what to do with it." Gilmore stepped to a vantage point for a clear look down the road. Not much was visible, just a distant haze of dust maybe half a mile out, drifting steadily away as if pushed by a persistent breeze. He raised his binoculars for a better view. At the heart of the cloud was a lone figure. It was Reacher even from behind, and at that range his sheer build was unmistakable. His hands were empty. He was eating up the ground with a swift, effortless stride. the kind of pace that could be maintained from dawn till dusk. Gilmore watched for another couple of minutes, 3, and not once did Reacher glance back. The next bus departing Baltimore after Reacher entered the Greyhound station that afternoon was bound for Salt Lake City, leaving in 55 minutes. He went inside, purchased a ticket and a coffee, then settled on a bench in the waiting area. The bus arrived precisely on schedule. Tossing his cup, Reacher moved toward the boarding lane. A few passengers disembarked. No one else was waiting to board. He was 20 feet from the door when he heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. A glance over his shoulder revealed Gilmore jogging toward him. Reacher slowed to let him catch up, then gestured toward the bus. "Whatever this is, make it fast." Gilmore was carrying Strickland's duffel. He hefted it and said, "You forgot this?" Reacher replied, "I didn't forget. I left it for you. Do you have any idea what's in here? A stack of cash? Did you count it? Didn't see the need. There's $500,000 in here." Reacher said nothing. Gilmore pressed on. "You can't hand that kind of money to someone with a gambling habit. It's practically criminal." "Did I hand it to a gambler?" Gilmore fell silent for a beat. "I don't know. I hope not. You'll figure out a decent use for it." "Like what?"
Should I open a petting zoo? Start a podcast?
Gilmore's tone shifted from earnest to lightly sarcastic. "If you're asking me for financial tips, your judgment is more broken than a slot machine. But for what it's worth, I hear a bar in Harbor East called the Butcher's Dog might be for sale. Maybe a cab company, too. Me running a business?" Gilmore turned and took a few exaggerated, confident strides as if testing out a new identity. "A pillar of the small business community? I don't think so, but you know what? I could talk to the guy at the card club. Make a deal. Any veterans who dig themselves into a hole, they call me instead of sending the enforcers. I handle it for them discreetly. No favors owed, no shady jobs to do, just a clean, quiet way out for anyone who needs it."